Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for the welcome back. Hello, look at all the lovely sipping and the Neon, what are all these butts? Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope everyone's doing super well. I'm doing okay. How's everyone's Thanksgiving? How's everyone's, week, 2 weeks been? Tell me about everything. I want to hear. Zachary, I know I said thank you in chat, but thank you so much. You're entering. Oh, Winter gave it out. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, it has been a few months. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much for the tea. Sadly, this is going to be our last roleplay stream for 2 months. Thanksgiving was good. Got really full today. Was pretty good. Nice. I hope everything went as expected. I had a very small private Thanksgiving, even though my partner doesn't celebrate. I got some food for me, and then we chilled, and I have been playing retail WoW like I used to all of the time. Don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I had a good few days. Good. You guys have any good plans for the holidays? Because I'm going to miss you. We'll do some live streams and stuff, but I'm going to miss you guys. So we got some time. We can chat. I'm not going to say exactly which day, but my flight will leave Portland International this week after about 13 hours of travel because I've got one layover. And then I head into London, Heathrow for the second time, and that's where my partner's going to pick me up. And it's really exciting. I'm super excited. Should be a good time. It has been. I'm not gonna lie, it was really weird. I jumped into server a couple hours ago to do some court prep, which I have. And it was me, it was Sparks and Charlotte Spade sitting there. We did court prep. I'm pretty sure mostly off stream for her. And then when I was walking around after not playing any GTRP for 2 weeks, it was super weird. It was one of those moments where it's like I completely forgot all the controls and what to do and where like how to interact with things. And then after about like 5 minutes or so, I'm like, oh, okay, I remember. After 8,000 hours in 5M, you would figure I would remember all the controls. But here we are. So I actually don't know what's been going on. Let's look at some tea. Let's see. Kyle Pred does not have keys. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this situation was kind of fucking wild. Kyle Pred let people come into the Kyle Pred let people come in and then force somebody to allegedly force somebody into giving him their car. Entire situation was and is deeply concerning, and there should be monitoring documentation for any other breaches. So that's the state marshal report. I don't think I've ever yeah. I don't know what I would do, like from a roleplay standpoint, if someone held like forced my character to like withdraw all of her money. Park Rangers kidnap Gus. During this time, Alex noted that Skylar Sparks' clock on didn't promptly phoned her the current situation. I'm not. There was one cop on duty for a couple of hours today. I wonder if it's normally that kind of slow on like a holiday weekend for PD stuff. I don't really remember. I never did I didn't do PD stuff last year. Oh, yes I did. Yes I did. I do remember now. It's oh my god, has it really been a year? Didn't 3.0 shut down on the 6th or something like it was like the 4th or the 6th or something and reopened a week later? On like the 13th or the 12th? A lot are also lost in the land of Azeroth. I am too. My partner saw me playing WoW and she's like, I'm gonna play. I'm like, oh, okay. And so she used to play a lot of Star Wars Galaxies. And so now she's just kind of relearning tanking and all that kind of stuff. ADMC twat? What is this? I wish there was a way to like make it like bigger in the MDT. She was 100% shot in the front of the head, not in the back, just FYI. I can confirm I did. That's what it says. Flop just says they did it. DSC contraband. Stolen equipment, Marshal revolver stolen. 5 speed loaders, revolver mag, roughly 30 ammunition. Stolen by Shanglu. Shanglu, robbery of government. Did we get back? No, there's no approved. The warrant isn't approved. Did we get the search warrant for his stuff? Like, I don't think there's really been that many people. Oh, Lark was on duty. Has she done anything? Reports, DOC, EMS. Chumash Civil War. Los Santos News, Volume 246, November 25th. Cyprus Civil War. What is this photo? This is a cool fucking photo. What? Cyprus led by 5. 5 become 4. 4 become 2 voices. The 2 voices becoming. Oh, here it is. This is literally what he zoomed up on. 2 voices become Luciano DiCenzo and Harry Brown, promising the crew. Oh, I remember when that character joined the server. That was such a great. He's such a great role player in addition. War Machine, welcome in, friendo. Hope you're doing well. Crew is given this one chance to walk away if they want, for laying, if otherwise there will be no more bloodshed, says Harry. What do they do after they kill 2 people in the same day? What do you do, dear reader? You fucking stay silent and miserable. You kick people to the curb for them and watch them kill people for no reason. Then you stay fucking silent because you can't think for your fucking selves anymore. Oh my god. Laying leaves Cyprus, stealing from it, and it's treason by all thoughts. That's just a note that's left on the newspaper? Yeah. That's a good shot. Okay, we should start making our way over to the courthouse. Bum, 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 bum. So why is the report titled Chumash Civil War? I have no idea. We didn't finish reading it though. Chumash Civil War question mark. He might have meant Cyprus. Who or what or who is even Cyprus? Bala's someone. Oh, I think those are just notes that he's leaving. Oh no, that's copies of the newspaper. Okay. It's gonna actually be kind of weird. I don't think I've taken recently the 2 weeks that I haven't roleplayed since I've been doing a couple other things and since I'm working full time and we're now we're onboarding we have 2 assistants in my office. And so I was getting ready to onboard them. And so it's that and then playing other video games. It's been weird not role playing as much as I used to. And I kind of I don't think I kind of miss. I really do actually miss like hanging out with everybody and having the conversations that we did and everyone chilling and
I think the cops are gonna arrive pretty soon too.
I just finished watching some YouTube and switch back to Twitch. Oh, Wildflower and jump in. Hope everything's going well. Yeah, how's everything with you, War Machine? It's actually going pretty well. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going, Marshal Sparks?
Doing well, Your Honor.
So what did Kyle allegedly do? What is this about?
I really want to be a fly on that wall. We have to add about 4 minutes, guys. I keep seeing like a little bit, ever since the last time we streamed her, I keep seeing a little bit of like, I need to go through and change her outfits. So it has the, where is it? You can kind of see it. Right there, there's that little bit of skull because there's no fade on the character model. Oh, that's shiny. What the hell? What? Is it always that shiny? You guys see that? Like how freaking shiny the courtroom sign is. That's the hair you lost from being on Diddy. Lake effect snow announced at the start of the winter season. Oh. What is lake effect snow? Is that just coming from the wind chill coming from the lake? Your lakes provide a lot of extra moisture. I have a mask on. Yeah, he does have a mask on, but it's a medical mask. Lakes provide extra moisture, so the snowfall is much larger than you'd expect to see. Now, does that make things like really, really terrible and bad? I've seen videos of the ice effect that can cause, so it's pretty bad. Let's see. Enter the trial of spice. Court. Okay. It's gonna be fucking freezing in the UK. It's been pretty freezing here in Oregon. Not like super freezing, but like it's been down to like 38, 44. Or like it's been down to like for those in European times. Those outside of America that don't use Fahrenheit. It's not been super warm. I wonder why this is named Chumash Civil War. I assume he meant Cyprus and just got the names mixed up. DSC reports, reports. Category. Bobby Charles, Rylon taken to OIS. Ooh. That was on the 29th, too. Princess Helena blacklisted from Rylongs. It always breaks my Celsius coded brain for a second when someone says, it's been really cold, only 40 degrees. Oh my god. Yeah, I changed a lot. So one thing I've done is change my phone to Celsius because I'm going to be over in the UK for so long, and then my sleep schedule, if you think about PST time, I go to bed around this time. This is my normal bedtime. And I wake up at like 11 PST. I will go to bed at like 1 to 3 PST, 1 to 3 p.m. PST, and I will wake up between like 10:30 and midnight PST. This is very late for me. Clutch or kick? What is that? What? No. What? No. Not how that works. You silly girl. Notification. Oh. Got a notification. That should translate to well to using C+0. That's kinda that's what I've been doing the last like 2 weeks. That's one of the other reasons why I really haven't streamed. Because the thing is, I still work a normal PST office job, and that shit's open till 5 PST. So I've been waking up early, I've been going to work basically at the end of my day. Ow, 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 ow. I bought a new screen protector, but one of the portions broke off, so I had to replace it immediately because I was dumb. 9 to 5 life. Here's the thing, right? Is like I actually kind of missed it. Very clear, like I like the structure, but that's my ADHD, really. So I like the very clear and obvious structure of everything. Because with like streaming, you can set your schedule, but then like, I mean, you guys know, you guys watch other role players. Like, sometimes it won't like the only other consistent like between X and Y time is like Matt RP. So like Ripley Nixon will specifically like work at those specific hours, but most everyone else goes over. Yeah, it's better than a moving schedule, yeah. Well, now it's 9:51 here, so whatever it is, that is in PST. It is 1:52 p.m. right now. For those in Europe, I go to bed around 10 to 11:30. Aiden, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Evening, Marshal.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're just prepping for the worst, hopeful for the best.
Did Spade brief you guys?
Yeah. We're gonna be
Perfect.
kind of on this side, or we're gonna let DOC kind of place us where they want us around the room.
Okay.
But we're gonna be up in front of the bar for just security purposes, just
Perfect.
because of the potential of what could happen.
Yeah, there's no nonsense today. I went absolutely zero nonsense when it comes to
Exactly.
anything.
We want this to go clean.
It's
Okay, I do want to give everyone a heads up. He currently just left a shootout on the beach near the cargo ship. He did have to go to hospital, but like just assuming it was the same guy that they took the keys from in an interrogation room.
Officer Frodo will be up in the big room
so
currently.
He has a
we're just gonna
gun.
let you put us wherever
He
you
told
would
us
like
anyway. We do know that.
Yeah, but he may not be able to bring it into the courtroom.
Yeah, but people. I'm just meaning like he's with people that will shoot
Be
right now.
advised,
Let's
it's
look
best
at
if
that
you
for a
park
moment.
Wait, was he part of a
next to the marshal's
shootout?
Let me
Mhm.
walk away here. Next to the marshal's
That's
Not
a felony.
confirmed, but not confirmed. But he was seen. We don't have enough units. It was like one of the cargo ship things.
Sure, where it just is super chaotic and crazy and whatever.
Mm-hmm. But
Aiden, I
he was in
appreciate
the same
you.
outfit he was in earlier.
Sure. Well, he's there, so I'm sure he's fine. So
I just told DOC to come in through the marshal's door.
it's fine.
Garage. Yeah. Because there's a lot of people around.
We're on channel 15, by the way, but I
Yeah.
think I'm just gonna mute my radio.
Yeah, officers
We
are-
should.
Yeah.
They're talking too much for me.
Are we on 15? Is that what you said?
Mhm.
15 is going to be security and with DOC.
Okay. I'll trust you guys. It's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
all of us have
we'll
guns,
handle
so
it.
I'm not too worried about it.
All right, so me and Frodo, basically all I told him is that when in doubt, we're going to get any of the people in front of the bar that are law enforcement out.
Yep. 100%.
That's our goal. We're to
I
get
hope I'm
you
not
two
too
the
late. I
fuck
woke
out,
up at the hospital.
no matter what.
Perfect.
We're probably just going to
Did
beeline to
fucking
the marshal
go.
door and maybe even hold there for a
That's
moment.
fine.
Viva
Okay.
Blind
My
Kingdom!
phone.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah,
if we
yeah. I'm
have
not
to.
I'm not too worried about it. Yeah.
You guys are going to do great.
The worst case we lose, then I just go home and go back to my fiance. Whoop de doo. Like I'm not too worried about
Oh,
it.
shucks.
Yeah. That's all we can do, right?
Now, my lady's here today, and I told her if a shot rings out, drop to the floor. Because we're going to at least say, get on the ground. You probably just get on the ground. No, I told her to tell the entire cabinet just to get on the ground. Just for safety reasons.
Probably for the best.
If at any
Oh, it's
point
Barrick.
someone's hungry or thirsty too, I can provide sustenance.
I may take that depending on how long some of this goes. I may not have enough food.
Hey, Barrick.
Hey, what's up?
All right. Councilor Long,
Huh?
I just wanted to meet your co-counsel before we proceeded. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Who are I don't have faces to names. So you have to introduce me.
That's
Ajax Whitehawk. You got him thrown off the docket.
To her right
He's not allowed
is
to post
Murphy
on
Braun.
there.
Hi, Abby Contralto.
Good to meet you, Miss Contralto. Marshal Skyler Sparks. Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
And over is going to be Murphy Braun.
Good to meet you, Councilor Braun.
He's not allowed to have his bar.
Yep, and
Wait, he's
still
not
ran
bar
circles
licensed?
around the prosecution. It's been great.
Well, he was.
Oh, Murph is though.
Oh no, that's what I was wondering. Is the attorneys? Yeah, no worries.
No.
Perfect. Okay.
Ajax is a paralegal.
It makes me
Yeah.
wonder, how do you still have a bar license there, Sparks?
Do you guys have any other
Jackson.
questions or
Jackson.
anything else I
Ember,
can
you better
help you
get the
with?
fuck over here. I don't know what you're trying to pull.
We don't have
Hey,
anything.
you're
We don't have
on
anything
team.
to produce for the
Oh, you're
motion to
helping
to
with
produce.
this?
By the way.
Damn, this is really
No,
going to be
no
a free
more
day
late
for
night
me.
submissions.
Okay, you need to
Ajax.
you need to get your paralegal removed,
Thank you
or I'll remove him myself.
found the native
Please, he just got out of
governmental
voice, so we
I
just
don't
need to
want
go
all
back
that.
in because he hurt
Look,
his
and if
finger.
that's the case, then that's fine. I'm just gonna move.
I'm sorry,
forward
court
as
is not in
is.
session right now, so I can stand wherever the
broken
fuck I
heart.
please.
I never thought that I
Ajax.
would meet a man with a smaller prick than my ex-boyfriend, but here I am.
All right, well, we got the formalities out of the way. If you don't mind, we got a couple.
No, of course, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
I want to tell you, why don't you put me
If
on
a woman
you
says I have
in
a
the
small
dispatch?
dick, it's okay.
Like
but if
card
I
alert?
say she's fat, then I'm
Okay.
the one that's the
You
asshole.
understand? We should
and
get
then
about that.
Marcus 10-7, and then you might have to
What
do
I
like a
mean,
custom
guys.
writing.
Understood.
You're really good at that. You just put like court security. I don't know, just define it. Really, you know what dispatch is.
Already done.
Lovely.
And I'm gonna put you, Charlotte, as court 10-7. Okay.
We're gonna be sitting on channel 15. Maybe is important too.
Yeah, I just for you on one. People want
Big
that.
Eric is here.
Just Salo said on the docket that he will be a few minutes late, so you guys have a bit more time to prepare.
What else is there to prepare?
This has been a very long haul. So this is
It's
like
been over
it
a month.
today.
Yeah, it should
Yep,
be. It
this
should
is
be
it.
it. Yeah.
This is gonna be long.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's probably gonna take till storm.
Lovely.
I'm
genuinely
already
think
gonna
that-
be past my bedtime.
It's it just feels
How do we-
if it drags on way too long, then I'm just gonna cry because reality is it's just possessions.
We did our homework at home. We did do our
Also,
homework at
Forte,
home.
At some point, probably like 2 hours, 2 hours or 3 hours, I'm going to have to take a real long turd break.
Are
on the
you
cycle.
prepping for a shit?
I took a whole bunch of laxatives today. Okay.
Okay.
Honestly, it's probably good. You've had recent problems.
I've had recent problems.
You know, do
did.
it. Maybe there's probably going to be a couple breaks. So
Okay, perfect.
Just a heads up, guys. Mute your dispatches if you haven't already.
yeah, I got that.
I actually don't
Do you
think
know
I
how to do that?
can.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh,
Let me write on this notepad.
So if there's alphas, we don't hear.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Beep beep beep
proud
beep
to do
beep 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 beep. The system is dead. I was just thinking like the 13
Drop the
alphas.
system.
Yeah.
Beep 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 beep, because that's Morse code for SOS.
There you go.
Oh, is it
That's how you do
actually?
Yeah.
I don't know Morse
If you
code.
don't know how
Beep
to do
beep
it,
beep beep beep
that's
beep
how.
beep. It's like
I
beep
got it.
beep 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 beep. I think.
beep
Fuck,
beep
I don't
beep
know.
beep beep beep.
I'm thinking of these TikToks where there's like AI generated cats dancing, and they're like doing like a little horn dance, like they're like honking a horn and start like.
Okay.
I love brain rot TikToks right before bed.
I somehow found myself on Arctic Fox Talk, and so like
no.
now I'm just there's foxes everywhere. There's foxes everywhere, and then like this weird guy in like somewhere in like Southeast Asia that is just cooking giant hot pots with like butter shaped like boats.
There's our bailiff, I think. So let's go talk.
Oh, by the way, Ajax
Hello.
is still over there. Hey, it's great to see you. Shouldn't Ajax be
Hey
kicked?
guys.
Shouldn't- should-
He has to be behind the bars. We'll tell him.
Well,
We'll
yeah.
tell Ala once he starts.
Yeah, he was like, "Wow, I can't believe you
We
have your
got
bar
you.
license." He kept like literally interrupting me when I was trying to
my
introduce myself
fave.
to council. So just so that you're aware, Matthew. Also, hi, it's great to see you. Just so that you're aware, I said, "Wow, I never never thought I'd meet a man with a smaller prick, but here I am." And then he shut the fuck
running
up.
A little bit late right now.
So it was a little unprofessional,
It always
but
does. It's okay.
yeah, that's all you'll get out of me today.
Yeah. It's not worth it.
No. At the end of the day,
Thank
if we lose, what it is, it we'll find another drug trafficker and he'll do it again.
forfeit.
So
Thank you. You look great.
He'll just keep doing it.
I like the green.
Thanks.
How have you been?
I told Sparks that we're green people.
I've had food poisoning for the last 2.5 days.
You've been what?
Well, if you didn't want to be here,
I've had food poisoning for the last 2.5 days.
Oh man, I've had a fever and been sick the last couple of days, so I'm heavily
Yeah.
medicated right now. Yeah. Like I literally woke up and I was like kind of on the verge of like vomiting. Like it was not like kind of small sickness. It was like typical excuse me, typical flu
Yeah, they
symptoms.
said they were gonna come on by. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi.
I'll send you what me and Charlotte
gonna
prepped
go to
earlier
sleep
just
now.
so that you're aware.
Yeah, we basically just went through everything. Because, you know, they accidentally posted their motions today.
No, no, I don't think they accidentally posted the motion. That was very clearly formatted.
Yeah, they did it, but too late. I don't think they realized how late it was.
Yeah, that's which is why we're gonna dismiss it. Because it has to be within 48 hours, so.
Exchange it, and they got these. Their bundles are where it's at. I don't know what it is about the bundles, but
Where is it? Down
The doctors are potentially gonna make a bingo card for this.
but like it's kind of one of those. It's just wait, like it's just.
Okay.
You might as well.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun.
Yeah, so Perry said that she was gonna do it, so. W.
Where is Hotted? Hotted.
Perry's gonna tag along and probably do a bingo card.
Oh, sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I love bingo.
Alright, I emailed you a PDF of my Word doc that I have all my notes in, so.
You nervous?
Not yet. I probably will be.
Okay, don't be. Let me just carry all the nervousness for you because I'm
I just
really
got a phone
nervous.
call from a friend saying that.
Okay, you
really
can carry it.
Like,
Yeah,
how
I'm
many
gonna
do you
carry
have
all
at the prison
nervousness.
right now? And I was like, a few.
Like,
I don't really know how many we
okay.
have. And he was like, oh, well, you better watch out for the besties. And I'm like, Pred's not there right now. He's like, well, watch out. Those class 2s really hurt instead of those equals.
And hey, if
I always get anxious. No matter how many big trials I have, no matter how many people I put away, I always get anxious.
They're gonna turn it into bestie town.
Seamus,
If
I'm
he
gonna
gets
go back
sent
there
to
and
you
talk
should
to them.
probably you should
God,
probably
it's
go
gonna
back
be
to
Yogi.
there. They're over there.
Okay.
Monka.
Two NVIDIA GPUs burn out on me and
Do we add a question for Charlotte about her high command say that she would be fired if
Is that
she investigated Pred?
Is that necessary? I mean, we could put it up there if you really want to.
Because, but
So,
I'm just
no,
asking because
I think it'll come into cross, right? I think that they'll probably quiz me on why I didn't inform my high command. You guys could cross it in like who
For
did
redirect?
I inform? You know? Yeah. I think that a lot of them questions are gonna come in there.
it was funny because he was like
Yeah, she got debriefed.
like he was
It was
very
pretty short.
adamant on like I just said high command, I didn't say command objection. And I'm like it's basically the same shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. There. Did you read their giant fucking motion?
yeah, I read most of it.
It was it's useless, man. There's nothing really in there that it's
I mean,
not
they're-
grounds
they're
to
trying
dismiss
to
it.
throw everything they can.
Yeah,
so.
they are.
Yeah, but none of that is literally none of that is legislation or SOP. So
Yeah. Do you know in the expungement legislations we're not required to request judicial approval that the reports are still there and they don't go through and delete them. Shady Clowns, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Welcome in, friendo.
see, like my argument on that is like you can still do a bunch of fucked up things before your expungement, get expunged, but after you can still do them fucked up things. Is that still not a pattern, or is that just supposed to wipe everything you did before because you know you did it before expungement?
It just an expungement doesn't make you a different person. It changes
Yeah,
it changes some
literally.
letters on a paper. You as a person have to change.
Yep. And I think that if you get expunged and change as a person, then you shouldn't have to have people using your previous reports is evidence for a crime you committed.
No, you should be
Again.
able to show that you are changed as a person, not just as a 1 day, 2 day, 1 week thing. You should actively change and make yourself a better person. That's why I'm generally believe that expungements should be few and far between, to be honest. But I'm not part of legislative branch. I'm part of the executive branch. So here I am.
I was expunged. And I think
You also changed.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I'm gonna call
But
that Ajax is here. Okay, let me do it. I'll take the heat on that.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he has so much fun doing this.
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
me being sick has me on the don't give a fuck factor to like 0.
I mean, the man was what? Disbarred, given a bar, and then disbarred again. Like, this is an ancient profession. It's hundreds of years old and should be held with high esteem. But some people don't. Of course, that's me digging into tradition of just respecting people. There's a line from Book of Mormon that's like, oh fuck, what is it? It's like, why can't everyone just be fucking nice to everybody? I hope Hallow's okay.
I'm traumatized because of all his deaths.
Because of all his what?
Deaths.
Wait, how many times has he died?
8 or 9 times.
Don't put it. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
No. I'll let Predator bring it up if he wants.
Oh, by the way, Espinosa, everyone's on channel 15. I've just turned my radio off because it's just going to be people talking and it'll distract me.
Yeah.
You would not believe what happened to me before I came here. I have no idea.
I
but
would
woke
believe
up
what happened to
in
him.
a goddamn hospital bed, stitched up bullet holes, fucking wet feet. I mean, ugh.
There's photographic evidence of him in a
It's
shootout.
really working well. I got no idea.
Hey, mods.
You know what? There's lots of people out there with your worst interests at heart.
It begins.
Hey, when you're right, you're right.
Well, unfortunately for them, there's as many, if not more people.
I think it's amazing and great how the oldest named human that we know of because of a complaint tablet. Oh yeah, isn't it the complaint of the bronze or something like that?
That's true.
Didn't it like wasn't it like a complaint on the quality of the brass or the bronze that they had? Anus sear and a shitty copper. That's it.
I never found out the whole story about the situation, but I'm sure I shall hear all about it.
Depending on how many more of these we get, guys, we might have to go into follow only mode.
I think this is, you know what? Whatever I hear, I doubt there's anything that changes the opinion of you because I know who you are and you're a good man.
I rarely get sick, but when I do, it's horrendous.
Yeah, I've slept like shit the last couple of days.
I was like, how dare you? That's scandalous.
It was like actually like 2 days ago. I surrounded myself in like pillows. I literally made a little nest of pillows and curled up. It was so nice. My fiance, 1.5 foot away from me, was just like, "Babe, what are you doing?" It's like, no, it's my nest of pillows, and I have a fever. Fuck you.
bitch. Food bitch. Is there a food bitch in here?
I have food if you want to refer to it as not a food bitch.
I wasn't calling you a food bitch because you're a woman.
I didn't say that you were.
Well, I was just making sure I cleared that up for
Hopper's gonna hop, please bless and that's actually one of the reasons why I stopped role
I
playing.
need food and drink as well.
It's fucking miserable having to deal with it. I'm hoping after all this is said and done, I can actually just go back to enjoying role playing.
I see they were
Yeah, it's just what
prepared.
you need, Pred. More energy.
What do you mean?
You know, they got all the food. They probably got all the prep done.
Is that
I
why they're
think
huddled in the
that-
corner prepping? Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
sometimes all of life's problems are solved by a sweet little treat.
Hey, Suki, it's me.
Hey.
Cupcakes.
What's going on?
That's why most marshals like on. If I ever RP, I don't think I'd stream it. There was one fellow that I remember from 3.0. I thought he had the right idea. I mean, Barrett doesn't stream.
The court, like the whole court, and said, "Food, bitch. Does anybody have food?" And
Yeah, I
then-
got.
And then a girl has to like, "I have."
I
food, so
received
I'm not gonna
only
call you a
one
bitch." And I
credible
said, "Oh, I
threat.
wasn't calling you a bitch because you're a woman."
Oh, that's worse.
I don't even think it was really credible. I had one death threat.
How you doing?
Good. You know, Seamus called me a bitch.
It was weeks ago.
Seamus was nice to you
But
yesterday?
I had never once in my life after role playing for. I've been role playing since I was in high school.
Yes.
Since D&D 4.0. I played. I was in a role playing group called the Tabletop Roleplay Society.
If you can find a Lithuanian bakery near you, get a Lithuanian
Back
pork.
in like late 2000s, early 2010s.
It is
I was the vice
amazing.
president
I
and
just had
did
it for the first
advertisements.
time
I've run in my
Thursday.
own LARPs. I played a
It's got
I
a-
played
I'm
one
gonna speak
character
out
for
loud
almost 10
and
years.
curd in the
say it's an
middle,
accident. Hold on.
kind of a light cream.
Never
between
once in my
that
life have I ever dealt
and
with
just, yeah,
someone
the pastry
saying,
that it's made. It's fucking phenomenal.
Hey, Sparks, thoughts on Ajax being told for the fourth time to go behind the stand? How much you want to bet on it?
Any thoughts on
Oh.
first line session right now? So you can
Oh,
shut the
hey.
fuck up.
Oh. Yeah, when the session is on, go to your place, alright? Thank you.
And all this is said and done, and marshals lose their power because they were unconstitutionally added into legislation. You can go fuck yourself, all right?
What?
Oh, and there's like big.
I don't even know what he said.
He said
I don't know
Good
if-
response. Out of all honesty, that was a pretty good rebuttal.
he said
I
that when
think it was
marshals lose their
rapping.
power because they were unconstitutionally added to legislation.
You have to ask like Ailey. I don't know.
Yeah, there was drama a while back, but I squashed it. Is it my fault?
Well, apparently Elliot karate
It's
chopped
not
my
at all
fault,
true.
and then
That's why he's
I
not a
wanna work
lawyer.
With him today.
I wish Iowa cops would actually look into death threats. I mean, there was nothing that they could really do. I can't go into like the specifics on like there, but there's it doesn't trace back to anything that ends up being credible. Like it's credible, but not like fully credible. Credible is in like we think they would actually go through with it, but I scrubbed my information on the internet really well.
We're not doing any sort of conversation about karate chopping each other?
Go ahead and finally
I was waiting for you.
I gotta sell that Astro, but
So yeah, that's why I stopped streaming roleplay.
I was waiting to tell you, and then we had this whole Pred thing that we had to get ready for.
and it works pretty well. I don't have to worry about stick shift.
Hey.
You're an established deputy.
It's
lawyer.
actionable, but
Yeah, I
don't
know.
have the opportunity, something like
And I'm
that.
not here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a good way to phrase it. Yeah.
Now it feels like we just like gave him a pass on it.
I'll talk to him after.
First time chatter, hi, welcome in. I really like Court RP, but in this case it's been kind of docket heavy.
What, after we wait for Pred's food?
I mean, kinda.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
I like realistic and I like serious roleplay, but this one's been this case has been draining, and nothing to do with like in character stuff. In character's fine; they can banter with however they want. So.
We're floating voters.
Let's see how many. You know, two of you should go one side, two of you the other side, and one just literally sit in the middle. Like he could just stay in the middle right there.
This is hopefully this is like my last roleplay court case in a long time. Since I'm back to actually chatters are the worst part about roleplay. Yeah, that's why I stopped streaming Sanders last year.
My brittle weak bones can't handle this.
I was told when I made a cop that it was gonna be cop anti-cop role players or anti-cop chatters that were gonna be bad. But on like a more positive note, like, you know, generally speaking, we foster a really good and welcoming community, and the people that stay and enjoy and hang out and we joke around, it's really good. As someone who's roleplayed for 20 years, the fact that people are taking things to the point of going out of character is really sad. If you have a problem with someone as the player sees something in that player, but people say that to their chats, they'll actually try to negate hoppers. Yeah, you as a streamer should control your chat. You foster the environment that you cultivate the environment that, you know, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like you also have to depend on your mods too. Like at some point there's just too many. But like it starts with the streamer.
I also realized that I pissed off a few people and they know where I am today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't tell you what I did, but I did definitely pissed off a bunch of people. They twatted out. Look at my name on Twitter.
But then I get messages that say the world would be better off without you, and I can't wait to take it from you. It's like, okay, cool. Cool, guys.
Thought my phone would get taken.
Fuck Charlotte. Louise.
On another note, for those who play Baldur's Gate, we have an ad start. I'm gonna snooze.
And everything.
For those who play Baldur's Gate, did you guys see the new patch that's coming out?
I'm gonna throw away my Louise Cop outfit.
For Baldur's Gate 3, there are 12 new subclasses coming out.
Never being her twin again. I'm telling Amelia.
Never put your hair up like Louise.
Finally, we get Hexblade, which is gonna it's gonna be ridiculously powerful, and then we get Arcane Archer as fighter, and I know there's better
Yeah,
better
I want
classes.
the mayoral immunity, please.
Now, after I win this case, this will be the perfect excuse for me to start my military. This will be great.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a spin again, but Artificer, my love, we're right there.
Peace
I
Corps.
love Artificer so
We
much.
bring peace through violence if necessary.
He's really not helping himself by saying these things.
There we go. Pred codes.
The English are coming. Wait, no, what?
You came!
Are they pred codes?
Yes.
Yeah, they're the pred codes, brother.
That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
They probably aren't supporting him. They just,
Alright.
you know.
At ease, gentlemen, at ease. How are thee today?
That is pretty funny.
Pretty well.
It's such a fertile bed for RP ideas. I love it so much. I love the fact that the Artificer class. Oh, got the spider. Sorry.
The great battle of
I didn't mean to get you.
will go down in history and it will be etched in stone for an eternity. And we will put up
We're good.
monuments.
There was a spider.
Hey.
Yes,
There was a spider.
Hey.
What? 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 Wait, we're breaking up.
Wait,
What? We're breaking up.
Yeah, the way you guys charged at us with those
What?
bayonets after we got done firing those muskets was
I
great.
do want to say the judge back
blood
there
everywhere.
just said,
Blood,
speaking of
guns,
Civil
and
War,
fire.
we watch you clog us.
Yeah.
No, I just don't
Yeah.
have to force people to go to my side like he did. When they walked in, he screamed at
Does
most of them
any
to go.
of them have orange? I just walked in with those little ADMC cards.
Ember came
You,
over here.
I didn't understand a single word you said, officer. Sorry.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was whispering. None of those are Sean McQuillan or tally marks, right?
I have no clue.
Appreciated. Your
Just trying to look at them.
Appreciated.
Because they got fat old warrants.
I don't know. You
I
can
don't-
go. You
I
can
don't
go
think they're
get their
that dumb, right?
identification if you really
They're
want to.
not that thick.
They're in a government facility.
I'm also gonna point out, Forte,
Uh-huh.
we definitely don't have the units to do that right now.
Hey, your problem. That's.
Yeah, we don't have the units to go up against the group, especially by Turf.
I will be free!
Allegations.
Oh, yeah, Chaos Legion.
Beautiful, sir.
I do love Chaos Legion.
Oh,
They're so silly.
there's some of the people that have checked in on me the most, so they're just going over
Yeah.
that for a bit.
Misha calls me like every other day.
Well, I
It's like,
live in
hey.
the middle of all of them. They're my people.
Just because of his name. And
Ruby's
nothing
pep
else.
talk it didn't sit well with me. Making out that you can't be friends with criminals and I don't know.
Well, you should be
Basically,
careful who you're friends with because a lot of criminals will take advantage of your position as an LEO.
You guys have weapons? Oh, I see.
What?
Espinosa.
Oh, I also
Sorry, what's
I
up?
also
We're trying
have
to
a
count the amount of
gun.
law that has guns right now in this room, just in case. That's what DSU is doing on the radio.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Uh,
didn't bring my
To be
revolver.
honest, no, I just have a Glock with me, but
Me too.
That's it. Yeah.
I rarely carry my revolver, but there's a possibility of people having weapons here is very high.
Like, you mean class 2 weaponry?
Any
I don't know.
weapon.
Yeah, any weapon. You
Wait,
have
there is no judge here, so we can do a cavalry
5 members
charge,
of the
guys.
DMC.
As
You
we
have Chaos.
Hey, what are you doing
Legion,
over
you
there,
have,
bozo? You should be on
Okay.
this side with me.
Sorry.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
It's all right, Your Honor.
Hey,
We know you
need
had to
anything?
probably die again.
You said you said it.
I was.
You said he was gonna bring it up.
I got ran over.
Oh Jesus!
Wait, what?
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, Grandma.
Can
you
you
know.
share like what happened?
Are they okay?
See where
Grandma.
they're all placing themselves in
Your
the
Honor?
bigger corner.
Yeah.
I was want to
Sounds
do
good.
some news recording today for the stream. Would it be okay?
All
if I go
right.
this side over here, as long as I, keep
Looking
quiet
around.
and don't get involved at all.
Sure.
All right, chat. We're gonna turn off.
Try
all
to figure out where you want
notifications.
me in front.
To the
of.
right's fine. Just over by the jury area. Or not. Sorry,
Maybe
not the jury area. The reporter area.
This way.
Opposite
Yeah,
of bailiff, maybe.
All right. Give me 1 second. Hey, what's up? Does anybody here have any food by any chance?
Hey, you want to go to the door?
Oh, thank
Sorry,
God.
what was that?
You want to go to the door and
Oh.
guard the door back there?
Uh,
Meet up here.
It's on the other side of the DOC.
Yep.
Understood.
All right. I am assuming everybody's ready because I'm late. So, all
The people are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
right, defense.
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Okay. Before I hit this gavel, just so you guys know, this is a pretty big case. This quite literally, honestly, in some ways, this is Blaine County is in the hands of how this court case goes. So, this is going to be a no fuck around case. People are not going to be munching on chips. People are not going to be texting or twatting out, obscenities or cussing each other out. If I find out anybody's doing it, you're getting kicked out of the courtroom, and with a contempt charge, Pred, that especially means you. No twatting.
Can I do it before the case starts, Your Honor?
You haven't until I finish talking. With that being said, there will be no phone calls from counsel or defense or any witnesses. There will be no text messaging. If anybody is texting or calling, I will automatically assume that you are getting told what to say on the stand, and I will tell you to leave. As is everything, I'm going to tell us now to all the witnesses. If you are called up here and at any point during your testimony, if you plead the fifth, your entire testimony will be kicked out. It does not matter if you're being called up here and charged of being pressed against you, or if you're just up here as a material witness or whatever. Everything you say will be removed from the case if you decide to plead the fifth. I'm just warning you now. Do not waste our time, please. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? I know we have some pretrial motions we need to get into. We'll get into that in a second. No? Okay, cool.
It's very clear, Your Honor.
Cool. Also, there will be no coaching counsel. The only people that should be talking to each other are counsel themselves. Nobody from the gallery or the peanut gallery shall be distracting counsel on either side. They need to put they both need to put their best foot forward for this one, okay? So don't fuck around or you're gonna find out. Okay. Let's start with pretrial motions and get those out of the way. I understand that defense has made quite a large motion on the docket. Hello, Tony. Are you with me?
Yeah, I was.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know you were.
You gonna bring forward your motion?
Oh, I didn't know you were prompting me to do that. You said I posted something. I didn't know. Yeah, sure. I might as well yoink it up over now. Yeah, Your Honor. Based on what has happened and given the issues that we've been confronted with, we're going to go ahead and motion to dismiss dismiss the case with prejudice. Do you want me to? Am I good to go into why?
Sorry, hang on. There was a motion before that I actually just now saw. I didn't see before.
motion
Prosecution made
before.
a motion for summary judgment.
Yeah, because yes, Your Honor, just because everyone's having scheduling issues, I thought it might be easier for everyone, but they had rebutted saying they disagree with it, so we're withdrawing our motion at that time. Just I wanted to make it easier for all the witnesses, but they didn't. The defense didn't want that, so it's fine.
Okay, in case I'm mistaken, unless there's been a case that I don't know about, summary judgments don't apply to criminal cases. They only apply to civil trials. Has anybody else been told differently or seen differently? Anybody in the gallery can speak up too if they've seen differently. Okay, so yeah, the motion is going to be denied. Summary and directed verdicts and judgments don't apply to criminal trials. They only apply to
When did that happen?
Civil trials. Like I said, I do understand why you made that reasoning or why you made that motion. Don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing it to the side. But we're here today, so depending on how the motion goes from defense's side on this next one for the motion to dismiss, and we're just gonna have the court case today, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Yeah, that's why I left the reason. That's why I put a long reasoning on there. I was aware they didn't typically do it, but I figured it might be easier if it was done via legal arguments.
All good. I'm just making sure that it's known to everybody in the courtroom. Okay, Tony, we can now go over your motion to dismiss with prejudice. Why don't you go ahead and start with why you want to do that?
Sure. Your Honor, people of the courts, defense strongly opposes the prosecution motion and asserts that dismissal with prejudice is the only appropriate resolution due to significant procedural flaws, lack of evidence, and repeated denial of the warrant prior to its flawed approval. We'll break this down in a few points. Number one, the lack of probable cause in the warrant. The warrant was issued without substantiating probable cause, as demonstrated by the following: the initial denial of the warrant. The warrant was previously
This is like a
denied, highlighting
three-page
concerns
motion.
regarding the lack of sufficient evidence to justify its scope and claims. Despite this denial, the prosecution proceeded with the same deficient assertions that ultimately led to its approval, raising serious concerns about the process's integrity. Next one would be investigative oversight. High Command was excluded from the investigation. Assistant Chief Tyler Peters, who authored the weapons report in question, that was claimed to be a false weapons report, was never consulted. The prosecution claimed the report was a false report because the serial number matched a wrench rather than a weapon. However, depositions from High Command revealed this was due to a staff error misplacing a wrench associated with incident number 665 into weapons report number 6655.
I have counters. I literally spent
Chief
like an
Daisy
hour
Moss
writing
confirmed
counters,
this mistake and advised
for
Officer
all of this,
Spade
'cause
to
it's
amend the
all
docket,
just a
which
big
Spade
set of
ignored,
legal
continuing to
jargon.
pursue charges based on
But he
a
also
false
filed
premise.
the. Yeah, he's arguing
Mischaracterized the
SOPs
weapons
in court.
report. Again, the report in question was neither false nor incomplete. It documented the weapon we found it to be the weapon SKB MIF. You could read the serial number, which was recovered in October. The warrant claimed this firearm was in Mr. Pred's possession on April 29th, 2024, 2 weeks before it was reported lost in report number 6655, meaning report number 6655 covers this weapon as a reported stolen weapon. This leaves only one unreported firearm on the case, which means it's insufficient to meet probable cause threshold for a raid. Because remember, they alleged 2 criminal negligent ownership of a firearm based on 2 firearms. Second big point, improper use of expunged records. On July 14th, 2024, all criminal records related to Mr. Pred were expunged, rendering them sealed and inaccessible for prosecutional use without judicial approval. The prosecution failed to 1. Seek or provide judicial approval. No evidence has been presented to demonstrate that judicial approval was sought or granted to access or use Mr. Pred's expunged records. The prosecution's reliance on sealed records in this case violates the protections afforded by the expungement order and undermines the legitimacy of their claims. Number 2, they address expungement. They failed to, addressing the expungement in the warrant. The warrant improperly referenced records predating the expungement, despite their inaccessibility without explicit court authorization. The court's failure to account for this fundamental procedural requirement further invalidates their argument and highlights their reliance on improper evidence. Third main point, failure to conduct a proper investigation. The investigation failed to adhere to standard procedures or gather sufficient evidence. Unsubstantiated allegations. The warrant made baseless claims of Mr. Pred's affiliations without evidence. It also cited reports outside the statute of limitations without meeting the statutory requirements outlined in Section 3 of the statute of limitations legislation. Second point is lack of investigative diligence. The warrant relied on speculative claims of stockpiling weapons
Nothing.
without supporting
He's
evidence.
trying to prevent it from going
Key
to trial
investigative
because it's
steps, such as
possessions.
bank subpoenas, were conducted only after the raid, undermining the credibility of the warrant. Then we have the issues of the omission of key facts. The warrant excluded critical information that contradicts the prosecution's assertion. First and foremost, the weapons license timeline. The warrant implied that Mr. Pred was stockpiling weapons starting July 1st, 2024. However, it failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October 3rd, 2024, making weapon purchases during this time impossible. Subpoenas targeting his second weapons license revealed only one firearm purchase, which was surrendered after the license was revoked. The prosecution also neglected to investigate the transaction under his first license. And of course, the Polito property. The warrant included the Polito property, despite it being purchased on October 27th, 2024, less than 24 hours before the warrant was issued. No evidence connected this property to the alleged crimes, nor was any justifications provided for its inclusion. In fact, in the People's Evidence X, they also admit themselves that the Polito property was never investigated before the raid had occurred. Number 5, ex post facto application of the legislation. The warrant improperly applied current weapons legislations retroactively. The erroneous charges. It cited firearms AY6IRQ08.
Yep, I can read the serial number. You don't have to read it.
Okay, hell yeah, perfect. Thank you. Which was already in police custody since late April, and of course, the serial number starting with SKB, alleged possession on April 29th, 2024, to charge Mr. Pred with criminal possession of a firearm. However, owning multiple firearms was lawful during the relevant time frame.
We're not charging him for that.
Furthermore, the serial number starting with AY has been in police custody for over 6 months, demonstrating a lack of understanding of the law and insufficient cause for the warrant and charges. And might I add, the legislation for the whole current the current weapons legislation was enacted on July 10th. And the most important one, the stagnation of Blaine County. This case has caused unnecessary stagnation in Blaine County's progress. First and foremost, the issues with witness availability. The warrant process, including its denial, involved key individual testimony, one of which is now unavailable indefinitely. These witnesses are crucial to scrutinizing the ethical concerns and procedural issues surrounding the warrant and subsequent charges. Without their testimony, the case cannot move forward. Impact on the community. Blaine County remains in a state of limbo due to the faulty investigation and unfounded charges.
Mode, please, and just ban anyone who's a chat hopper.
Justice delayed in this case undermines the county's progress and public confidence in its judicial system. To wrap it up, the prosecution has failed to establish probable cause, improperly used expunged records, conducted an inadequate investigation, omitted key facts, and pursued charges based on a warrant previously deemed insufficient. These procedural and evidentiary shortcomings, coupled with the adverse impact on Blaine County, make dismissal with prejudice not only justified, but imperative. This resolution is necessary to restore the integrity of the judicial process and allow Blaine County to move forward.
Good.
I love Los Santos and Blaine County.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Let's do this one by one. Miss Sparks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Tony, you're taking this as you're directly arguing the validity of the search warrant. Is that what you're taking this time to do, or what?
For the motion, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Didn't we do that in a pre-trial?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just so everybody is aware, whenever somebody wants to argue a search warrant in relation to an ongoing criminal case or civil case, they have to have a separate hearing for it. And then in the separate hearing, that will be determined if the search warrant was legal or not. And then the regular case will be determined.
We
if
already
they go
did this,
forward
right? You
with it or
guys
not.
did this when I had to
In
call out
this
for being
case, since
sick,
we're in a
right?
pre-trial hearing. We're not in the full trial yet.
So why are we doing it
This is
again?
going to be the hearing for the validity of the search warrant because
And you also told them.
expedient sake,
Correct.
and I don't want to wait till January 15th to get another case going. We're going to have you guys go forward, and we're going to hear the arguments from prosecution in terms of the search warrant and everything that Tony just said, and then we'll go from there. Okay? Is everybody on the same page?
Can I have some clarification concerning the previous pretrial? Didn't we already do this, Your Honor, in the pretrial, or was that an unofficial warrant challenge? Whatever.
No, the warrant challenge was to remove it from evidence. It was not arguing the validity of the legality of the search warrant. It
Understood.
was to remove it from evidence.
Okay,
This
understood.
is actually arguing the legality around it.
Understood. Okay.
Which it was not removed from evidence, so everybody knows. So with that being said, we're going to start with number 1 on Tony's list here. He's stating lack of probable cause. There was an initial denial. The warrant was previously denied, highlighting concerns regarding the lack of sufficient evidence to justify its scope and claims. Despite this denial, the prosecution proceeded with the same deficient assertions that ultimately led out to its approval, raising serious questions about the process's integrity. Okay, so what's your response to that?
Your Honor, there's no evidence that's been pressed forth by the defense that there was any initial denial. Even if there was any evidence, you, as well as anyone else who's ever filed a search warrant subpoena in their entire life, those can get rejected for one reason or another. There's no reason that this entire warrant should be dismissed just based on this factor.
Okay. In terms of investigative oversight, Tony, do you have an explanation why this one sounds like you're arguing police SOPs versus legal law and stuff?
Well, because the main point of that oversight is the fact that they didn't ever investigate what they claim to be a falsified weapons report. If they did, they would have realized that that report was not only legitimate but also open and covers one of the weapons they allege to be used as part of their reason to raid the property. Because
Didn't we already go over the wrench thing?
Which was dismissed, if I remember correctly, Your Honor. That's not even to be referenced, which was referenced numerous times in his motion to dismiss already.
Yeah, I know.
It
Tony,
was still used in the warrant. But here's the thing, right? The wrench thing is whatever, right? Human error, scuff, what do you want to call it? I would say it's human error. However, that weapons report, you and I agreed, is still open and can be used, which still covers.
It can't be. It was stricken. It was
So
stricken.
you shouldn't be getting criminal negligent ownership of a firearm when that weapons report is still open. And given the timeline that the other side has given, which was on April 29th, and when this report was created, about over 2 weeks later on May 17th, fits the timeline when that report was stolen or missing from Kyle Pred and was recovered back in October. So that specific report covers that weapon. So realistically, the point I'm making in that oversight is the fact that there's only one gun here that constitutes criminal negligence ownership of a firearm.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. You're saying that they used 2 weapons for 2 charges of criminal negligent ownership, but in reality they only should have used one in the search warrant.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Okay. Prosecution, do you have a response to that?
For the investigative oversight or mischaracterize weapon?
Yeah, what we just talked about.
Investigative oversight is arguing police SOPs, which we don't do. Furthermore, command and high command were informed. The leader of all the PD and the second hand of all the PD doesn't need to be informed of any warrant. That's what chain of command is for. Further, it's not illegal, and we're arguing police SOPs.
Your Honor, the thing is, Your Honor, the thing is, nobody cares about the SOPs. It's the fact that this weapons report is still open and covers that weapon. Regardless of what they do internally, it doesn't change the fact that this weapons report is still open and it still accounts for the fact that
Which
it
warrant?
was,
Which weapon?
reporting
No,
that
so it
specific
was. It
firearm
was one
SKV
retrieved,
missing.
but it's not like a big
And
deal.
that's
It's
proven by the fact that we were given a timeline of
it
when
is
that
an open
gun was in
firearm
Pred's possession.
report, but
in
that
between
means
that
every single
possession
firearm that's
and
ever been
the
charged for
report
criminally
was being made.
negligent ownership
So either way,
is an
have
open
fun whatever you
firearm
want talking
report.
about the SOPs.
I would
The fact
bring
of the
that up
matter is, that weapon
as a
report
response.
covers that missing weapon.
6655.
6655, yes.
What was? What's the SK one for again? The serial number
That's
SK
one
whatever.
of that one was one of the weapons they recovered, I believe, on the was it the 25th? It's the one that has the robbery charge on it.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, Tony, I'm not gonna lie. This one kind of sounds like an argument to get rid of one of the charges, not really an argument to get rid of the warrant.
Well, no, the thing is, Your Honor, they use this to build the warrant. It's one of the charges listed on the warrant. They literally said they literally found two guns and made all this entire warrant, and that was their base case.
Okay. Prosecution, do you have a final rebuttal?
Charlotte.
What do you want me to say? Like about the
We do, Your Honor, in just a moment. Yeah, if you want to.
so just the fact that any like firearm reported stolen is classified as open, which would mean that any retrieved firearm is, I guess.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. I would just bring that
Okay.
up. That's fine.
I would ask him to take his mask off.
Your Honor, if we could claim that every single stolen firearm report was still open, then we would have to claim that every single criminally negligent ownership of a firearm that was reported, but there was multiple firearms found, was not correct. We can only assume that one of the many firearms that we retrieved, which was 10 or 11, I believe, that one of them 11 were from that 6655 report.
Okay, but Tony is saying that you used two different firearms in the search warrant. That's why he's arguing it.
Yeah,
He's saying
so
that you unlawfully used a report that shouldn't have been used to search Mr. Pred's property.
we retrieved 2 firearms within the span of 30 days that belonged to Kyle Pred.
Okay, and one of those, and Mr. Lung, am I correct in saying that you're saying one of those 2 firearms could have come back to that report, the 6655?
Yes, because of the fact that even in their own investigative report and then in evidence, I believe the people see they themselves said that this specific report was not recovered. It's in parentheses, not recovered, possibly false weapons report. So I'm not asserting this is open. They did.
I got it.
Isn't that the wrench?
That's the report that they thought it was a false report because of the wrench, but they said the firearm was not recovered.
Didn't we handle that in? Didn't we handle the false report thing in the pretrial?
No.
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
The point we're making right now is the fact that the wrench thing is has been settled with, but
Okay.
the report still has an unaccounted firearm that is still missing out there.
I
This
gotcha.
report is still open to cover that specific missing firearm.
Okay, I gotcha.
There's literally no serials provided.
I couldn't possibly comment, Murray.
I need Adderall. Like, I actually need Adderall.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've had a really long day. I'm trying to put everything together. So from both sides, correct me, okay? I'm trying to make sure I completely understand this. Things are getting a little jumbled here. Prosecution, you guys had 2 reports of guns that were not recovered. So you made a search warrant looking for those 2 guns, and Tony, you're asserting that one of those guns should have come back to the or essentially could have came back to the report that was stating there was a missing firearm. Correct? Is that what I'm getting out of both of this?
Yes. Given the
Prosecution?
timeline that they
And then-
talked about possession and the time of reporting,
We
and the fact
retrieved
that
them, right? And
it's
I
still
don't
an open
know what that
report
was about.
of a missing
but-
firearm.
Okay, and then prosecution. You're saying that I'm trying to understand your side. What exactly are you saying in regards
We
to
re-
that?
we recovered 2 firearms within the span of 30 days.
Okay.
That belonged to Kyle Pred.
Okay. So you're saying that out of those 2 firearms. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. Okay. Second. Let me read the one real quick. Which one's the warrant? Which one is the people's evidence?
The D.
It's so quiet, chat. It's so quiet. It's so quiet. I imagine Hallow does.
He's a judge.
I have all the confidence that Hallow understands what we're trying to get to.
That's fine. That's Judge Deverell.
I fell asleep when Tony started. Hold on, chat. Hold on. We'll put on Subway Surfers, everybody. It'll be okay. It's okay, chat. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Sounds to me like, yes, he committed crime, but he didn't obtain things legally. There's also the consideration of the, like, that's so much better. You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. Look at them go. We could wake up tomorrow and he'd still be yapping reading the closing.
Oh, hey. Doing all right. How about yourself?
Especially when Pred's in it.
Fine.
Yeah, you sure?
What do you mean?
No, it just sounded like.
Well, yeah, that's what you get. I'm just tired. My day got kind of
All right.
screwed up.
Let's talk about the expunged records.
Overall, fine.
That's good.
How are you doing?
Tony, you're saying that.
All right.
Let me see.
Nothing too crazy.
No evidence has been presented to demonstrate the digital approval was sought or granted to access Mr. Pred's expungement records. Okay, so you're saying prosecution used his expungement record as a reason to get a search warrant? Is that what I'm reading?
Regardless of outcome.
Okay, where did they mention that in the search warrant?
In the patterns part of the warrant, they also talked about how they brought in many dates and reports that span from April to May.
Okay, what's your response to this prosecution?
Yeah, in the expungement legislation posted on the 9th of July 2024, there's no mention of needing judges' approval. It wasn't required to do so. Further, it's technologically impossible to permanently seal records on the from the MDT standpoint. Further, Senior Officer Spade and Officer Martin had their search warrant overlooked by Judge Arthur McNee, Barrick Johnson, and Judge Nathaniel Grayson. None of them at all at any point in time mentioned any legislation changes that needed to seek any judge approval. An expungement does not mean crimes haven't happened before. If it's been reported and the alleged suspect continues illegal activities, it continues to show a pattern. An expungement doesn't mean the person has changed. It's a charge removal. It's changing paperwork. Even further than that, as an example, if someone is part of a gang, a known member of a gang, this is just an example. It has nothing to do with Mayor Pred, and then the gang member gets expunged, it doesn't magically take away their social connections. Your Honor, the reality is that a crime is still a crime is still a crime, even if it's following the expungement period. If it happened during the period to which was expunged was not discovered prior to the expungement, it doesn't magically get wiped away because of an expungement. The crime still happened. There's a common phrase in San Andreas that I've heard since I moved here, which is "where is it written down, yelled ad nauseum everywhere," and this just kind of leans into it.
Not gonna lie, I'd hate to be Hallow right now.
I think everybody would hate to be him right now.
Drops mic. I don't think it was a drop mic moment.
Why?
I'd rather judge a case and be a fucking witness for it.
I can't hear you.
Said he'd rather judge it than be a witness for it.
I'd rather judge than be a witness. I've been a witness twice in my entire life. I fucking hate it.
Did you already go up there?
No, I'm waiting.
Technically, we're still on pre-trial.
We're gonna snooze.
Oh, I gotta read that.
How Onyx DOJ was, I like how it was kind of RP more. This NoPixel is kind of they left it. I don't know. It's I don't even think it's more docket play. It's just difference in like only get 3 snoozes. All right, we won't snooze the next one. Yeah, it is surprisingly more sweaty. But here we are. And we take it as we come. It's more that the confidence at which you deliver your rebuts speaks to the preparation you made. Oh yeah, we prepared. I normally don't prepare for cases, but 2 days beforehand. Aw, smile, Becky. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I will say this: after 2 weeks of not streaming any roleplay, having 95% of people come in and just say hi with all the love and care and everything, it means a lot. So I think there is a couple of decent arguments that are made concerning the warrant, but the scary thing is, that so here's the thing, right? I need everyone to be very very attentive.
This one's rough because expungements don't have any kind of besides the expungement legislation, which just tells us how to give an expungement. Expungements have not been fleshed out in this state, unfortunately, which means whatever I say is probably going to become precedent, which kind of sucks on my side. That being said, what?
Oh, I would say, what would just default to just the basic definition of expungement?
Well, the problem is that if I do that, then I have to go with the basic definition of an expungement and what is still allowed past an expungement. So here's what we're going to do. Expungements. Oh, fuck. The definition of an expungement is to obliterate or erase from somebody's record. That means to seal. It will not be referenced by federal or local or state court. Meaning if Mr. Pred was charged with, I don't know, jaywalking like 6 months ago and he got an expungement, jaywalking would no longer be on his record. However, even though there's an expungement saying he did not commit that crime, there is nothing saying that he's forgiven for that crime. That is a pardon. A pardon is saying we're forgiving you. There will be no history that it ever happened.
Correct.
Expungement is not a pardon. An expungement is, hey, you did it, but we're gonna take it off your record so you can try to, go into a life free of crime and free of being judged by your record. So although I do agree that Mr. Pred's previous record will not be allowed to be used against him, i.e., any charges he had before his expungement, that does not mean any reports regarding Mr. Pred never existed.
Your Honor, even in the situation where he's not charged
No
with
arguments.
anything,
I'm not
or-
arguing.
Okay.
If Mr. Pred is if he's charged, his charges will not have any say in this court. Point blank, period. He was expunged. That's out the window. I don't give a shit about what he was charged with.
Your Honor?
Again, don't. I'm not done yet. And I'll let you talk in a minute. He was not pardoned by the state. He was expunged. Any reports that are, brought up to bring up a pattern or whatever still apply. What is your response?
I was going to touch on the pattern issue, on how these sealed records were used to try to allege a pattern.
It's not
to
sealed.
substantiate,
This is what
an
she did
alleged
last week.
probable cause.
The sealed records were his charges, not the reports. That's why his charges will not be used. His charges were sealed.
We didn't
As
use
far
his
as I'm
charges,
aware,
correct? It was
Pred's
just the
innocent.
report, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's never committed a crime.
I never have, Your Honor.
Stop it.
I've never.
Stop it. I'll put you in the fucking corner.
I'm just clarifying. I just want to.
Let your lawyers talk.
I think what he's trying to get at, Your Honor, is the fact that those reports, they never charged Pred with anything.
We're gonna go on a 3-minute ad break to cut ads short for a minute.
And that's fine. But like I said, if it's a charge, I'm not looking at it. If it's just a report to prove a pattern, it's still viable.
That's actually fairly reasonable.
I will have talks with the other justices,
I mean, honestly,
whatever,
like,
and
that's-
the judges.
that's
No,
big
but he's
argument.
correct.
On that, but
That's
as
the
of right now,
thing.
in this
It's
case,
his
not
records are
precedent
sealed when it
setting. In
comes
this
to those
case,
charges, but the thing still happened.
That's how it's going to work. Expungement means
Makes
not
sense,
forgiven.
absolutely.
Charges just don't exist. Okay, and then we'll go from there.
Your Honor, even then, I would touch on then if patterns are still viable, he has no pattern of stockpiling.
We're not charging him for stuff. Okay.
Stockpiling isn't being charged.
It was part of the warrant.
Okay.
I'm gonna bang my head against the desk.
Don't.
Oh yeah, it is. Wasn't it? Didn't we already have this conversation at the?
We did, Your Honor.
At the pretrial hearing, saying that just because a charge is put on the search warrant doesn't mean they have to put it on the docket.
But it's also the basis for the search warrant is what we're also.
Yeah, but that's like if I say, John Smith has 50 pounds of weed on him. He's got more in his apartment, and I go and search his apartment. He doesn't have any on it, and I'm going to charge him with, and I say I want to charge him with felony possession. That doesn't knock the warrant out.
We're not charging him
That
for
says what you
stockpiling.
believe is in the apartment. So I'm gonna overrule part 2 of that motion.
Okay. Your Honor, can I also point something out too. For the record, did they say that the warrant was overseen by Barrick Johnson, Arthur McNee, and Nathaniel Grayson?
I believe they did, yes.
And why did it say they're not a material witness on the docket then?
Because the state, such as the defense, can call whoever they feel is necessary.
But they said they weren't witnesses to this statement, but they were clearly involved, though, is what I'm
I'm
getting
sorry,
at.
say that again. I didn't hear you.
They said they're not material witnesses. Like, they tried to strike them because they're not material witnesses, despite the fact that they themselves said they're involved with this case.
In terms of McNee and Grayson?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Your Honor, we say that because they're not involved with the case. That we weren't talking about the warrant. We're talking about specifically the charges. Neither Judge McNee or Judge Grayson were involved with any of the. They weren't on scene. They didn't collect evidence. They didn't find the specific information for the for any of the other charges. So that's why I said they're not a material witness.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to argue with you because you said neither of these witnesses have direct involvement with the initial raid. As far as I'm aware, they were both being used as people to go back and forth between the PD and themselves over the search warrant, which in my opinion is direct involvement with the raid.
We professionally agree to disagree then, Your Honor. My phrasing on that was in the warehouse at there, so my sincerest apologies.
Okay. Tony, what's your response?
I I might defer to my co-counsel. I'm still wrapping around the whole agree to disagree thing with the judge. So,
they're saying it's fine if you disagree with me. They're saying that their response on the docket was that they weren't material to like what Pred was alleged to be doing. They are material in terms of being involved with the raid and the search warrant, but they're not directly involved with the possession charges or whatever.
let me confirm with my co-counsel.
Yeah, go for it. You're good.
It's because I'm not arguing the warrant. I don't. But my intention is to never argue the warrant.
Yeah.
Why?
This was kind of forced upon us, so.
Yeah. Well, but that which is they should be able to do. But why would I say that someone's a witness to something that has not talking about a thing that I'm not arguing?
Holy shit, this case is really gonna go till a storm.
I told you. I don't know if I told you. I told a bunch of people this case is literally going to go till storm. My sleep schedule is fucked.
Same.
I'm gonna have to take like melatonin or like chug a bunch of cough syrup or something within the legal limits.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
just to
just
move
downing
along with
energy
Your Honor,
drinks.
we were mainly just calling it up because of the fact that they said involvement in the initial raid and their words on the docket posting. That's the main thing.
So what are they
whatever
arguing?
Gold
Are
was
they
doing
just
after
My
throwing a
my
tantrum,
phrasing on
or-
the they're throwing a tantrum because of my phrasing on the
main issue
docket
was the
posting.
initial raid part, which again, they're the ones that kind of gave them the green light to go ahead with it. So the fact that they said they weren't they didn't have any direct
I mean I
involvement
don't
or
consider
this
that
kind of
part of the raid. They're not officers on
material to it is
scene.
kind of concerning.
Okay.
That
I'll
was
take your concern
pre-raid.
on note. I did
It's like
overrule
pre-gaming.
I did sustain your motion to add them as witnesses, so there's nothing to worry about there. Unfortunately, like we all know, McNee can't be here today. So
yeah.
But I think Grayson, I saw him somewhere. He's here, so we shouldn't have an issue with that. All right.
It's unfortunate because McNee's verdict
is here,
or like
right?
McNee's
Jason,
statement
yeah,
would
he's right
favor
there.
us.
Okay.
I'm
And
here.
I'm pretty sure Grayson is very
all right.
biased towards the defense.
Which one were we on?
Number 3, I believe.
All right, yeah, let's go to number 3. Warrant made baseless claims to Mr. Pred's affiliations without evidence. It also cited reports outside of statute of limitations without meeting statutory requirements outlined in Section 3 of the statute of limitations. The warrant relied on speculative claims of stockpiling weapons without supporting evidence. Key investigative steps such as bank subpoenas were
They keep
conducted
fixating
only
on the
after a raid.
stockpiling. I've
Which
been
we're
on
not
this one shit.
charging.
Okay.
Yeah, but why are they
Prosecution,
not
what's your response to
fixated
this
on
one?
like the sale of weapons?
Yeah, I have a pretty big response to this. Outside of again, we're not charging stockpiling.
Okay.
None of these items that are listed in Section 3, Your Honor, between subsection 1 and 2, are illegal nor substantiated by any legislation. They can lead into police SOPs and training, but as supportive evidence and patterns of behavior, neither of these factors are a basis to dismiss a search warrant. Out-of-statute reports are constantly used in every jurisdiction across the world, including our own here in San Andreas, to build a pattern of behaviors by law enforcement officers for criminal suspects and criminal defendants. This can be used here. Further, the defense in their own questioning brought up some of these reports to with Assistant Chief Peters' deposition. These factors alone and together should not be considered as a fruitful or realistic manner in how we perform these actions. Further, finding the physical evidence is more important than the bank subpoena where data cannot be changed. As the defense continues to cite, they could have done a bank subpoena and done other things beforehand. However, a gun or guns can be moved. Further, even than that, what will come out in testimony today is that High Command and Command were advised of the investigations. That's what an investigation is for. The warrant claimed affiliation, but the affiliation was not used as evidence. In the report number 14362, it was provided in evidence that Mayor Pred had been found in possession of a firearm of his own that came back to two besties gang wars with Cyprus. In that same report, then explains where firearms were retrieved in Cyprus and bestie possessions as they were in an active gang war. If we look at incident report 7997, this is ending in serial Iota 8 Lambda
I'm sorry,
Beta.
general objection, Your Honor. We threw this evidence out. We dismissed this.
Which one was it?
Remember I had you throw out the J.
It's thrown out off the docket, but it's not thrown out of the fucking
They're referencing reports that are thrown out of the
search
case.
warrant. that's used on the search warrant. That evidence was what was used to create the search warrant.
Yeah, we threw out JLNOPQRST. So what's your response to that?
That was part of the
said we-
evidence that was used in the search warrant. We're defending the search warrant, so we're bringing it up because that was brought up in the search warrant.
Okay, so you're not referencing the report. You're referencing the search warrant.
Yes, sir. I'm
Alright, go ahead.
referencing information that was referenced in the search warrant.
All right, go ahead.
And covering the lack of investigative diligence. Again, see evidence that could be moved. Notations of charges in the search warrant are alleged charges and things that could be found, but that's already been previously discussed by the court in this hearing.
All right, Tony, I'm ready to hear your side.
First and foremost, I don't know if they read the actual legislation or statute of limitations. It's clearly outlined. I believe you also read it out loud during the last deposition. It clearly states that any warrants referencing older materials in 30 days are to be justified, and or approved, probably by like for judicial review. So that's the first one. I believe also they made like things about saying how bank statements are immutable and how they can be done at any time. The fact of the matter is that
judge signed a
when it comes
search
to
warrant.
search warrants, you're supposed to exhaust all investigative steps before going forward with it. Personally, or not personally, but like professionally speaking, like most of the time when you ask for a search warrant, it's basically you're at the point where you're saying if we've exhausted everything, if we looked in there right now, we would find weapons. Problem is that for one, before and after the raid, they never looked at the period of the bank subpoenas regarding Mr. Pred's firearms license.
Is that arguing
which
police SOPs?
Is probably where some of the most of these
Where it
weapons
says
were
you have
stolen
to
from,
exhaust
one,
everything because it's not
they did a
law.
bank subpoena on the second weapons
Mhm.
license, and guess what?
Probably.
It was a dud. There was no extra weapons purchased during that time. Number two, for one, the reason why you do bank subpoenas before a raid is to one, exhaust your legal avenues of investigations before going through and violating somebody's rights to privacy. They didn't do that because one, they can't go ahead and prove that there's any more outstanding weapons, or they recovered all of the weapons out there. They can't identify any sort of weapons purchases without actually
This is
having
going to
the
be longer
records.
than murder trials I've had.
There's nothing that helps them substantiate anything besides their own speculations.
That's what a warrant
in addition
is.
to that, I mean, if you're talking about
That's
proper
what subpoena
investigation,
is.
that why
Is
wasn't
basically
his main
speculation with a
apartments
little bit
raided?
of facts.
His main apartment still hasn't been raided, and he's owned that since, I don't know, since April when he moved back in, or no, prior to
I
that, way
can't
before
tell you
that.
how many
But
subpoenas.
yet they only raided the warehouse, never did a follow up where the weapons were most likely would have been at.
There's 6 points to it where
So-
there's two to four different
I'm confused
sub
how they can
points
say
in
they
there.
don't need to do a bank subpoena after beforehand when one, it's a legal avenue that's not been explored. Number two, they have no idea how
This
many
isn't
weapons
a
are
real
outstanding
job,
because
Claire.
again, they didn't look at his purchase history. They can't even call out to, I don't know, with suspicious withdrawals if they're concerned about weapons purchases by cash. They can't even make that assertion because they don't have evidence of that. They never did their work.
The amount of work that
okay.
they're requesting, I'll be honest,
Um,
is way too much for a fucking fake cop.
Prosecution, is there a reason you haven't raided his apartment?
I mean, there was a pretty big reason we didn't, but
Well, they're coming
Okay,
up with an
go
answer,
ahead.
Tony. I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
What is a subpoena to you?
A subpoena?
Yeah.
I mean,
Would
generally,
you call
I'm
it
thinking,
like an investigative tool?
I don't know
Yeah.
why we didn't do the
What would you think
entire
a search warrant
apartment
would be?
because I wasn't like the lead
your
on this,
last
but
resort when it comes to a search tool.
Well, you are
know,
the
you
you.
can't-
I have you
Right.
noted as a lead. So
Yeah.
Or you
also
charge
an
did you
somebody?
did you guys
I
not
mean-
raid the entire apartment?
so
Well, also,
I know
it's
they
also
have to
an
be like
exception to
awake
someone's
and
rights.
conscious and everything for the apartment to even be
Can I
unlocked.
say one more time? I didn't hear you.
It's an
Mhm.
exception to someone's rights.
Isn't a subpoena the same thing? Do I have the
Oh,
that
right
was why we
as a
didn't-
law
we didn't
enforcement officer to
do the
go into your bank
apartment, to be
records
fair.
whenever I want?
Okay, then just explain it.
well, no, that's.
But their argument
Just
is
making
going to
sure
be
we're on the
that
same
he's
page.
been
You're good.
awake
You're
since
good.
then.
Yeah,
So
but the thing is with the search warrants too is like Yeah, but you're physically going to somebody's domain. Like you're literally going through and invading their privacy physically. The fact that they haven't done any sort of like courtesy of exploring the other tools
Mosley
beforehand that are less
wasn't staffed at the
invasive
time. What do you mean?
is concerning.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't part.
Yeah,
I
there's-
mean, I
I
joined in
guess,
on the raid, but I
what you
wasn't
would
part of
call
the
it,
search.
there's
I wasn't
no
part of
exhaustion
the
of
warrant. I
resources.
wasn't part of the investigative
Okay,
team.
I can. Mr. Braun's voice carries. I could have taken his answer instead of yours.
I know, but for some reason on the microphone.
Yeah,
Is my voice
any
soothing,
council
Your
can
Honor?
speak. Any council can speak. It's not just going to be him, so it's fine.
Tony's cooking a fine dish over here, Your Honor. I
He's
just
getting
wanna step
into
on his-
the overcooking a little bit. He almost shot himself in the foot with the gun being in Prez apartment. More than likely comment.
Us not raiding the apartment's probably gonna get it
Well,
thrown
how?
out.
Wait, Tony didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he
no,
did.
someone in the peanut gallery did.
No, it was.
Your Honor, we have
Your Honor,
we've-
that's why that was part of the hypothetical I was throwing out
Okay.
because
No,
well,
it's
they
fine.
didn't
That's
do
why I'm
their-
not counting it toward you. I'm just saying you're getting
Yeah.
close. All right, what's the prosecution?
Go ahead, Charlotte.
I don't really know how to explain it. Just
I'm pretty sure. Are the keys to his apartment, aren't they like biometrically sealed or something?
I guess that would require me to be awake.
And so at the time he wasn't awake and out and about, and he wasn't able to unlock at the time.
So with that being said, though, it's been 2 months. So why haven't
And-
you asked him to go back to his apartment and unlock it for you?
Your Honor, can I answer the question
Also,
before
you can
defense
kick
jumps
indoors.
in? Can I answer because defense keeps trying to jump in? I don't have an answer for that. I'd have to talk to the other officer involved.
Did you just say, can I answer before he said he said I can't answer?
Well, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I'm giving you an answer. I'm answering your question.
Okay, no, you're good. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll
Tom.
add that onto the contradiction bingo.
Stop it.
Okay, Your Honor,
the
can
thing
we
is
hold
that,
on? Your Honor, can we be more
search
professional,
warrant-
please?
Yeah, Tony.
Yes, sir. I apologize for that.
Like, actually, because I'm way past my fucking bedtime.
All right, Tony, what's up? Let's go. Let's get this started. Come on.
The thing is, Your Honor, they specifically asked for a night warrant, so whether or not there's biometric arguments or whatever is pointless because they specifically asked for it when he was asleep. They never did a follow up after when he did.
No,
he
I don't
was
have an
awake.
answer to that. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, who is the primary officer on this prosecution? Was it Charlotte?
it was Matt Martin.
Okay, he's not able to be here?
He's very
No.
much a locked AU. Yes, sir.
Okay, Charlotte, are you aware if there's a reason why Mr. Pred's apartment wasn't searched?
I'm not 100%.
Okay.
I couldn't hear that actually. She just whispered.
She said she's not 100%.
Okay, thank you.
No,
That
I mean
might
that's the
us in
thing.
the
We
ass.
don't. I have no idea. They should have searched the apartment. What'd you say, Matthew?
I
Let's
said
get into
that
one
might
I
bite
wanna
us
know
in the
most
ass.
about,
Oh,
the
it probably will.
submission of key facts. So the weapons license timeline. The stockpiling weapon started July 1st. However, it failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October 3rd, making weapon purchasers. So couldn't he have bought like 3 guns in that time, Tony?
Well, they never substantiated that. Like I said, they could have, would have, should have, but there's no bank statements to back that up. All we have is speculation on the table for that time.
Okay, I got you. So instead of saying they had PC,
Hey,
you're saying that they guessed.
Hey,
Yes.
Okay. And then the warrant included Toledo property, despite it being
Because that
purchased
was the
on October
intention of the
27th,
search
less than 24
warrant.
hours before the warrant was issued. No evidence connected this property to the alleged crimes, nor was any justification provided for its inclusion in the People's Acts. Also, okay.
Hi, lovely.
So
Hope you're well.
why does it matter when he bought that? I understand, like you're saying it wasn't
Dimmer's 20
investigated,
minutes?
but
We're we're in one pre-trial motion,
is for
dog. Give
either
me a
side.
murder 20-minute speed run,
Couldn't
please.
have somebody just looked at his properties that day and been like, oh, he has 2 properties, let's put them both on there? Or like, are you saying there's no reason that property should have been on there, period?
That's actually what we did the first part, Your Honor. We, as far
That's
as I'm
exactly what
aware,
happened.
yeah, as far as I'm aware, they went, oh, he has 2 properties. Okay.
That would have been more substantiated if both properties were searched.
She makes a good point.
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Your Honor. I don't have an answer. I'd have to talk to Officer Martin. I'm not gonna lie to the court.
Okay. Yeah, that is a good point by defense. It would have made
And
it is kind of odd that only one property was searched. I will say that. Were both was the apartment named in the search warrant?
Nope. It was specifically requested as a night raid, Your Honor.
So it was only.
Yep.
Only the warehouse was asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and his vehicles. All right, Miss Spade, did you write the search warrant?
I did not. Matt Martin did.
Okay, were you with him when he wrote it?
I was there on the day it was talked
I mean,
about
after what they
at the ranger
found, all the
station,
work
but
they
not
do, it's
when it
not-
was
it's-
created.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
it's probably
are
forget.
you
We
aware
probably
of
just
why
forgot.
It's only the warehouse.
I'm not, but I know a lot of officers are confused because it doesn't show up on their MDT profile. I have to tell a lot of people to add the apartments.
In the future, I would, for the marshals and you, Miss Spade, and anybody that's a cop in here, it's pretty common sense to include government housing into the search warrant. I'm just going to put that out there. You should probably add that. What were you going to say, Miss Parks?
I know that during the raid that there was a heavy shootout with a lot of people following a lot of officers. Unfortunately, no officers were killed or severely injured. So I know that saying they forgot is not a really good answer, but that's the only other reason I could think of at the time is because they literally had vehicles run into the caravan that was headed down to MRPD and multiple shots were fired. So
At the day of the search warrant?
yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I forgot, or
I know.
whatever isn't gonna fly. So
Yeah, Your Honor, can I clarify something? Actually, did Officer Spade say she wasn't there when the warrant was being created?
Yes.
Can you refer to the defense A, the report that Mr. Espino's
which post is this?
This is under my post where I
I mean,
put
you
in
were there when the
defense
warrant
A.
was created.
Number.
It wasn't when it was created. We had to remake it because it wasn't able to be sent. Matt did it beforehand. I was there when you guys changed it.
I got it. You're good. I got it.
Yana, can we clarify specifically on that point? The warrant was created and there was stuff that was written originally for the intention. At the finale, when everything was signed and the raid began, that is when Senior Officer Spade showed up. She wasn't part of the initial portion with Officer Martin.
Right, but here's the thing that was said in the report. M. Espinosa, Senior Officer Charlotte Spade, and Officer Matt Martin with an E met up at the ranger station to discuss the fine details of LSPD's investigation and see if the officers were ready to proceed with the search warrant of Kyle Pred, who was investigated for criminal negligent ownership of a firearm. Once the warrant was discussed and approved by the judges, so she was there before the discussion, according to this report.
I wasn't there when it was created, Your Honor. I was there when it was finalized and completed.
But you were still there for the discussion.
Yeah.
Your Honor, can we
but
please
you're-
have counsel direct everything to the bench, please?
The question was if I was there when it was created, right?
Yes, that was
Yeah,
his
that's
exact
probably
question.
important. To prevent any crazy back and forth, just talk to me. Don't talk to each other for me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No,
I
you're
apologize.
fine. He does raise a good point, Miss Spade, that this whether it's just not mentioned that you left or whatever, or you just got there late or whatever, it does say that you were there for the final part of the search warrant being written and the discussions being had.
So the question, Your Honor, was if I was there when it was created, in which I wasn't. I was there during the conversations after it been discussed and ready to sign. So I wasn't there when it was created by Matt Martin, but I was there when we were talking about it on the hill at the ranger station.
Your Honor, could we get a clarification on what definition of created she's using? We might have two different interpretations.
What?
Actually, I just realized something too. Can we also look at the people's
definition?
reference
The
in my,
definition of
response, the one
created?
with the warrant subpoena. That warrant was warrant was created and approved within a time of 3 minutes. So, if we're going by some definition, of created,
People's E is.
You guys want to drop these charges so we can go home?
No, Z. No.
Z. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
It was worth a
there
try.
was MDT issues, so we had to recreate. Your Honor, we had to recreate the document on that day, due to MDT issues.
Yeah, so because of the MDT, sometimes when the commanding officer signs it, it didn't display for the judges, so the warrant had to be deleted and recreated so all parties could see it properly. So it's MDT issues.
So, Your Honor, are they saying semantically they weren't there, or like factually?
What? Is it
I'm so
created when it's
confused at what's
signed?
happening right
N-
now.
They're breaking down into the pedantic arguments on what they mean by created. Whether created is when it was created when it was hit the button to create report, is created when it was written, is created when it was signed, is created when it was finished being signed. Like it's breaking down into
Tony,
pedantic arguments.
Because we've
Heavy
been jumping
pedantic.
around a lot the past few minutes. What exactly are you arguing right now? Which part?
About the fact that she claims she wasn't.
This is miserable.
I don't understand. Like they asked if it was when it was created. I wasn't there when it was created. I was there when it was signed.
They probably what they're doing is they're using the definition of created to whatever
sorry, say that one more
advantage that they
time.
can.
I'm just pointing out the
Your-
inconsistencies and the contradiction that keeps popping up with what's been posted on the docket versus what's being said out loud right now. I am alleging that there's some big problems with what's being said in the courthouse right now and what's been told previously.
Oh my god.
Okay. And to clear it up from prosecution side, Spade, you were not there in the beginning, but you were present and read in by Espinosa and Martin whenever the search warrant was being discussed and finalized. And what
Chat,
is
we're
this
not
about,
even
like,
we're not even halfway through the
time frame of
motion.
the warrants that Tony is confused about?
So they're talking about specifically. They asked when it was created if I was there, in which I wasn't due to it being in Matt Martin's shift. I was there when the warrant was signed. I was there when we talked about the warrant. I wasn't there when it was created, and that's what I answered. At the time, there was at the ranger station, we had a warrant. It was all ready to be it was all good to be signed. We got asked to change it. We changed it, but the judges couldn't see the update, which means it looked like it was just created and signed.
Hey, with the mohawk.
Okay.
It wasn't just created and signed, Your Honor. It had to be remade on that day due to issues. Which I said I was there at the ranger station. I just
not
said I
that they-
wasn't there when it was created.
Shady, it's not
I
that
mean,
they don't
should I just lie and
understand.
say I was there when Matt
No,
Martin
you never
decided to open up that
no.
report? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna
No.
lie about that.
No, don't ever lie.
Maybe they could ask the question better next time. I don't know.
I think the thing that's gonna get me is they didn't raid the apartment. But it wasn't listed in the warrant, so yeah. They're doing whatever they can. They're trying really fucking hard. And yet I get the one they call sweaty.
Because the reason I wasn't there when it was created is because Matt Martin wrote the search warrant, the subpoenas, and everything together. And then he sent them to me.
I mean, I guess what they're saying is like, I mean, yeah, he created them, but like they were worked on with you present, kind of thing, like
Yeah,
with
but
judges. Yeah,
They didn't word that properly, right?
yeah, they didn't word it.
Yeah, they're phrasing it in a specific manner and trying to.
Okay, and then prosecution, what's your argument to the ex post facto application of legislation?
Ooh, hold on. Yeah, so concerning the erroneous charges, it cites a few firearms to charge Mr. Pred with criminal possession of firearm. However, owning multiple firearms, blah 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 blah. The citation, the specific reports have been for pattern building, which is something that's very commonly done with law enforcement. Further, we're not charging him with criminal possession. It's not a charge listed at all. Charges listed in the warrant are not necessarily final charges, as we've discussed ad nauseum already.
Actually, Orange, just let me know I can reply.
Okay, go ahead.
It's clearly listed as one of the charges on the search warrant, and they also use it as a justification why they needed to pretty much. It was used as part of.
Yeah, I
the
try to, but I
statement of
just want to
probable
be. I just
cause.
want to have
They literally
fun
referenced
role play, do
the
fun,
search
cool
warrant
investigations.
and explained why they stacked on the criminal possession of the firearm from the legislation. They literally referenced the current legislation to apply things ex post facto, word for word, bar for bar, like it's in there.
What?
Can you explain to me? I'm not. This is
How
gonna
many
sound
times
like
do we have
really
to
bad.
repeat
I'm not trying to go
ourselves?
at you, Tony. I'm just genuinely confused. We have mentioned several times throughout this process that charges put in the search warrant are not final list of charges. So why do you keep referencing the charges in the search warrant? Are you saying that like they
Because it's
speculated on the
building-
charges?
It's not only, well, the thing is, it's showing a clear lack of understanding how to apply the law because they don't know what ex post facto mean. Number two, again, it's not about arguing the charges, about the fact that they
You're
used
gonna
it to
ask
build
cops to
into
know what a
the
random
search
Latin
warrant. They're
phrase
using it
is?
as an excuse to raid him.
Right, and if our time frame of defense in this matter is the warrant and then asserting everything after as the poisonous, then we're chronologically thinking of when they used it at that point in time and what they got out of that.
Search warrants, but not actually push them. This is super good for me. You should do that.
Okay.
You can always do that. You know,
And-
you say you're searching for it, doesn't mean you go to find it.
No, that's very helpful.
I appreciate you too, Toronto. I didn't realize Moss was over there. I was like, what the fuck?
Because you can't stockpile without criminally possessing something.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. This whole thing is cooked. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just feel bad for Hollow.
Which I don't think was done.
So the argument is that a cop had to know what was in the warehouse before writing up a raid for search warrant. Yep.
I swear I heard someone
That's basically the argument.
List every single charge on every warrant going
And that it wasn't properly done, and here's the reasons why it wasn't properly done, so we should dismiss it because we don't believe it was properly done.
I dare say 90% of those will be successful.
I don't think it's insane. I think it's an unreasonable ask. And it's not how it's done IRL. Have any of you ever seen a search warrant IRL? I can't pull up the one I just had for a client of mine. Oh, let's not respond to anything just yet, guys. Hallow's doing his thing.
There should be, and there is this time, which is
Prosecution, I'm kind of confused by something on here. So I'm looking at the search warrant. Maybe you guys can explain this because I don't understand. It states here that 2 weapons were retrieved via 10040 on the 15th, and then another one was retrieved on 10297 on the 25th, which is 10 days, like you mentioned. But it says that ammunition stockholders don't allow their retailers to sell more than 1 firearm to a weapons license holder within a 7-day period. That's more than 7-day period, so I'm a little confused why that's an issue.
I don't have an
How
answer to
does
that
that
because
indicate that he had more than 1 firearm in his possession?
so it's up to you guys.
I believe it was put in there due to it not being, well, it being over a
Oh, the
7-day
ammunition
period, but
thing.
it wasn't a 14-day period. So he had 2 weapons retrieved.
Right, but couldn't he have lost a weapon and then gotten one 7 days later within a 10-day period?
I'm unsure on that, Your Honor. I don't have a weapons license outside of PD.
Okay. Espinosa, do you have an idea since you were there for the talks of the search warrant?
Sorry, can you repeat it, Yor?
So in your search
I mean,
warrant,
it's a good
it
point.
mentions
He
that
it,
on the
it
15th,
could have been
between the 15th and the 25th, which is 10 days, 2 firearms were recovered. And then it goes on later on to mention that with those dates, that both firearms are recovered. That means that there was a 10-day period where he had 2 firearms on his person. How does that indicate that he had 2 firearms on his person at one time? Whenever he could have bought one and gotten another one 7 days later.
I don't have an answer to that.
I genuinely don't know how to answer that
No,
one.
I mean we don't have an answer to that. That's what we.
I have no rebuttal to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's pretty big point in there, Faith.
I don't see how it should change anything, though, right?
Because he could have purchased it a long time ago. Is what they were saying.
Yeah, but you can still stockpile from a long time ago, and the weapons can still be in circulation. Like,
Sure. Sure. I think that's something to bring up. As a point.
I'll definitely eat it. I wouldn't say I'll like go out of my way though.
Chat, I'm fading, and it's not even from the trial. I'm just tired. Like I'm past my bedtime. I thought I was gonna be able to make it.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
in the
can.
first paragraph, if anybody from prosecution, Espinosa or Spade, it says that it appears Kyle Pred may be stockpiling firearms based on dates that he upon oh god, I lost my spot. Dates that he was known to be carrying specific firearms with two weapons being in possession during this time, namely AY6 and then the other one was SKB. With one of these firearms recently coming into the
I'm
possession of
sick, too.
PD, what evidence do you have that says he was in possession of both at the same time?
I can't do peace.
1 second.
We're referencing our notes, Your Honor. Give us just a moment here.
You're good. Take your time.
Thank you so much. It's not even dinner time. Yeah, in America, but I've been running off BST.
I think he's
or
referencing like the
GMT.
past stuff, right?
No, he's referencing in the warrant.
No. I mean, Matt is saying that I guess if he couldn't have purchased 2 within the span of like 10 days, he must have had these in his possession since the previous weapons license, which means that he was holding on to them. But that would just be speculation. I don't know.
Well, no, that's what a search warrant is for.
Yeah. Right. I think that's what it means, right? He's asking us for our idea, so I guess we could tell him. But I think he's aiming for the general idea of that he could have bought 1 firearm within the span that these were found, both of them. So he must have been stockpiling in his property. But again, that's just speculation. I don't fucking know. The thing that sucks about this is it was found in AU, and that's just a time I can't be around.
Why the apartment is the thing?
Like this whole thing is
Yeah.
an AU investigation, unfortunately.
I don't know how to reply.
I think it's the idea is that it was
Prosecution,
2
you guys got
firearms.
ETA?
Yeah, we were.
just
I was
give me
just
1 second.
finalizing.
I think the general idea is that the firearms were found within like a 10-day span, so he could have been stockpiling from beforehand. Obviously, he couldn't have purchased 2 firearms, which would have had to be purchased over a period of 14 days instead of 10. So that means that he was in possession of them beforehand, before he lost his firearm license.
So
how to formulate, yeah.
Yeah. So, Your Honor, the idea was that when those guns were received, that one, it could have been the purchases could have been made within the 14. Couldn't have been made within the 14-day span because of the limitations that ammunition granted, or because those weapons, even if it was beyond that 14 days, then it would still be stockpiling at that point because it was believed at the time by the officers handling the raid that those weapons were purchased without having any sort of specific report noted.
Okay. So my question though is, let's say I'm robbed on the 1st. Okay, my gun gets taken, or sorry, let's say I buy a gun on the 1st. The next day I get robbed. Can I not then buy a gun on the 8th day, 7 days later, and have another gun?
Sure, but the argument then is we could pull up specific situations and strawman arguments of what ifs concerning what if this, what if that other thing, and then we're gonna just go down the hill of what if anything could happen for any reason and exonerate anyone.
But didn't you just use a what if whenever you said he probably could have had?
Yep.
So you're saying you used a what if, but you don't want to use what ifs.
No, Your Honor. I said we could go down the idea of what if blah 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 blah. But at the time, yeah, go
If
ahead.
you need any questions from
I'm
Matt,
listening,
I
go
think Matt might be able to make it here.
One second. Sparks. With the subpoena, was it like covering these states too, or no? Charlotte.
What states?
The dates of the subpoena that you filed for the bank records.
But
Was
there's
it, like-
no evidence. It doesn't say ammunition purchase. It says store purchase. So there's no actual way to prove that anybody ever purchased a firearm, and you can purchase a firearm with cash. So unfortunately, this is where PD have to fail because in this situation, we can't investigate these things completely.
When it comes to firearm purchases, Your Honor, when it comes to bank subpoenas, we can't know 100% for sure whether those guns are purchased because it only comes up as store purchase in any bank. Obviously, you know, there's no like store name or address or anything like that, and weapons can be purchased with cash. So they were going off their best suspicion, which is the basis of any sort of search warrant or subpoena. We don't have to have probable cause for a search warrant or a subpoena.
What?
Wait,
yes.
what?
Yeah, you do.
No, the probable cause. Please don't hit.
Alright. Somebody find the person who threw the shoe and put him in prison for 20 years or 20 months.
We don't have to have probable.
Give him a 10K fine.
We don't have to have probable cause for the basis of like an arrest. The probable cause is lowered for a subpoena or a search warrant.
It's a lower level.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
what I
still
mean.
Probable cause.
Yes, sir. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Unless it's different on NoPixel, is it different on NoPixel? Because it's a lower level of probable cause. Like, it's not actual, like, probable cause for an arrest. Am I wrong on that? Because you don't have to have a probable cause for an arrest to do a search warrant or a subpoena. You just have to have, like, a general suspicion. Like, you have to have... you can't believe that you're going to get an arrest.
You need you need to. I mean, you need probable cause, but the bar is lower.
Correct.
You need to have like a level of probable cause where a search, like a search warrant, a subpoena, like a final bank, could provide you enough evidence to, I guess, seal.
Yeah, the burden.
Final nail in the coffin,
the burden of proof when it comes to search warrants and subpoenas are lower. You don't have to be like, oh, I'm going to arrest them, and then also I'm going to find something. Correct. It's a lower level.
Is it too late to add Matt?
Is he already? I think he's in prosecution, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, then he can show up.
Yeah, I think he's able to.
Okay. No, he can show up. He's part of the prosecution.
Hang on.
I think.
Is it worth telling the judge that?
I mean, yeah, we can tell him. I think people need to take a breath when I phrase the specific probable cause thing.
It's a sweat fest.
It is, because the real phrase is more likely than not. But people phrase it in San Andreas as people phrase it as probable cause, and it's phrased that way in legislation. But everywhere else, it's more likely than not when it comes to finding stuff with a search subpoena or a search warrant. The point of a search warrant is to seek evidence. With probable cause is defined in everywhere else in the United States. Probable cause means that you have the ability to arrest somebody. So there's a confusion on phrasing and language.
Yeah, I don't know how much more time I got in me anyway. This will probably last like at least 3 hours.
We're 2 hours into halfway through this motion, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So mistrial. Are we gonna get the same justice again, or are we gonna?
No, it'd probably be a different justice.
Oh, right.
You know, you can misspeak once and the other party will hold it against you, starving person to live for bread. Yeah. Not considering that I'm like an hour past my bedtime. It's not even misspeaking. It's more likely than not, will I find information here or will I find the item that I'm looking for?
If she brandishes a Molotov, you do what you need to do to protect yourself. Are you with an officer right now? Are you with Seamus? Okay.
Okay, so looking through the search warrant, making sure there's nothing else any questions on. I am seeing that 2 casings mentioned in the search warrant. I'm assuming this is one of the ones. This is the reports
It's
that you
fine.
were
It's
arguing,
whatever.
Tony?
It's been a month and this case has made my real life miserable and I've gotten death threats over it, so I don't fucking care.
I'm looking at SKBM IFESZV. It was report 5861.
5861.
Is that one of the ones you had removed?
Let me double check.
Yeah.
The judge specifically said that removing them from the docket won't remove them as evidence for the search warrant.
It's not even listed, or I think it's is it even referenced in the search
Thanks for all the
warrant?
love, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I mean, like the report itself in the reference list. It's not in the people's anything.
Is violating court order a felony?
No, it isn't. I don't see it.
What are we talking about?
I don't know, something about
Okay,
casing
so
or something.
one report was mentioned in the search warrant. It's going to be 5861.
I mean, funny enough, Pred violated court order, which is still a felony.
For those following along, it's going to be in the 3rd paragraph, halfway down. That mentions a firearm starting with the string of SKB or Sam Kilo Bob. And then the second case that's mentioned is Adam Yankee 6, which is brought up in reports 4841, 4962, and 6179. Now, I'm looking at these, and either side can step in and explain that how exactly was Mr. Pred in possession of a firearm on the 29th, coming back to AY6, but he was also in possession of a separate firearm on the 8th, 11th, and 7th of, or sorry, the 8th and 11th of April and the 5th or 7th of May, coming back to, that one's AY6, the other one's SKB.
I have no idea what he
Somehow
just said.
he had a gun in the early days of April, had a separate gun in the middle or late April, and then had the same gun from before in early May.
He had the gun twice? He had 2 guns.
Yeah, because officers let him go with
Hang on.
it. It's
Nobody answered that yet. Hang on.
officers not.
Do we know for sure that that was what happened? Because we
there
shouldn't
was-
speculate.
No. I'm not saying say this out loud, but in reports, I don't know if they were referenced in this case, there was about 4 or 5 where he used his firearm illegally that officers let him go and keep the firearm with.
All right.
Where he like he hunted the clowns
Okay,
down
yeah,
and
it
would
does say
shoot
that
them.
Kyle Pred was in possession of this gun. So, how was he in possession of 2 different guns at the same time? Or, well, how did he use one gun and then skip a couple weeks and use another gun?
We don't have evidence for that, Your Honor. I can speculate, but I don't think it's fair. That's not something that is able to be founded. We can't speculate on why he had it.
I'm going to ask a really controversial question. Does anybody in prosecution know what they're arguing today?
When it comes to the
I'm hearing
warrant?
a lot of I don't know how to answer that. I'd be speculating.
No, Your Honor. You're asking questions. I'm not going to give you a false answer for specific questions. I've answered other questions very pointedly, but the other questions I don't have the answer for.
That's fine.
Matt Martin might be available to show up within like the next 10 minutes. But when it comes to this stuff that regards the search warrant, we weren't aware that this was going to happen today until very recently. So we didn't have enough time to get everybody prepped for this. Like Matt here, due to the late, I guess, notice of this happening.
We're all on different time zones, Your Honor. Doesn't matter if the warrant was
So
signed.
Matt
Yeah, they're
likely can
questioning
show
it,
up,
so.
but it won't be right now. He can maybe be here in like the next 10, 15 minutes to help with any questions like this. It was an AU investigation, seeing as that's when it was found. But when it comes to the search warrant, none of us were present. When it comes to like the initial investigation, that was Matt.
Okay. In the future, I am going to request that if police are going to investigate somebody, please find somebody to investigate that's from the alleged suspect's time zone. Because this is kind of difficult to plan a case when people are in 2 completely separate time zones.
Your Honor, may I?
May you what?
May I say something?
Is it going to be snarky?
No, it's just that the defense was under the impression that Charlotte Spade and Matt Martin were on the same page because both their names were always on the documents that we received and saw in the evidence. So to us, it seemed like they co-authored these things together.
On the top of the reports, Your Honor, it says prepared by. That's just the person who exported it. It's not the person who necessarily wrote it.
Well, it's also, Your Honor, that in the officers involved, it's always been Matt Martin and Charlotte Spade. So.
Your Honor, I did assist in the investigation, but I don't know the nitty gritty of everything. I can help where I can, but I can't know every single thing another officer does.
Your Honor, why are we learning about this now, today?
Because they never fucking asked. Sorry.
Which part, Braun, is pretty vague?
That she is not the important investigator who needs to be here today or at the time of trial.
Prosecution, were you aware that Mr. Martin was the lead officer on this?
Yes, we were. I am able to assist with the actual trial, but when it comes to the search warrant, that's where I can't fully assist.
Yeah, we prepared for the trial.
This was very.
Unfortunately, the search warrant is one of the parts of the main parts of what gave you guys, the ability to do everything this trial is based on. So if you can't argue the search warrant, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, it's capped at
Correct me
2, but
if
they
I'm
got
wrong,
it anyway.
but this wasn't supposed to be a search warrant thing, right?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Hang on. Just
We had the dismissal, but it wasn't supposed to be the nitty gritty of the specifics of the search warrant. I'm
Yeah,
also
like-
like 2 hours past my bedtime.
that time, but
We also discussed the warrant in pretrial, and so it was my understanding that because of the pretrial that we weren't going to be discussing this again.
I'm just confused.
No idea what you just said.
I just don't think I'd have the information necessary, you know?
Adults referring to it as a bedtime seems childish.
Just be like overly stereotypically Australian, and then no one will understand a word I'm saying.
Remember Cornwood had 5. Yeah. I had a character that was part of that.
If we're gonna get into the nitty gritties of why, I guess
Mhm.
officers
Okay.
can't be there for
Defense.
specific things.
Do you guys?
I don't know.
It's
feel like I
whatever.
know the answer. Do you guys object to waiting 10 minutes for Mr. Martin to answer questions?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a guy coming in to.
So
And
We could.
Go ahead,
It's
Your Honor.
been 2 hours. We could request a 10-minute
prosecution,
recess.
because both sides do not agree, I will not be waiting. I will not be putting this in recess. That's not fair to the defendant, who has been waiting several months at this point. And honestly, it isn't fair to you guys if you guys have also been waiting several months. I could say a lot, but I'm not gonna say anything for now.
He did, yeah. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter.
No balls, Your Honor.
Isn't the problem
Fred,
here
that's
that there's
contempt.
no AU judges? Because reality is like
Yeah,
this was an AU
either
case.
contempt or
This
start over on your character.
firearm was
Well, that's the thing is this
Found in
is just
AU.
for the drug trafficking. He also has embezzlement, and he also has the failure to
argue with
follow
the
a
judge.
court
Bad bread.
Do
Bad.
it,
order
or I'll make
because of.
that your contempt.
So if we lose the DT, it's whatever. The embezzlement's completely
Yeah, get
different.
him some food. He's hangry.
But if I'm also correct, everything like that was in EU. So like
Judge Faulkner, would you happen to have some spare snacks?
right?
That look like a
What?
vending machine.
Unfortunately, this entire thing is in NA
but you
when
had the
none of
snacks. I thought you were
anybody
plugged.
did anything.
I got
Just-
I got a
just-
cupcake. I can I have give it to food if you need Pred. some, Tony.
Oh, thank you.
Like
thirsty and
scheduling is hard
hungry.
when you put a trial in a time zone that
Yeah.
absolutely nobody is available for.
Yeah, but no one else
There
is
you go. And I'm
necessarily
cranky
available
for not
directly on
being
there.
able
So.
to do merit things.
I'll give you a cupcake.
What?
I guess
Relax.
my
Wait,
point
what?
is-
I
What,
want to drink
what does it mean,
too.
cranky from not doing mayor things? He wasn't restricted from
Okay.
doing mayor things.
So
There you go.
I'm looking over the warrant. I'm gonna be honest. There's quite a bit in the warrant that doesn't really make sense to me. Mainly being the first and second paragraphs. The third paragraph kind of clears up the first paragraph. In terms of like, there is a little bit more proof in saying that
Can't-
Mr. Pred was in fact
Here, I'm gonna put that on the ground.
in possession of 2 different firearms at one time. Like I said, the first 2 paragraphs were very vague and ambiguous. I didn't understand how you guys came to that conclusion without it sounding like speculation. And then, obviously, like I said, the last paragraph kind of goes into it. One second.
I almost feel like the judge himself is delaying in the hopes that Martin shows up.
However, I don't think any of those reports are referenced anywhere besides there. They're not in evidence on any of the people's evidence.
No, it won't be a
Because-
mistrial because a
4841,
mistrial means something happened in
2962.
court that would prevent it from proceeding normally.
Yeah,
This
the
is
only
a
place
pretrial
these are
hearing.
mentioned are in the body
It's not a
of
trial.
the search warrant, not anywhere else.
They should be
Not
on the
even in
main
the reference
report,
section of the
right?
search warrant.
Every single report is referenced in the main
Um,
report.
Or until found, yeah. That's fine. We still have the embezzlement. Dun, 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 dun. My filter's gone.
Okay, to give my thought process on this, I'm looking at the search warrant. I'm going through it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not looking at any of the charges that say on the search warrant, aside from, you know, they're suspecting him of a crime. The false reporting I'm not looking at because that has to do with the wrench, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then, but like I said before, it is explained a little bit more later on in the search warrant that the dates that Pred
I
gave,
kind of want this to go in Tony's favor because that will make the character that he
statements
plays
in,
very
he
often.
did use a weapon on all these dates, and they did come back to him. And there are 2 different weapons for 4 different dates.
And that will make the character
issue
look
that
really
I'm running
good.
into right now is whether or not well, it's not really an issue, but the thing that's coming up right now is whether or not that those reports are admissible as evidence, considering they weren't added into evidence by the people or by what's it called, by defense. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, if it was, you know, the judge signed the search warrant based off of, you know, the reference evidence in there, that's cool. He can do that, you know, or she. Any judge can sign a search warrant based on the evidence that is
Who's
referenced
that?
in the report. But if you're going to go to court, you need you need to have that shit in your evidence. None of these reports are in here. Hang on, I'm still reading.
Not even like Fred shouting out bad, just
Now, again, with that being said, as far as I'm aware, none of the charges on the docket, if I'm reading correctly, are based on these reports. Is that correct? I don't think so.
You are correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's 3 sets of charges specifically on the docket against Mayor Pred.
Okay. However, that being said, I'm still looking through the search warrant. There's a lot of back and forth on the search warrant. In terms of
Well, there's still felonies. You may get the DT off, but there's still felonies that are
pull up
on
Tony's
on the case.
Proper expunged records. I'm already gonna overrule that one. We already talked about that one. Lack of probable cause in the warrant. I do believe that although it seems that prosecution may not have an understanding, well, an initial understanding of probable cause for search warrants, probable cause is still needed for search warrants. It does not matter who you are or what you want to do. You are.
I literally
suspicion will not
misspoke, Doc.
It is a lower level of probable cause.
Yes,
but
that's
it's
what
still
I
probable
meant.
cause.
Yes.
From what I'm reading in the report,
Hi, Martin.
I understand Tony is
Martin.
arguing that
You're
2
fine,
reports were used as 2 missing firearms. However, we had discussed that one of the firearms that was retrieved could come back to the 11th report for a firearm that was stolen or missing.
It does look like Espinosa's twin.
Still leaves 1 firearm out there. I still see that grounds for a search. And some people are going to say, what the hell? 1 gun is not enough. Unfortunately, with the way that things are written, negligent ownership of a firearm means you find 1 gun, that means a search. There's not really ifs, ands, or buts about that. However, in terms of proper investigation conduct, that's where we're going to get into some cool stuff here because Tony, I'm a little you were arguing section 3, right? Yeah, so you were arguing section 3, which states that they didn't meet the limitations of the outlines. However, they were only using them as a pattern. And like we discussed in the expungement thing, the report still exists. Just the charges, if he was ever charged with anything, do not.
It's not
Therefore,
hearsay arguments. It
that's
literally
still there.
there's
I
literally
am not a fan of the omission
Blaine
of key
County.
facts on prosecution side.
Which key facts did I miss?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What did he say?
Tony does make a good point.
Something
Although
about
I don't
key facts.
agree that, personally, I don't agree that search warrants are a end all be all or like a last resort. I do think that there needs to be more investigative tools used. So say, like,
Oh, I see what he means. Okay.
What's it called? To do no investigations and not search his apartment. And you only searched one property, that's a little suspicious to me. Well, not suspicious, but that's a little odd.
One property in all vehicles?
Not a fan of that, personally.
They're upset because of the apartment thing, because his apartment wasn't searched and it wasn't listed on the subpoena.
I mean, unfortunately, I mean, I told the judge why we're doing that, and he was
Warren
like, he
applied
said
credit
that's
with
totally fine.
stockpiling starting July 1st. However, has failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October.
I'm so
3rd.
glad you're here.
That was in
I'm so I just kept missing you for like a week.
No, you're
2
fine.
I don't
weeks.
really understand why that's an argument.
Normally, I can't be around this time.
May I respond to that, Your
Okay, a
Honor?
bit of a leave.
Okay.
They
have me
allege
for an
7
hour.
weapons purchases, and by the math, like even between the 1st and the 26th,
great.
that it doesn't add up. And
Wouldn't
they
that
have
give you
nothing-
3 every 7
yeah,
days?
but the thing is, they've alleged that he's been doing. There's been 7 guns reported stolen since the 1st.
7
I
guns.
got you.
What?
Okay.
7?
I understand.
Huh?
Okay.
What?
I
No,
do agree with
recovered
that
it.
then.
That was
is a
not
good point.
7.
Your Honor, Matt Martin's here, and we can clarify that if you'd like.
Hi. I'm waiting if he wants me to clarify or not.
Yeah, just wait for him to ask if he wants clarification.
7 guns are being reported stolen.
Okay, Martin, did you write the search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a reason that the first the search warrant is all over the place? I'm going to be honest with you. The first two paragraphs mention nothing about how you came to the conclusion that he had 2 firearms within 10 days, being the 15th and the 25th. How did he come into possession of 2
How
firearms?
did he come into
between those
possession?
dates? Yeah, how are you saying that he has possession of those 2 firearms?
So obviously the firearms, like, do you mean in terms of, like, the criminal negligence in terms of this, or why I was submitting the raid? Sorry. That's
After
what
the 2 weapons were retrieved via 10040 and 10297, there was a 10-day period between firearms being recovered. Ammunition stockholders do not allow the retailer to sell more than 1 firearm to a licensed holder within a 7-day period.
Mhm.
How did he?
He had a third firearm.
Where is that mentioned? I only see 2.
I mentioned that to the judge on the day. It was added into the report, like the search warrant report, but unfortunately, I think when we had to rewrite it, I think it might have been deleted.
If you
I
say
completely
scuff, I swear
apologize
to
in
God.
regards to that. I don't know if it was in terms of scuff. So I copied it over, but I think I do genuinely believe I missed it when I copied it over. But it was report. I have it on my phone still actually. 14422 because he used it in self-defense. So he had at least a third firearm. It's actually the firearm I believe he actually turned into Cassidy.
Your Honor, motion.
Nope. Okay. So
I completely apologize in regards to that. Is it's my own error when I copied over.
Thankfully, unfortunately for you, I don't blame people for scuff. But also, unfortunately, I have to look at what I have in front of me. I'm not going to go
No,
through
I,
reports and try to figure
completely
stuff out.
understand. No, I completely understand in terms of that. Do you want us to read what I did initially write? Because I still have it written on my phone. I can just read the little segment about it if you want me to.
I am only going to read what's on the docket.
Of course, it's completely
just because I
understandable.
don't want it to prejudice.
No, of
everything.
course.
So, with that being said, later on you mentioned SKB, and then the other one AY6. Are those the same firearms you're referencing? In the
In
first two
terms of
paragraphs?
in terms of the 2 new ones, no, no, Your Honor. Those were in terms of the just putting a pattern in terms of holding multiple firearms at one point. So one of those firearms was the one that was recovered. I believe it was the one starting serial number S. And the other firearm had been one that was recovered, I believe, previously in the possession of Mr. Ming Jing Tai.
Your Honor, that specific Beijing tie recovery is from April.
Yeah, again, it's... Sorry, I won't argue with you, sorry. I won't argue. I'll wait for your response, sir.
There's no BCSO here at all. I thought they want to see him either sink or swim, depending on the feel about him.
I'm sorry, guys, if this
Okay.
fucks.
Nah, it doesn't. We still have other felonies.
Are any of these charges having to do with? There's no. I don't see any charges pertaining to possession of a firearm.
Are you asking me, sir, or are you asking Tony? Sorry.
I'm asking either side because it says here in the weapons license legislation that if somebody is found to be in possession of more than one firearm, they'll be charged Class 1 possession. There are no Class 1 possession of a firearm charges on the docket.
Well, Your Honor, defense's position is he never had that.
How do you never have the gun when you fucking own the gun in the first?
What does that mean?
It's part of the ex post facto argument, Your Honor.
Okay, bye, Ray.
Right, but when I'm mentioning this, I'm bringing up the prosecution as
Charlotte,
even though
why
I
did
asked
you
for
not
your opinion
charge
too,
the
I'm bringing up the prosecution that
the thing you would do?
although the
Criminal
gun
possession,
thing
because
and
we
then
didn't
these
find any
other
other
two guns are
guns.
two separate
Oh,
incidents,
gotcha.
I don't see any charges pertaining to any of this.
Yes, Your Honor, because we didn't find any guns in the one warehouse and 2 vehicles that we searched.
2 vehicles or 3? I thought it was 3 vehicles.
Oh, sorry, the number of vehicles, whatever number of vehicles ended up being.
Okay.
Ray will be back before court end. Yeah, probably
Okay.
actually.
In terms of this search warrant, I'm not going to find it valid. There might have been an issue with the first few paragraphs in terms of the report not having the right statements in it. I am not going to find with what we have on the dock. I'm not going to find it as a valid search warrant.
Of course, no, that's completely fair.
Yeah, because we were missing the one thing.
With that being
It's whatever.
said,
That's
I am
my
gonna
bad,
remove the
guys. I
search warrant.
apologize.
It is not going to be referenced. It will not be talked about. You can reference things on the docket that are not the search warrant. But as far as I'm aware,
You guys
it would
still
be
can reference
the
all the
people's
incidents they
deed,
struck
right?
because it's
That
still
is
in my
gonna be
investigative
crossed
report,
off
all
the
of them
docket.
referenced.
Now, that being said, unfortunately, Mr. Pred, you're still going to court because there is an embezzlement charge on here that we have not gone through.
Hey,
Your
I'm
Honor?
here, Your Honor.
What about criminal negligence?
Yes.
Is it thrown out?
Your Honor, is the criminal negligence thrown out or not?
Sorry, say again.
If the initial criminal negligence charges being thrown out as well or not?
Anything that was obtained from the raid is being thrown out. So if you have
So-
charges that were not obtained from the raid of the warehouse, it is
that
still in
means
the
six,
docket.
It was still there.
I
in
mean, the criminal
report, right?
negligence would all still stick, yeah.
Okay, we can go through that. So with that being said, if I'm not mistaken,
I mean, it's just
Didn't
what
he literally say
possession.
one
we
gun was
are
enough?
still going through 2 times criminal negligent ownership of a firearm, 1 accessory to a criminal use of a firearm, 1 times accessory to robbery, and 1 times embezzlement. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And then we have a motion to amend. We have a motion to amend charges as well.
Oh, okay. What's up, Tony? Tony. Tony.
Oh, what? Sorry. Hello?
You wanted to say something, man.
Oh, no. I thought there was a motion for stuff on the ground, so I'm just chilling.
Oh, you wanted to say something before they brought that up?
Yeah, we're going to withhold for a bit.
All right. What's your motion on amending charges?
Violation of a court order.
On Pred?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said in your original post that say he could do everything for mayor stuff except money stuff. He did money stuff, so we're asking for a violation of a court order to be added.
All right.
Right, Your Honor,
go
you
into
water?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry. Hang on. Let me write this down.
The word's not valid, so the DT stuff gets thrown out, but there's still embezzlement, so. No, it's a good defense. They did a really good job. They nitpicked until they found something. So. No, he said don't mess with the numbers, and then he
All right,
sent.
go ahead. Who's saying something? What's up?
He
Who's
sent
next?
$300,000 to somebody.
Oh, we have a motion to make, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Given the revelations and then the fact that the search warrant's invalid, we are motioning to dismiss the charge of embezzlement.
Okay, why is
because
that?
of the fruit of the poisonous tree.
Is embezzlement part of that search warrant? I thought it was part of a separate one.
No, it wasn't,
the
Your Honor.
embezzlement is a direct. The embezzlement is as a direct result of the search warrant or search conducted.
It's not.
So anything
What?
that stemmed from the search warrant is the fruit of the poisonous tree.
No, it's not.
In fact,
We
even the
had
stuff that they
subpoenas
looked into
signed.
afterwards was a result, including the bank statements, was because of the search warrant.
No.
it wasn't.
Therefore, it all falls under
The
the fruit of
subpoena was
poisonous tree.
on the property in the
Okay,
first
does
place because
prosecution have a
officers.
response?
I'll let you guys.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Martin. You had a really good response. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the officers did the subpoena, like the bank records and such, after it was noticed by officers that there was $3 million missing from the state account. It wasn't in relation to the actual raid.
So the embezzlement.
Their
charge and
embezzlement's
everything,
separate.
Investigation is completely separate from the raid.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we believe that not to be factual, as that was determined because that was the approximate cost of the property, and it was only when they searched it that they decided there was some sort of misuse that qualified for embezzlement in their allegations, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd like to rebut. Initially, we'd filed a motion to sever because we genuinely believe that that embezzlement charge would be more appropriate being a separate case, but it was denied, which is okay. But it definitely shows the intention that, or like the intention of ours, that it was not correlated to the search warrant of that incident.
The subpoena of the incident.
Okay, first off,
It was literally on the docket.
Your Honor, please refer to the People's X, the bank subpoena request, the one that I was referencing. It literally says in the last paragraph, upon raiding Kyle Pred's property in Polito, Highway 230 in his vehicles, Spade and officers failed to locate firearms when instead found a weed grow op containing 363 weed plants and equipment. During investigations, officers did not see Highway 230 in his properties. This property was bought within 2 days prior to the raid, and based on what we know from the People's G and the signatures from the People's Z, he bought that within 24 hours of the raid. Officers wish to find evidence of buying and selling weapons, buying and selling weed, and the purchase of this property via bank
We didn't look at
transactions.
weed.
So to say it had nothing to do with search warrant is, in fact, a lie.
What are you referencing?
I was
what?
looking for
People's X,
firearm
the bank
purchases.
People's
subpoena.
X is an affidavit.
No, it's not. They mislabeled their own evidence. If you look at
Did they?
yes, they did. Because I quoted
Yeah,
the
we
exact same thing. The
It's
exact
getting a
response.
hang on. It's okay. I'm listening. Chill out.
Oh no, I'm just getting intense.
Yeah,
It's-
no.
it's for the
Relax. You're good.
It's okay to mislabel things. They know that, right? Like it's okay to
Anyways,
accidentally
sir,
put like a
if you
little
look at
label
my
on
post with
evidence
the big motion
incorrectly.
dismiss, it references a Spade's original XYZ that they perfectly laid out, that the bank subpoena and the People's X clearly states the findings of the warehouse as part of the justification to search his bank subpoenas. And not only
Wasn't
that,
the reason though.
everybody, all the bank subpoenas, all the FOIAs, even the stuff that she posted subsequently afterwards, they're all done after the raid. So how can you say that? Not
Because
related.
people noticed it after the raid.
If you did it a day before, sure, but it was after the raid.
Again, it was noticed after the raid. It wasn't done
Okay,
by us
real
before the
quick,
raid.
because just the thing before. I don't know how it's the first time you're hearing about the motion to sever when it's clearly on the docket, unless you're referring to something else.
Abby wasn't on the council team at the time. I
That's
believe.
it's so
Well, you probably
fucking
shouldn't reference we as in the entire defense didn't know about it then.
Understood.
All good. It's all good. I'm trying to find the post with the X on it.
I quoted it in my or you mean the actual post? Yeah. Sorry, Your Honor.
Maybe on the fourth floor. I'm unsure.
I'm gonna need to take meds again. I'm starting to feel nauseated and like vomity.
It's post 30, Justice Hall.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just reading through it. All right. Kyle Pred recently had 2 firearms retrieved by officers. First one being an incident blank by Josh Cade, followed by incident blank Matt Martin. After this, Kyle was granted a firearms license second time on 10-3. Led officers to checking stolen firearm reports. Compared to retrieved firearm notices, as Kyle Pred has license.
No, we're still in pre-trial.
Upon raiding Kyle Pred's property on Polito and his vehicles, Spaden officers failed to locate firearms. Okay, yeah. Prosecution, you got a response?
That's you, Charlotte, I think. Or Fox.
I honestly didn't say that we were getting his bank transactions.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
because
We're
of-
talking.
I don't think we were, my understanding, it was brought up because it was noticed. Because I think, we're gonna need Angel here.
Yeah, honestly, I don't fucking
We're
know.
gonna need Angel and here
Because
she's
she
the
brought
one
it
that
up, right?
mentioned it. Yeah, Angel's the one that brought it up to us.
But that's not-
there was money missing from the state account,
Yeah,
and that's
it's not gonna
why
happen, though.
we would. Yeah, that's why we're told to do the subpoena and FOIA the bank records. It wasn't due to the raid.
No,
Some
I
of
think it would
Your
dep-
Honor, some of the information would come out through a witness that is unavailable, unfortunately. Kind of at the last minute is unavailable. That being said, even if you take the information concerning the search warrant out of the subpoena, going off the general inevitable discovery rule via FOIAing the Blaine County records, there's a transaction from Mayor Pred to Mayor Pred. We would subpoena just based off that information and find out that that payment was sent over to Sonia Summers for the purchase of the warehouse.
So are you using the good faith argument?
Yes, via and inevitable discovery. Yes, sir. Because we can't. If we had the witness here, we could just put the witness on the stand or have them discuss it, but we don't have it. So.
Who's the witness?
It would have been Miss Strong, and then obviously if Director Angel could have been here, we could have discussed that with her because Director Angel's the one that brought it up to the officer saying there was millions of dollars missing from the Blaine County account, and so the investigation proceeded from there.
What was her name again?
Director Angel or Miss Strong?
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Shady. You have a good one.
Okay. Do you have an argument to that, Tony?
Well, even in their own FOIA quiz, it was still done on the 29th, which was produced. It was still done after the raid.
Which is because
I can't
Angel
fancy
told
how you
us
say that
after
when
the
this was
raid
all done after discovery of
that
Yeah,
she was checking the bank accounts.
Yeah. That's why I said it would be through inevitable discovery. Even if the subpoena was not necessarily phrased in a specific manner, we would still notice that
And the fact
payment
that
was
even in
made
their
from
own
the
words,
account to
subpoena
Pred from Pred.
includes that as the findings, like to say that they're separate. It's in their own words, Your Honor. I don't know how you can separate that.
Okay, so she's claiming that she could have gotten that information no matter what because it's public courthouse or public government information that everybody.
It is.
Who is this? What are they doing?
Ma'am, you cannot be here.
Oh, it's the Molotov
I
lady.
can't. I can't tell who it is.
Oh, she had a Molotov. Why didn't they just shoot her? Isn't that
So it's the lady that threw a shoe at me earlier. She have a Molotov on her?
Yeah, there was a 3-on-1 about it. They stated she had a Molotov.
But Your Honor, I would say they could have done this, but we have for a fact of what they did, and that's what they wrote themselves. I can only work with what's in front of me.
Right. So she's claiming the inevitable,
Discovery.
Discovery, and you're saying it's not in writing.
Well, the thing is that not only is it not in writing, it's also anything that was in writing was done after the raid. So how can that hold weight when they've seen it? How can you say that when what they found hasn't tainted what they've already are going for? They say inevitable.
Don't
Well, I
see
mean,
how-
sir, it's all directly part of it. That's why the motion to sever failed because of the fact that these were all tied together.
Additionally, nothing prevents a mayor from buying a property.
Does when he
been
takes money from
inevitable
the state.
discovery. He made a realty purchase.
No, he sent it
By using county funds, that would have been argued. Yeah. He has to determine why he made that legally.
Was he given an opportunity to explain himself regarding?
That's what this is. This is the opportunity.
Fuck, I think they just shot her.
Why are we doing court without instead of investigation then? Because Mr. Perry was never approached outside of the court regarding this.
Never
How can they mount this to embezzlement then? He's never been approached by any of them.
It's only the treasurer is allowed to have funds.
Or justices.
Treasurer
Or
a
justices.
judge or justice who's assigned by Pred per the legislation.
That's
Pred
clearly
needs to
done in the
assign
legislation.
Your
of
Honor, it's
Blaine
in
County.
legislation. It's in Blaine County legislation.
Which one? Yeah, number.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, I
Yeah,
gave
it's
it to
outlined
you.
in the Blaine
Oh.
County legislation that the treasurer and only the treasurer
The
is
number, the
allowed
number.
to transfer and move funds,
11300
from the Blaine County account for purchases.
Blaine County Authority account : Mayor's Office Protocols and Procedures legislation number 11300.
Sounds more like an authority conduct review to me.
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to help him out, Your Honor.
At the bottom, it does say during the procedure, if the mayor chooses to allocate funds, they must do so via a bank transfer. Within the bank transfer details, the mayor must explicitly state the purpose of the fund, citation where applicable, and their name. It does not say that it has
All right.
to absolutely be a treasurer.
In addition, Your Honor, the
Unless, hang
legislation.
on. Wait, am I missing? Am I reading the right one?
Accountability, I believe, Your Honor. Should a mayor
yeah,
want to
stand by.
exercise
want
the
to
right?
exercise their right to allocate funds, they are to assign another current governmental authority to have access to the Blaine County Authority account. Should the mayor select a treasurer, the treasurer will, by default, be the governmental authority, blah, blah, blah. Should the mayor have no treasurer, they will either select a judge or justice act as authority as an oversight in order to avoid misuse of funds.
Correct. And no judge or justice was assigned, and the treasurer never moved funds. It was spread.
How do you
Your
know
Honor,
that if you never
Because I talked to the
fucking
justice.
question
Everybody
Don't argue.
stop.
Don't
Stop.
argue with him, please.
Hello?
No!
Stop. Pred, stop. Your Honor, the thing is, right, in the procedure section, it explicitly said the mayor has to do it. So there's a contradiction within the guideline.
Also,
This applies to Blaine County specifically, not Los Santos County.
No, but
Who said Los Santos?
No.
I'm
You're reading
just,
the wrong part,
you
so
know.
if you choose, but the thing is, like, he still requires the.
Your Honor, in the introduction
worries.
portion, it names all of the following things as guidelines.
But it does also state, though, if the mayor of Blaine County should fail to adhere to these guidance and procedures, they'll be liable to investigation, potential criminal charges, and potential impeachment.
What investigation? You guys admitted you guys haven't done any of the investigation.
Your Honor, can we
The
please
guideline
have?
is
Can we
still
please
a
have?
guideline.
Your Honor, this is getting out of hand. Can we please just take it, step it back a bit, and have counsel direct it to the bench? Yeah, it's mayor plus judge or treasurer.
All right.
So according to the legislation, how I read it is mayor
was it
plus
today?
judge or treasurer.
Pred,
That's exactly
yell
how I read it.
again. As much as I know you love to yell,
Two. I know, Your Honor.
I know.
Two.
Contempt too.
M2.
What's contempt set out today?
3,
There are
4?
contradictions within this legislation. I do agree with that. I do agree that one says the mayor has to do stuff and write stuff down on the thing, but it also says that
He needs to have
or
a
the mayor
mayor,
has
so
procedures he has to follow.
someone there
They
to
have to
watch.
follow. Excuse me, but accountability states that it has to be either a judge or a justice. If it's not a treasurer.
he had no oversight, I guess, in terms of this
I
either
feel
way,
like
which was the
that
issue.
the procedure part was in the case that a judge or justice approved of the funds being removed, and there is no treasurer. It is worded a little odd, but without Miss Jones here to clarify, you know, there's not much that we can do on that.
It's interpreted, I guess.
I mean, I know Pred didn't have a treasurer because he appointed one on the docket.
I had a
There's no judge or
treasurer
justice.
beforehand, Your Honor.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
No,
you asked.
You
Your
didn't. You
Honor,
didn't appoint the treasurer.
No.
Don't
That's
argue,
been talk to
sir.
the talk to the judge.
What's the
You
justice?
asked for the treasurer. He didn't. You didn't ask him to appoint one. You asked for which one is his treasurer, and we gave you one name.
Obviously, she's been appointed afterwards, though.
What?
That wasn't him appointing it.
Sorry.
If you say who's my treasurer and you say what?
Wait for hello.
So this is why I suggested just doing it all docket
Mm-hmm.
and just having everyone submit it because we're missing witnesses.
This is just a lot of missing witnesses and a lot of people unable to answer shit. I honestly, at this point, don't give a shit if they throw it out. I'm bored of it. I have been.
There's existential factors that made me just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going on
Let's
for a
just,
month.
let's just.
Yeah. We'll
through
just
with
yep.
it now.
Well, it's just us four. You know, we're all just talking amongst ourselves. So
Yeah.
probably. I think it'll look really good for Tony. Which he plays his character way more than I play any of my characters. So I think it'll be good.
Nothing says the treasurer has to go. Just that they need to be able to see transactions to let them go.
How are we nearly 3 hours in?
Yeah, 2.5 hours in on pretrial stuff.
The problem is he gets away with everything anyway. Like today he accessed MRPD and did that shit. Like officers witnessing him shooting and he's just invincible at this point.
Wait, what do you do?
He let gang members come in, force an officer to give him a CVPI, and they drove around doing stuff.
What?
With
Yeah.
Glockatrons and stuff, yeah.
Who did that, Kyle?
Yup.
Yeah, him and the besties. And the problem is nobody's willing to press charges exactly because of things like this. It's demotivating and
Is there a report about it?
there is a
Yes.
report. I made
There's
sure
also a
there was
Marshal report that Alex Knight made.
Yeah.
Some more docket RP. No, but I want because we were going to
The
schedule
thing
it
is, somebody like
mid-December,
Kyle
so we
Pratt
had
is
all the witnesses
invincible
at the
because
same
nobody's
time.
willing to ever do anything about it. And when
But
people
with me
do,
being the
we
primary
get
prosecutor actually going to
something like this.
trial.
So
He looks at stuff and says, "This is, flags it."
That's why they scheduled it, was specifically for me and my.
Is there like PD report about it or no?
yeah, I can get you it.
There is. Yeah, because they claimed to be rangers and came in, but
It's report 15846.
there wasn't much PID.
Right, like in the outlines of the
But someone who wasn't clocked in was able to unlock and.
Sorry, I had to look at the docket.
oversee and assist with county spending. And then they're required to be a clean person. I don't know. I was marrying someone when most of this was being discussed. I haven't really looked at that, so I can't say.
Who? Hang on.
All orders.
Although if the argument is because it's embezzlement because there was weed in the warehouse that was bought using county funds and the weed is thrown out.
Food, I have food.
At what point did Angel notice the $3 million missing?
We're referencing really quick because I don't want to give you a speculative answer. I want to get you as close to an exact date as possible.
It wasn't brought to me, so I don't have a clue.
Just a property transaction. If Leo Strong said it was okay, what's the issue? Because no probable cause goes away, right? But without
I heard you, Tony. Just hang on.
Stand,
Just
stand
my own
by. I
curiosity.
might have a date. Hold on.
This includes the use of assets or finances for unofficial, personal, or criminal purposes. If they're going out for the criminal stuff, that's thrown out. So they'd have to go for the unofficial point or personal. I don't think they're going for personal.
It literally comes down to what Leo Strong says. But if Leo Strong can't be here, they can't get to beyond a reasonable doubt. They just can't. I'm actively confused by that charge. Justice Hollow, while there's a lull, am I still needed here? Because it's my understanding I was called as a witness for the warrant.
Yeah, you're stuck here.
Oh, for God.
No, if defense only needed you for the warrant's been removed, so you're free to leave.
Tony, am I still needed?
Of course not. You're good.
All right, go to bed.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you should've probably
Grayson.
been a little more proactive about that.
Thank you, everybody.
This guy's still here. Get out.
I have to leave. I can't watch.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I just
You were
didn't
just
want to be here.
whining that you had to stay here, and now you want to stay here?
I don't want to be here for the next 5 hours.
I
but the
can't
next
live
half
without
an
you
hour is
too,
okay.
Grayson. I know. I can't live without you too, buddy. I'm gonna miss you.
God damn it. All right, do we have an answer prosecution?
I'm searching through reports. Give me 1 second.
If I'm being honest, I wasn't aware that Angel brought it forward.
Yeah, I
Okay,
remember.
let me make it easier. Was it before or after the search warrant was written?
Again, I don't want to say any lies, but I'm 90% sure it was before. So that's why I want to confirm and try to find the report for you.
What was the question?
Well, it does seem he did violate a court order. That part seems narrowed in.
What was the question? I missed it. I'm sorry.
The statement of Angel.
About
yeah.
about the transfer of funds. It was before the warrant was signed, but after I wrote it.
You can answer then. If
Your Honor, it was before the warrant was signed, but after I wrote it. Sorry.
So before the raid was executed, Your Honor.
Angel brought up the $3 million missing before the raid was executed, but after the warrant was signed?
No. After I wrote the warrant, but before it was signed and executed.
That's what I just said.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said after the warrant was executed. I'm sorry.
No, before the raid happened, and before it was signed, but after it was written, that's when Angel brought up the property.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm removing. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna sustain that.
There's a transaction in there that basically
Had she noticed before the search warrant was written, and you guys said, "Well, that's sus. Let's investigate that." That would be understandable, but it makes no sense that you guys waited till after the raid to say, and then you put in the warrant, "Hey, this, you know."
Oh, I see what you
This
mean.
stuff was found
That's
in
whatever.
here. We know for a fact it was used for illegal means. We want to investigate his bank subpoena.
No. Like she
so I
mentioned it
don't-
when she rocked up. Though. That's
I
the
don't
thing.
really
It wasn't
agree with
like
embezzlement.
No,
with the subpoena, to be honest, because it's based off. It is based off of
Because
the
of
raid
the
warrant. I
final
understand the
paragraph that was added in there,
inevitable,
that because there was a raid, because the subpoena was
inevitable,
submitted.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Discovery.
Yeah, I was
um,
honestly unaware
but
that Angel did anything like that.
with this one, you base it strictly off of the search warrant, and even the PC before you mentioned the search warrant is based off of that too. So I don't see this subpoena standing, to be honest. In terms of
What
this
about the
court,
state?
at least, I'm not saying it was an illegal
So if
subpoena.
you
I'm saying in
wanted to
terms of
violate
the
a court
embezzlement
order?
charge in this court, I don't see it standing.
Violating a court order.
So I'm gonna sustain that. I believe Pred is still facing the
Negligent in the court order.
let me see.
Is this all going to be thrown out before the trial even starts?
Accessory to robbery, accessory to criminal use of a firearm, and 2 times negligent ownership. Those are still standing.
Yeah, and the violation of a court order. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yep.
Your Honor, we'd also like to dismiss the violation of court order just because of the fact that that stemmed from things that should have never happened in the first place.
I'm going to overrule that because we haven't even heard their argument on it yet. So we're going to go on to... We're starting court. We're starting the trial now.
Well, then
Does
I would
anybody
also
need a recess?
Well, hold on.
I would
because
very
of what
much
we also
like to
discovered in. Then I'll make another motion. Then I would also like to dismiss one of the weapons charges regarding the criminal negligence and the robbery because the weapon SKB was covered by the weapons
Still falls
report,
under the initial
being-
investigation report, which I had.
That's
Wait,
not a
what?
motion to be making right now. Argue it. Make it your argument in court to drop one of the charges. Don't make a motion to dismiss the charge. Argue it. That's something to do
Do
in
your
court.
job, lawyer.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Does anybody need a recess?
Dear God, yes, please.
All right. 5-minute recess.
Thank
Go
you.
pee, get water, do whatever you guys got to do.
Hey, Michael. Hey.
You wanna head out of here? You wanna keep watching this?
No, I gotta head out.
All right,
This is
chat.
awkward.
How
No,
so?
somebody.
What'd she say? It's awkward. All right, chat. I'm gonna go AFK. I appreciate you guys. See you in a second. Oh, I had elevator music up. That's funny.
Archibald is somewhere. Oh fuck, I did. Oh wait, I still got some. Why can I not use this?
Don't worry, you got it.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh wait, what the fuck?
I'll get her out of here. Don't worry.
I just grabbed a drink in there, so I'm all good, thank you.
Sure.
I'm gonna put you down right over here, okay?
What just happened? What just happened? What? What? Who did that? Hold on, hold on, hold on. What? Okay, well, I'm guessing I'm putting in a player report in. What time was it? 3 hours in?
Hey, how
Okay.
you doing?
Just keeping.
Head into a... I can't.
I'm
I
just. I'm
can't.
paranoid that honestly she's gonna run through here and then launch that.
Oh my god. I want so hard to report it.
It's fucking Bruce. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. It's okay.
I allowed that to happen.
Hello.
Hello.
Libby.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, we paid for her application to PD.
We did. We did do
Good,
that.
Libby.
Okay, so the
Wait,
violating
you-
court order is very easy. He was very well aware that
Thrown out already because they fucked up.
he was very well aware that he was using bank funds when he was told explicitly by the judge that he can't use bank funds. For the criminal negligent ownership of a firearm, the one we discussed earlier was pretty solid. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, the one that I said about that was simply a fresh gun in possession of someone else, right?
Yes. How familiar are you with that particular one?
Yes, Your Honor.
It wasn't
Yes,
even
Your
my
Honor.
thing. I just read through people's
look- you
reports and
look
found
good,
that
Your
outlet.
Honor. I forgot to
Okay,
tell you
so
that.
I'm not calling. Yeah, so I'm not
wait.
calling you.
Is it
Your Honor, can I use
Yeah,
the phone
Josh
real
Cade
quick?
Me, yeah.
found
I
that
think my
firearm
ex-wife's
and didn't
calling
do
you.
anything with it, so I found it, documented it, but that was about it.
Oh,
Good. I
okay.
haven't seen it in ages.
But I'm gonna say, dude, if my mind
Oh
were to
my
be like
God.
a house,
Yeah.
and I were to
Again.
daydream and go through this house and out an office and down the hallway, I could still fucking hear you yelling.
Wait,
If
Fred
your
or Tony?
mind was to be a level 19 hunter wandering around questing trying to get to 60, it would be dead, Your Honor.
wow.
Temp, go kill your character.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of people took a plane.
Is
to
that the
though.
second or third?
Or
Well, the people are ready whenever the defense is, Your Honor.
I think so. I mean,
One of the council is currently dealing with a headache. Has a severe migraine right now. She's on the ground.
Just get yourself a contempt as well, you know.
is she pertinent?
Well, yeah, she's part of the council.
Oh, okay.
if we say so, yeah.
I'm not gonna read an opening because we've been here for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to testify, so I'm happy.
So yeah, all those reports stuff that they tried to discourage, all within my initial investigative report 14326. So I guess we can still
Yeah.
bring them up.
I mean, we can for the criminal
Yeah,
negligent
'cause
ownership of a firearm.
I guess they strike them to try to get it so that that gun that we have now falls under the other report. But I mean, we found other firearms, you know, after then. So
He was the chief of police during the Sanguine War.
Not gonna lie, don't think I'll
Can I take it off you?
personally don't think I'll help people
Nah, just do your own.
with shit like this. Anything? Yeah, I am done.
I mean, that's fair.
No, I don't mean help you. I mean like how Josh didn't.
It's okay. You can say fuck Matt Martin.
No,
Right. Everyone else does.
no, it was how like I saw Josh Cade's firearm that he retrieved, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that anymore. I don't think there's any point. Other people
Yeah.
can investigate their own shit.
Yeah,
And
I
then
mean,
you
that's
can,
fair.
well, you can. I think you should offer suggestions on where to go and how to investigate and things like that. But
Yeah, I'll just stick to my
also,
shit. Do my senior reports.
Yeah.
I'm also just noticing as well. I specifically stated within my report the period of time from when his firearms license was removed to when he then received it again. But they stated I intentionally withheld that information.
Yeah, they
That was in
they
the email
tried to.
report.
It doesn't matter. It wasn't considered by the court, so
Okay.
they're gonna purposefully say whatever they want to do whatever at the end of the day. So
That's fair. We need. I think we need to reference incident 1948 though. That's 8948. 'Cause that's the one where the most recent gun was found.
what do we need to reference for the
after-
criminal negligence? Repeat it one more time.
8948. So that was the gun that was found, like after Brad reported the weapon stolen, right? Which had initially been recovered, because that'd be the only one that would kind of make sense in terms of it, because we recovered them in like OAS and whatnot, and they were like firearms were recovered. And then this one was found in the possession of Renato Ortiz, a member of Cypress Gang, who were going through like an ongoing gang
Mhm.
war with members of Besties at the time.
Okay.
And that would be the more recent incident that the firearm would
yeah,
probably fall under,
so,
where it wasn't in Pred's
The
possession.
TLDR is that Pred got caught.
You spoke so
giving out
fast.
Personal firearms.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I wrote down about half of
gang
that.
association.
Sorry, I meant
But,
8753, not 8948. Renato was found with two of Pred's guns. So
Can you
that's
cover, in closing, can you cover the criminal negligent ownership of firearm then, since you're more familiar with that? And I'm going to cover
try to,
the-
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
Some of the concerns
You
that
seem plenty well aware of the specific. I'm so I'm
So search warrants out.
You're
Not
good.
I don't mean to, I don't mean
Why?
to keep
so
breaking
far,
up,
but
but no, yeah.
Yeah.
Then, well, if I'm being honest, the rest of it is just straightforward. They don't even need to do witness shit. This is literally.
He's been charged with.
You could do
criminal
closing
negligence ownership
statements and.
That's well, that's
identify
what
the final-
that's all I'm doing is closing.
But I have been
Yeah, but they're gonna call me
recognized
up as a witness and quiz me
expert
on shit I
witness
didn't
on
even do,
police matters in
right?
the
So.
courtroom several times and used in cases. So
How the fuck is? Oh, whatever.
I was
He's
wondering
not.
how you
He's
got
not.
that.
He
That's
cannot.
debatable.
Not your own criminal trial or not?
I know, but it's recognized. Yep, I've been an expert witness in 3 cases.
Are we ready? What's going on?
Yeah,
We're
the
waiting
people are
on
still
the-
ready, Your
Danny
Honor.
just needed a minute while we were waiting for Abilene. So when he stops dancing, we'll be good to go.
But yeah, this is like I'm usually asleep at this time. Like I usually sleep like 2 hours ago, but time zones. Well, hey,
I was supposed to swing back out shortly.
This time, though.
We'll see
Sorry
what
about that, Your
happens.
Honor.
We're ready.
I want you to come around a bit more, but I don't know how to drive.
All right, getting in to the case of Kyle, or sorry, the people versus Kyle Pred.
Becky beating.
For 2 hours of motions, the case
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
2 hours and 51 minutes of motions, or 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Prosecution, are you ready for your opening?
Yeah.
All right, come on over.
Your Honor and esteemed members of the court. Essentially, we're going to be only arguing 2 basic factors: the criminal negligent ownership and the violation of a court order. It's surprisingly simple.
Easy with the clickety clacks back there.
Walk away from me.
Someone's chattering their teeth.
And the accessory charges.
Yeah, I can't focus with all the sounds, Your Honor. I'm just going to end opening. Sorry.
It's nothing disruptive, Your Honor. Just someone chattering their teeth a bit loud. I think it's a
Okay,
little
can
drafty
we get
back
the
here.
judges to whisper, go back further in the corner because we can hear you over here. Go ahead and try again with nobody interrupting you.
Thank you. Your Honor and esteemed members of the court, we're basically only going to be discussing some simple, possession charges, lack of possession charges, and some negligence, concerning the defendant. Defendant's actions have led him directly here. Purposeful mistakes that Mayor Pred could have basically acted in a better manner, but he didn't. And because of that, because of his actions, it's sad to see a man of his stature fall so ungracefully from the mountain that he chooses to stand on. And we pray to the court to swing the sword of justice to find him guilty of these basic charges that he should have not had. But here we are, nonetheless, today. Thank you.
Hey, defense.
Who's the woman standing right there?
That's Libby Reed.
Your Honor, people of the
That's
court.
who?
Libby Reed. She's a friend of mine.
Gotcha,
That's
understood.
Queen Libby.
We're here today to
Okay.
refute some of the
Yeah,
charges.
no, I
that
trust
are,
I trust
put
Matthew.
on Mr. Pred.
Oh, so
This
you don't trust
particular one
me?
of them,
Great.
I believe we're all aware of.
Well, he said it first. That's what I'm
Of
saying.
course,
I trust her.
There's given some extremities that happened this past month that that may warrant some consideration when it comes to the quote unquote court order. But there's going to be some extinguished circumstances that a man of Pred's stature, standing a tall, is it 5, 6? Okay, of his stature is at an astounding 6
I need my
4.
fucking Adderall.
Don't lie in my court, Pred.
I am not lying.
Do not fucking lie in my court.
I'm not. I'm sure.
He's 5'4". The court recognizes him as 5'4".
I'm not 5'4".
Your Honor, I'm 6'1". Your Honor, I'm 6'1" with heels. I can stand next to him if you'd like, so we can. Here, I'll just go over here. You sure?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm gonna say
Stop,
Your Honor.
Stop. Pred is recognizing him, or sorry, the court is recognizing Pred as 5'4". Continue with your opening.
Can we motion to have the middle ground, maybe a 5'8", just average it out?
You can have 5'4" and a quarter.
5'4" and a half.
Doesn't matter if I'm
Continue.
5'4". No one's gonna want to fuck me anyway.
Well, I'm 5'4".
That given a man of his stature at 5'4" and a half, there are some extenuation circumstances that a man like Kyle Pred cannot overlook, and did it in necessity of in the interest of the people of the North. Once we are able to make our arguments for that, we can we'll bring to light that these charges are.
I don't think you're the deciding factor.
Not necessary. And he's innocent. And he's the mayor. That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Not gonna lie, pretty sure I was a little more impressive than that. Okay. Prosecution, who's your first witness?
We will not be calling any witnesses. We're going to rest at this time and cover evidence in closing.
You don't want to go over anything?
Well, our only witness is Charlotte Spade, and we're not going to be covering any specific questions. I think it'd be kind of useless. And then we'd like to just cover all the evidence in closing.
Okay. Prosecution rest, defense.
Huh. That's we confer for a bit.
And that's exactly why I wanted to cover it in closing, because it's the same shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I think
literally
they
just went through it all in the fucking pre-trial shit.
They're probably worried. They're like, okay, do they have some sort of like hidden gun that they're not aware of? Because they're thinking that you have everything out.
I do have everything out. It's clear.
No, I mean like they're probably thinking like, oh, because everything was removed from the docket.
Your Honor, I think with and I believe my co-counsel could sort of say this a little more eloquent than me, but we
All right, fine. I'll just say it. Your Honor, we object to the examination of evidence in closing. Generally,
what?
That's through examination of witnesses. If they're not calling any witnesses, we have no foundation from the prosecution to defend.
That's not our fault.
Over to us. So we would insist that they examine evidence now.
No.
Okay. Prosecution, what's your rebuttal?
It's not a real motion, and we don't have to. If there's nothing outlined specifically with common jurisprudence within the state of San Andreas, there's nothing in legislation or anything concerning any members of bar, any pamphlets, or any specific writing that says I have to cover evidence prior to the resting of the state or the people, and we should be allowed to cover evidence in closing. That's what a closing is.
Your Honor, covering evidence in closing is an expeditious practice that is done in order to keep things moving along. In this case, they have not presented a case. They made an opening statement, and now we have to defend against a 25-second opening statement. You see the issue with that?
Criminal negligence. What are you supposed to fucking have a witness for?
Correct.
I didn't respond to
The
that.
state has a
Who's
rebuttal
done
if
that, yeah?
necessary, Your Honor.
Wait, isn't it the prosecution's job to prosecute a case?
Unless you just want to roast Pred for an hour.
Well, we can't call him.
Is there a reason that you can't go over evidence now and it has to wait until closing?
No, we can go over evidence now if you'd really like to, Your Honor. But the evidence has been
Go ahead. I'm listening.
the evidence has been the criminal negligent ownership of a firearm evidence has been on the docket for over 30 days, and there's only there's only a couple of lines in the evidence I posted a few days ago concerning the violation of a court order. So we can go over it if you would like, but there's
I would honestly, I don't mean to cut you off, but I would honestly prefer if you did, because
Yeah, of course.
the court order one has no argument, so I need to hear something.
Yeah, of course, that's not a problem. We can do that. You want to go over the reports for the criminal negligent ownership, the discussions that you were
I'll
having?
be honest. I'll be honest. I wasn't prepared to be here today. Like I kind of rushed to be here today.
Well, you just mentioned the report numbers.
Give me a second.
Voice carries.
To...
Yeah, you're Honor, give me just 1 second.
Command whisperly.
So you said there was the two reports as the People's A and B for the criminal negligent ownership.
Yeah, criminals A and B, and then there's referencing the reports inside of those. I'm sorry.
I'm so fucking tired.
So yeah, they're trying to make it that report 6655 obviously ties into one of the firearms that we recovered most recently. However, in terms of that, it would tie into most likely incident 8753.
Can you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honor, in terms of the evidence, I'd like to point to report number 14326. I believe that is the People's. Give me a moment to get that for you.
Wait, I'm sorry.
PPC.
Are you going through evidence?
He's gonna.
Okay. So I wasn't prepared to be here today, so.
And I've had a fever for the last week, so I'm doing my best, Your Honor.
I'm tired.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Martin.
Yes, Your Honor. So the People C report number 14326. That was the negligent ownership investigation. In relation to this, I believe the defense argued report 6655, in which they intend to pertain one of the most recent firearms under that weapon. Would like to reference the report that's listed within this investigative report, which was incident 8753, which is the most recent firearm that was found after the weapon was reported stolen, which was recovered and then used in terms of like a listing of weapons that had not been recovered but not reported stolen.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch up with you. Okay,
No, you're
so
good.
the People's 14326, that's the actual investigation for negligent ownership. Report
Correct.
6655 was argued, but that isn't to be included because that's just a report of a stolen firearm, not that the wrench was found.
Correct. Yeah. And then it's just the fact that the I believe the defense then obviously motioned to strike a number of reports.
Okay.
And
then
incidents.
Incident 8537. Which one is that one?
Yeah, incident 8537. So that was initially, let me do the number for you. It was initially the People's P. I believe that was strike from the docket, but it was still referenced within this investigative report, which is when a firearm was found in possession of a Mr. Renato Ortiz, a member of the Cypress Gang, which had not been reported stolen, which would be the reference in terms of that. So that would be the most recent firearm that would fall under report 6655. Which would still ascertain that incident 10040 and 10297, those two firearms will still fall under the criminal negligent ownership, as neither of them were reported stolen.
What was the first one? I'm sorry, you said 10297. What was the other one?
10040. So those are the two most recent firearms that we recovered in the 10-day span. And neither were reported stolen, sir.
Okay, and you're saying that incident A537 was stricken, but that was referenced in your investigation of
Yes.
14326, and that one contains the firearm that would make the most sense to fall under 6655 report?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that it for the
For myself.
negligent ownership?
Yeah, for myself, sir.
Okay. And then what about the violation record order?
That would be mine, Your Honor. All right. So specifically, I'm sure you're well aware, very early in the case, which at the initial set of the case, there was plenty of PC to press the charges on the docket, and there was a request to suspend the mayoral powers of Mayor Pred. That was mostly removed, and the only restriction to his powers was that he was not to touch the finances. If you look at the People's the People's AB, which is specifically a FOIA of the Blaine County Mayor's Office Excel sheet for the records pulled. Let me pull up the exact quote that he wrote.
When you say when you say the quote he wrote, are you talking about like the comment he put?
Yep. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I've had a 101-degree fever for a week. This is like
You're fine.
It's
You're good.
yeah.
Take your time.
Hey, it's Libby. How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Just being a judge.
You still a cop? Oh, wait, you're a judge now? What the fuck? Oxlong?
Somebody fucked up and made me a judge.
That's crazy.
And Your Honor, it says payment to Kyle Pred for paying for the decoration of his grow house up in Polito, aka the community center. If justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people, then fuck you. I do what I want anyway.
Fred!
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I just hope he says, yeah, I did that. I can't just want him to.
I mean,
that just makes that would make that so good.
Don't say anything. Just don't say anything. Just don't say anything.
Your Honor, that was on November 21st at 16:45 GMT. Based on this language, it being in all caps, and the money from Kyle Pred to Kyle Pred is very clear that this was Kyle Pred that transferred the funds, despite the court order that was directed to him that he acknowledged on the docket.
Second.
I can give you the line item if you'd like for the specific budget number if you want, Your Honor.
I can literally just explain this entire situation super
Excuse me?
easy.
Oh my god.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, but I
I'm
can literally
awake, I'm
end it in
awake.
one. I mean, if Your Honor, if they have the ability to literally put forth no credible witnesses to build their case and they're able to work off of evidence,
Fred,
can't
it is not your
work-
side's turn yet.
Your Honor, please, could you give the blonde lady contempt, please? I can't fucking hear a thing that's going on.
Who's the blonde lady?
The one that the cops
The one
are
Ford is
about.
talking to.
What's happening? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I can't actually hear anything either. What's the conversation in relation to?
Okay, hang on. Say it's just Ember Quinn.
Again?
This is what he wrote, and it's so good.
God. Okay. Well, it sounds like that's being handled. Pred, wait your turn before you get yourself in trouble. Prosecution, is that everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now they've rested. Defense, who's your first witness? Yeah, actually, what's the exact line real quick while they're doing that?
Yeah. That is line 1209 in the link from the docket. If you control F Pred, it's like the second one that shows up.
Okay. Defense, who's your first witness? Hello.
We're weighing our options real quick.
If they put Pred on the stand, we can lay one into him, right? With the whole with everything basically.
Yeah. I'm just literally gonna ask him, were you aware of this specific post? Did
Yeah.
you do this thing? Is there any evidence that you have permission from someone else? Nope.
Did you do any effort in trying to assign someone else if Leah couldn't get keys? For example?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
I am sorry about the stumbling today, guys.
You're all good.
Take her out of this courtroom, put her in cuffs and we'll She's been doing this kind of crap for the past 2.5 hours. No, we're not shooting in the courtroom unless we have to, Jack.
Tony, what's happening? What are we doing?
We're weighing.
I know you're weighing your options, but can you like?
We're weighing our somebody's Fifth Amendment rights. That's what we're trying to do right
It's been
Jesus,
3 hours, Your Honor.
is he
Please.
gonna testify or not?
Well, we're gonna make sure he's gonna do it in a quiet and orderly fashion, sir.
That's not gonna happen.
I don't need you. Okay.
Are they
You should have prepared him
coded
before
yet?
this.
Well,
I'm always prepped.
Jesus. Okay.
I believe Officer Frodo had a head pop, so wherever he was.
What about the accessory charges? They're attached. The accessory charges are attached to the guns. How the guns were used.
What do you think about this as a tweet, listeners? I took a year off and cut you bitches some slack. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hot she's back. What do you think?
Fuck.
I'm posting it.
Yeah. When he wasn't gonna give these guys time to let Martin
Yeah,
show
you're
up,
back.
but he's given them time to let.
No, Your Honor.
I got 10,000 on that. He does.
He's gonna learn how to drive.
No, what?
We won't be having witnesses come up.
They're not even bringing Pred. They're worried he's gonna say something dumb.
Yep.
Did something just hit the table? Did somebody
Yeah, me, man.
Oh.
Didn't you? Were you guys
It
just
would be-
complaining
it
about
would
them
be-
not calling
It would be
any?
real bad for them to put Pred on the
It would be very
Well,
bad.
well,
Yeah,
well,
and
yeah.
One of theirs was the defender.
and also
Like,
and
on everything.
well, that I can open scope really well.
Everything that's been said and
Yeah,
make a
like the
final
whole
decision.
criminal negligence, like
and
you
he
could
will not be
open the hell out of that scope. So
Yeah,
Yep.
these are not like discussions, you know.
Not like a break or anything like that.
So they're basically pleading the
Jesus.
fifth with
Okay.
Are
Are you
you
gonna
saying
go?
I won't do it, Your Honor?
Please don't. Come on.
As an unbiased party,
Are you
As an
trying to
unbiased
say
side,
that
I
I
will
don't
not.
got what it takes, Your Honor?
listen. You can do whatever you feel is necessary for your side.
Sounds like you're taunting me.
I'm giving you the freedom of choice.
I can hear it. I can hear it. I see it in your eyes.
What does that
You
mean?
think I'm a fucking pussy?
That's not the
isn't?
point.
What?
He's not denying it. He didn't deny it.
That's the
I
best
think we
part.
want
That's
it
the
on
best part of
I
today.
want him to say it on the record. Is that on the record, sir?
Are you putting a witness or not?
Oh, he said no.
Okay. So he is a pussy.
Is that on the record?
Hey,
Yep.
hey,
On the
Pwed,
record.
Pwed, go sit down.
Should we update his MDT profile?
Yep. It's on the
Alright.
record that Pred is a pussy.
I'll
Hang on,
gladly
hold on.
fight anybody in this room to the fucking death to beat these charges if you want to grant it, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state
Anybody
accept
at all, I
the
will fight
people
them to
accept
the
that.
death.
Wait, what?
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Did you
It's just a J, Your Honor. It's just a J.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
will kill
Nino,
her in this
please.
courtroom if you deem it
Makora.
okay.
Makora.
Makora.
Your Honor, actually, just real quick, can we make Nino and Pred fight? I mean, it's LSPD versus, like, you know,
Oh, shut
Los
the
Angeles
fuck
versus
up.
the Blank County.
That is tempting.
Nino's my boy.
Don't
I
don't
even
bring
know this guy.
LSPD
I'm
into
pretty
this.
Sure he's not in my department.
LSPD is the reason we're here.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know whose reason it is.
All right.
It's
With
LS
that being said,
it's
is there any
LSPD.
It's
evidence you're going over
literally
before you rest?
LSPD, but
Yeah, so I'd like to go over one of the charges, the criminal negligence.
That's arguments, not evidence
specifically the one
highlight.
that I think Mr. Martin brought up with the whole like, oh well, the other stuff that's out of statute and out of our evidence stuff like that is going to cover that report. It does not.
does.
For two reasons. One, we have documented in that investigative report, you guys documented when he had possession of that gun, SKB gun, which was on April 29th. And then the missing found weapons report was found on May 17th. It's within 2 weeks of possessing the gun, then filing the missing report. That gun is more than likely than any of the reports, any of the other guns they would suggest to do it conveniently to get the second charge on there does not hold because there's no evidence of when
Oh, I got a
Pred
package.
might have had that gun. They do have evidence of when the SKB gun was held, which was on April 29th. And based on when it was reported, it's more than likely than any of the other guns that they listed to be the gun that was reported stolen. So that one criminal negligence plus the accessory charge, I think for the SKB is the robbery, does not hold. Do you need me? Do you need time? Before
Unfortunately, I
move on to the
don't
next
think
point?
him, not providing a serial number doesn't give him a get out of jail free pass.
No, they're saying because of the letter of the law, they're not required to give a serial
So
number.
you're saying that they have proof the SKB gun was possessed on the 29th and there was missing weapons report on May 17th?
Yes. Given the timeline of when
The argument is
lost
a
it,
responsible gun owner
this
would
gun,
record their serial number,
is most
especially
likely
with
gonna
how
be
stringent
reported on
the
17th
the
compared to
laws
the
are.
weapons that were used.
It's an
The
easy.
issue is that it's
Given how
it's
this is the
not
only gun we can prove the timeline of
outlined in the
possession,
legislation. You know?
Correct. It's not outlined in
It needs to be
legislation.
it needs to be outlined in
Sure.
legislation, though.
It should. Yeah, I think they
I
should record the
believe
serial number.
The prosecution mentioned a line that was written in there. Let me pull up the exact wording.
What
Talking
line?
about the subpoena that he put in the bank record?
Bank record, and I guess the line that was used in there with the whole like
Wasn't a subpoena.
Rebel, I'm Kyle Pratt. You know that one?
It was a FOIA.
Okay. You said do.
Hold on. Oh god.
Are you realizing that he actually said that and you're screwing yourself?
No, it's just
Okay.
funny when I read it in my head.
You're imagining him actually saying it out loud.
Yeah.
There is a part I'd like to point out. Of course, the whole payment to the Kyle Pred for paying for the decoration of his quote unquote grow house up in Pluto, aka the community.
So there you go. If he's
community
trying to
center.
say that he referenced the grow
It's
house
basically
to
also
throw it
notice
out.
that if you justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people on, then fuck you. I do what I want.
But Hallow's been around.
You can't do what you want.
believe the fact that
Also, Hallow has been around.
given access to the bank accounts and only leaving Kyle Pred to do the pertinent
I would rebut this and say
duties as far as being
what's
the mayor
called,
and giving the people
that the
pay.
justice could have
there
been
are extenuating
put in
circumstances
place
around that,
to approve
and
the
I
funds and
think
move
the one pointed
transactions.
out in the comment is
If
the fact that
Leah wasn't able
nobody
to be
but
around
Mr.
when
Pred has been
justices
given
are.
access to the
It's not like the
Well,
money had
also,
to be
why
transferred
didn't
then
they-
and there either.
Why
with
didn't they
that in
put the
mind and
money
considering how he's
this on the
there's an
docket? Like,
injunction on him for the past month.
if they're telling them
lot
that
of
Leah's
people
in
within
charge, why
Blaine
did he
County
not like
have been
counter
gone
that and say she
unpaid
doesn't have
and have been
access?
suffering because of it.
He's also been
the
fucking with
extenuating
PewDiePie as well,
extenuating
hasn't he?
circumstances around
Doesn't
that
that
because of the
count?
fact that Pred did this not out of necessity, not for any sort of frivolous claims that the prosecution wants to make it out to be. Pred is about protecting his people, and he's going to take care of them
Still a violation of
regardless
court
any
order.
sort
Doesn't
of,
matter. Doesn't matter the intention.
injunctions that prevent him from taking care of
Manslaughter
the
is still
people in Blaine
manslaughter.
County.
Theft is still theft. Burglary is still burglary. He should have gotten approval first. That's literally in the law. It sucks. It really does because I get the idea for good intentions, but he should have
I
followed the
already
law.
mentioned the weapons thing, right, with the report. So let me confirm with my counsel if they have anything else.
Is this Elena?
Your Honor, the people moved to have a Mayor Pred read that line because I want to hear it.
Hey, you know what? I agree with that. Pred, while we're waiting for them, why don't you go ahead and read that line from the subpoena?
Bucket, send me the script, Your Honor.
I got it. I'll send it to you, Kyle.
Yeah,
Send it to me. Get that shit over to me.
I want him to yell it.
Witness to a fucking... You're all about to witness a fucking star. A shining star. A shining star that'll never go out for billions of years. Because that's how long stars last, they think.
I sent Mayor Pred sent it to you.
Perfect. Let me pull up the
Oh, I
script.
thought that was the
Hope he yells it.
Payment to Kyle Pred for paying for the decoration of his grow house up in Polito, aka the community center. If you justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people, on then fuck you. I do what I want anyway. Clap, clap, you fucking Neanderthals. Clap and cheer. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's my
Now
5-4
I'm
mayor.
gonna start reading
That's
Hamlet.
my 5-4 mayor.
That actually kind of sounded better than I anticipated.
Yeah,
Hamlet. Fuck yeah, Hamlet.
Ow! What the hell, Martin? What the hell?
Just show up here and do
You know what?
that.
It just made me feel aggressive hearing him say that.
I will get rid of one of your contempts if you read an entire back and forth between Romeo and Juliet.
We do Macbeth instead.
Do you need a co-actor? You got it, Kyle.
That is a pretty.
So he has to do Romeo and Juliet. He has to do both.
I don't know. I think Espinosa could be his Juliet.
You know what? You have to do the Penguin speech from Batman and Robin from like 1973.
Hell yeah.
That is so.
Danny DeVito?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I really appreciate that.
Honor,
Yeah, actually.
that was 80. That was 89.
Yeah, it was the 80s.
I believe.
Yeah, he is correct.
That was 90 something. 89 was
Batman.
No, I thought
speech. Batman.
Are you
was-
referencing
yeah,
the
that
end
was,
one?
Oh, yeah,
Batman was
89.
89.
Yeah, Batman. That was Batman Returns. Was the okay? Was yeah.
Yeah. I got the VHS.
Yeah, it was like
Are we
91 or
sure?
90.
Oh yeah, 92.
I don't think we can do that.
If you send me it, I will read it.
Hold on, Your Honor.
And
I feel like that's a problem to read
than
that.
Colin Farrell. I'm gonna be walking out of here with a fucking movie deal and a free man. Wild.
He'll be the first man to ever win an Oscar before being in the movie.
All right, there you go, Pred. I just sent it to you.
All right, let me just watch one clip of the Penguin just to see how he does. I can't remember.
All right, Court was worth it, guys. Court was worth it. 100 and I just took my temperature like 10 minutes ago.
He lived in, like,
A 99.8 degree fever, multiple medications,
Your Honor, that is a good movie.
a ridiculous headache. This is worth it. I just want to hear this.
My babies, did you miss me?
Oh my god.
Oh no. Okay, go ahead.
That's pretty good.
Wait, is he reading it?
My dear penguins. we
There it
stand
is.
On a great threshold. It's okay to be scared. Many of you won't be coming back. Thanks to Batman. The time has come to punish all God's children.
This is too good.
First, second, third, and fourth. Born. Why be biased? Male and female. Hell, the sexes are equal with their androgynous zones below the sky high. Forward march. The liberation of Gotham has begun.
Fucking amazing. Now tell us
Honestly,
to eat
man,
a
you just
Jersey.
dropped the charges. I feel like I fucking killed them.
Yep,
No, you
that's
gotta
one
tell us to
contempt
eat a
charge.
Jersey
Drop it.
Mike's. You gotta tell us to eat a Jersey Mike's.
Yep.
Eat it, Jersey Mike's. I'm Danny DeVito. Look at me, I'm a Viking. Now I'm a robot.
Now I'm jacked.
Now I'm jacked.
Now I'm in a.
All right.
Now I'm
Yep, I'll remove it. Yep, that's you're only down to one contempt charge now, Pred. Congrats.
Oh, Your Honor, one more thing I'd like you to consider as well.
Okay.
With the filing,
Brief, Tony.
violating the court
Brief
case,
first.
I can. Okay, it's amazing performance. Okay, so given that with the context of the violation of the court orders and stuff like that, I want to also bring the light to that the court orders stem from the the embezzlement charges that were dropped ultimately.
Still a court
So we just want you to kind of weigh that as well, given how faulty it was. Given the
It
circumstances.
doesn't
around
matter.
it.
He was it was only well
again,
aware.
reminding
We
that,
were only.
given how
It was only
Lane
today.
County was given how the
He had an
statement
entire
itself,
month to contact
also,
justices. He
enlightens
had an
that,
entire month to get a treasurer
the justices
appointed and
weren't
filed.
around to give Leah the keys, and of course one of them even were made aware of it, then kind of just flew out. Well,
Nope. That's not. That's
We just want you to make that aware and understand the insinuation circumstances around that. That'll be all.
Your Honor, we have a partial motion to strike that there's no evidence presented about any discussions concerning any justices or any discussions on those lines. So we don't believe that portion of the evidence highlight should be not included because there's no evidence to highlight.
Okay. Taking it all into note. Do you guys have Tony, is there anything else?
Who's that with a news camera, by the way?
I don't know.
Hey, let's call Nino up.
What?
I was present.
No.
Unless one of my co-counsel has something funny or something pertinent to bring up, I believe that'd be it. Going once, Abby.
So Pred is a 5'4" and
Going
a
twice,
quarter
Murphy?
pussy, right? That's going to
That's yeah. That went on record. This is how the case should have been the whole time.
Anything?
And sold. That's it.
Okay, cool. Do you guys have your clothings ready?
Fuck, I mean, we don't now because we just fucking said it.
Yeah, we don't have it ready, Your Honor, but I can cuff it off the cuff it. It's fine.
Okay, Tony.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm not a
All right.
freestyler.
5 minutes. 5-minute recess.
Are you comfortable touching on the criminal negligent ownership of the firearm portion?
I
and then I can wrap it
yeah.
up.
I'll be honest, if we could move guns around in this, it would be great, but we can't because we already put in evidence. Else we put one of the other guns there.
No, it's okay.
Listed as that report.
Yeah, it's okay. It's been over a month since everything happened. There's been so much that's happened between then. It's a trial that happened at the end of a major American holiday with huge motions. I wasn't available, for a day and a half after that motion was filed. There's probably about 5 hours or less of court prep that actually went into this. Actually, that's not true. We discussed it a few times because we had all the pretrial stuff. So there's probably less than 10 hours. More realistically, probably like 8 hours of court prep that went into this.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of extenuating factors that really kind of just drives down the case for numerous reasons. So I'm not too worried about it. The important thing is we come in with the best chance we have, or come in with the best we have, and we move on from there. So.
Yes. Not too bad. It was
I'm just glad it's over.
It is.
Oh yeah, it's basically over. Yeah.
with the rain.
Well, I mean, after today,
There's an entire court docket with all the evidence as well. Here's your homework, Frodo. Read about it. Read the docket.
The question is, I wonder how long deliberation's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was Ajax.
I actually have all the information that was supposed to.
Genuinely feel bad for them because I believe that they were.
Did I hear culture back here? StarCraft?
Why is he talking so much shit about the marshals so loud?
But there's a worse. There's a worse like.
Who are you talking about, Nino?
Yeah.
A game's good. A game's good.
I don't hear what he said. What is he saying?
He's pretty much saying you guys made us puppets. He's saying that we were pushed to do this.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I feel like
Yeah.
twatting
No?
out after it wasn't even the marshals. I'm not gonna do that part.
No, be professional.
don't worry about it.
I don't want to get fired yet, guys.
Why do you think you're gonna get fired over this?
I mean, Nino says his PD.
Listen,
I
Charlie,
go-
let them think whatever they want. Like I don't give a fuck. Like they can be, we're gonna be living rent free in Nino and Pred's heads, and then say that they were controlling shit when we actually weren't. It's okay.
At the end of the day, we know the truth, and they can spread whatever they want. The unfortunate thing is the court of public opinion is never going to get better for us because of the position that we're in, so it doesn't matter how hard we try. The important thing is...
Playing that WoW stuff at your apartment?
Yeah.
Wait, are you?
Oh, I love Libby. I'm so happy to see her.
No, it's okay.
She's one, an excellent role player, two, a really just sweetheart person.
Yeah. Basically. Well, you could always try it.
Yeah, I have tried it. I got to level 10, so fuck this. I had early. I've been playing that Overwatch, man. I've been sweating.
Well, if you want to play Overwatch sometime.
Yeah, only character I know about Libby because my cop in 3.0 interacted with her. I need to pick up my paycheck.
I don't know. I know that in WoW you can. 1 second. Sparks. Can we say the whole he only reported 4 guns stolen and 11 were discovered, and that inherently also adds to being criminally negligent?
Yeah,
or are they gonna...
absolutely. No, we can bring that up.
I'm gonna let you guys do this. This is actually stressing me the fuck out.
What? Oh, no, you're fine.
I feel myself going grey.
No. Say exactly what. Say, you got this.
Okay.
You got this.
Actually, your profile should say.
I think it does. I googled it, but just give me a second.
Say exactly what you said.
All right, I'm just gonna run on my phone.
Yep, that's a good idea. Do that. I'm trying to. I prefer to like teach people court, and I'm trying to not do all of the work. So I'm gonna miss you guys when I'm gone in December.
Hey, it's not too bad. 124 hours.
The bar for the court case is way too high for the average person right now. It is really high.
Okay.
It is really, really high.
Oh no, that's 124. That's not bad at all, actually. That's a lot less than I thought.
Yeah, it could be worse, honestly.
I spend more time awake here.
Just
Hello?
this
Can you guys
weekend.
hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
All right, cool. Are we ready?
Yes.
Hello.
Do you want to cook while I go over the failure to?
All right,
Sorry,
let's get this started.
I'll
Are
let
we
you
good
go,
prosecution?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna try.
Yeah, Your Honor. I'm
I'll
gonna
let you know.
touch on the violation of court order, and then Officer Martin is going to finish it up and wrap it up with the closing of the criminal negligent ownership part.
Okay. Tony, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, Sparks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, and people, well-esteemed members of the court. Kyle Pred knows what he does. Whether he's found guilty or innocent or things are removed or not, it doesn't matter. He was told very early, at the very end of October, early November, to not do X. He did X. Whether the intentions he claims were good, whether he got permission, whether he tried to talk to people or not, none of that was provided in evidence. The only thing that was provided to us concerning that specific transaction to even refute anything in any sort of substantial manner was in some just trust me bro statement coming from counsel on the defense side. Nothing is substantiated on that.
What, like her investigation?
Tony, that's contempt.
Sorry, Your Honor, I meant to whisper that.
Yep. Well, I heard it, so.
Okay.
Sure. Your Honor, unfortunately, the law is very clear, and obviously this is up to your discretion whether you believe he violated the court order or not, but we urge the court to consider any past actions that he's committed, any of the current actions he's committed here today, and the exact language used in the comment for him going through those manner is a violation. He didn't talk to anybody. He didn't specifically get permission. He didn't have a treasurer. He didn't purposefully tell a judge. He didn't. There's no communication nowhere that shows that he made any good faith effort to follow legislation. He just did it because, and I quote, "fuck you." Okay, tag.
Hold on.
All right, let's see how I can go. Unless you
You
want
got this. No,
Yeah,
no,
go
no,
for
you got it.
Go for it.
Right, forgive me if I'm a little slow. This is, like I said, kind of here on a shock notice sort of thing. In terms of the criminal negligent ownership of the firearm, the state would like to point out that the firearm that Kyle Pred didn't report stolen, as he's only reported 4 firearms stolen. A total of 11 firearms have been recovered by the state, with 6 having not been reported stolen. The 7th that was recovered and not reported stolen was within his possession during a shootout with members of the Besties. This happened at the Marshal's office previously. It was noted in Incident 8753 that firearms that were recovered in the possession of Renato Ortiz, which would be the missing firearm, which could come back to report 6655. The firearms that were found in incidents 10040 and incidents 10297 were not reported stolen, and therefore Kyle Pratt should be found criminally negligent of these 2 firearms, as well as any accompanying charges related to these firearms. Thanks. Sorry.
Don't say sorry. You did great.
Yeah, it's still stressful.
Yeah, but you did great. That's why I wanted you to do it. Is you need the practice to get up there. You
don't want to do court.
Well, you did
That's
it.
fair.
You did great. Was that your first closing?
I think that's it.
All right, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, you did great.
Your Honor, people of the court, we heard a lot of arguments today. A ton.
Have we really?
But let's go.
Do you have any
over the weapons
snackies?
charges. The
Can I have snackies?
prosecution is going to assert that the weapons report was already taken and already, already being used up by one of the weapons. But the thing is, there's 2 issues with that.
Sparks
Number one,
and
how we got here
Charlotte,
today was
I want to talk to the judges
these weapons report was one
after the
recognized
court
as a
case,
false
regardless
report
of
and
the
was never
verdict,
used.
because
Now
I
they're
want
choosing
to
which
point
report
out
gets to
how
be shoehorned
problematic
into it.
and
That's not how
how
this
virtually
works.
impossible it
And
is.
based on their own
if
investigation, they cannot prove that the Bernardo Ortiz weapon was the
what's
one
called
that
like
was
it's virtually impossible is to get a
recovered,
counsel for
in the
anything
incident
if
report.
95% of the
They provided no
attorneys get
timeline,
immediately
nothing to that.
conflicted
However,
or
they provided a timeline
employed
for
by one
weapon
side or the other.
SKB,
That's fair.
showing that
I think
one,
that- I
it
think that
was
should
in
be
Pred's
pointed out
possession on
and
April
something should happen
29th.
out of that.
This was their smoking gun for the ex post facto application of their, whatever, right? And of course,
Yeah,
the
I'm,
weapons report shortly followed that.
Sorry, I
weeks
haven't
later.
been on my game.
You're fine.
We see that SKB was stolen off of Mr. Pred, and within that 2-week span, that is when it was stolen. We have more proof and more than likelihood that that specific weapon the SKB weapon comes back to the weapons report. Just be.
I don't think any amount of litigating would have
timeline
fixed
of
any
the
of that
possession
since
and when it was
all
reported
everything
stolen.
got thrown out anyway.
They have
so.
none of that for any of the reports, which is why they never used it for any of those other reports. This is why this reports remain open. And now that we have a timeline that they found themselves, they can't just pick and choose what other weapon can fill it in so they can give Mr. Pred whatever charge. That's not how investigation works.
Legislation stating that you need to give your
And then number
firearm
2,
serial
violating a
to
court order. Let's go in and
officers.
look at what's been on here, right? The trust me bro argument that they brought up. It wasn't a trust me bro. It's basically it's within the statement itself. On the bank statement, and I quote, "If you justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people on, then fuck you. I do what I want anyway." Mr.
How he
Pred
was
wants to
around.
help
We
the
know he was
people
around.
of his county.
Yeah, but that's the judge, so I'm not too worried about it.
Let this be known. The fact that he has to say that if you just ain't gonna be able to hire my people, the treasurers do not have keys to help the people of the county. Blaine County has been stagnant for a month.
Has it though?
People who are owed money, who are depending on this money for the livelihood, has not been paid because the people have been have been neglected via the fact that the justices have not given keys to Leah. Number 2, the fact that Mr. Pred had to go through with this shows that
In
given
the
the
document it
extenuous
says paycheck,
circumstances, of the
which I assume is
situation,
just
again, Blaine
county
County
companies,
stagnant
but
for a month. People need to eat. Mr. Pred did not make light of this, despite his theatrics. Let's look at the violating court order charge specifically. If they want to use the letter of law, let's go and read what it says. Willful disobedience of the terms written in a court order. Willful disobedience. Mr. Pred had no choice but to make this specific transaction. This wasn't willful disobedience. This was
that
a
is
more
willful.
important cause of helping the
Oh,
people.
little poor puppy Fred.
We have proof right here. We see right here that he needs to pay somebody who has been absent of payment for the past month. People need to eat, Your Honor.
It doesn't.
And if
It
we're
doesn't
gonna
say
ignore
that though.
I really don't know what we're about then when it comes to the court of law. So
The
I leave you with that.
welfare checks. Can
Again, just to clear up the 2 points. Again, PD can't pick and choose what weapons return to what reports, especially given the fact that we have a timeline of the possession to the missing weapons report. And of course, again, violating the court orders is not a will in this situation is not a willful disobedience and should be Mr. President should be excused given the extenuation circumstances because of the situation with no treasury being given keys. So that's it from me.
Do I have to beat him up?
No, not in uniform.
He's pretty cool.
Idiot.
Oh.
Not in uniform.
Can we switch clothes real quick?
All right. Gonna go deliberate. I'll have an answer tonight. I'm not gonna do a 24-hour bullshit. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Anybody over here got food? I'm dying.
Yeah. You got some already? Or you Gucci? Yeah.
Esmenes, did you want to talk?
We'll do it after once the case is done because I want Hollow part of it too. So
Okay. Well, I just meant about like my performance and everything here today.
I mean, you did fine. The thing is
Okay.
like,
I'm back.
oh, okay.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you guys. I'm just
What the
kidding.
fuck's your problem?
I know you were really looking for like a super slam dunk prosecutor, and I just feel like I may have disappointed and embarrassed people. So
Hey,
You didn't. Like the thing
Okay.
is like
like that.
no. I just want to make sure.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Like, they conflicted 95% of the attorneys in the city.
Mm-hmm.
They hired they had 6 attorneys basically hired for them.
Sure.
You were literally the last saving grace, and I didn't want to involve you because I know it was going to be a case that was not going to be pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
But you still chose to help us out, so I really do appreciate that.
Okay. I just.
I agree.
Why is he yelling? Anyway, I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Thank you. You've made this experience.
Yeah, you're fine. Like,
Okay.
I'm sorry we couldn't help more, Charlotte. I guess that's basically it.
So you're outlawing Australia.
Nah, this, I don't know. It was gonna go one way or the other, and you know, it is what it is. At least it's over. You know, so he can commit more crime and get away with it.
Well, violating court orders is a felony, so
They'll find a way to keep him mayor.
probably, to be honest.
You don't fight
I
someone
don't.
like
I don't
Fred.
want to. I don't want to purposefully pull him from the mayor's seat. Like it's just if he does a crime, he does a crime. And I think it was.
Yeah, but
I think it was
dropping
willful.
Dropping BCSO pay to $400, and they're saying people need to eat when they're making it basically impossible for BCSO to do work. They're literally volunteering at that point.
Yeah.
Like he's not a good guy. He's not a good mayor, and he's not there for the people. He's there for himself, and it's just.
And the
not fair.
people and the people closest to him that benefit him. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, it was good.
It's 250, not 450.
What is?
BCSO pay.
250. That's even worse.
Counselor Long.
I then gave it to the justice, and this dumb fuck.
That was an excellent defense. You guys did so great. I don't know how many hours you must have poured over to get the nitpicky portions of that, but I love that. You are an excellent attorney. I hope you know that.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, just a little bit of. Just,
You
just a little bit of studying here and there. Yeah, I'm doing great.
I'm just gonna look under your glasses really quick. And...
No, it's fine. Yeah,
No, you
it's
did great. Seriously,
Yeah,
and I think it should be commended. And if your co-counsel doesn't, then obviously I am. So I'm very much
no,
looking
they're-
forward. You caught me when I go to bed so early on 100-degree fever. And I'm like, oh, those are really good arguments. You motherfucker.
I mean,
you did so good.
I went ultra instinct just because when you said the court was going on, I was like, oh god, I gotta run on fumes. So I actually locked in for a little bit.
Nah, you did great. Nah, I'm looking
Thank you,
forward.
thank you.
I'm looking forward to sitting across from council tables from you again, and a little bit more
Appreciate that.
focus, man. Yeah, no. I mean, that's the important thing. I
Just
heard.
please don't raise my blood pressure like you did on this one. Oh god.
What do you mean?
This has been the toughest one that I faced since I got my bar license. This is tougher than going against shit. This is honestly my second hardest one.
Your second hardest one
first
was your first one.
Well, the first one was my first court case because I did that alone with
Mhm.
no training. Where I told you I heard how I learned off the streets.
Oh, you meant like actually off the streets.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
I barely got any shadowing with some of the legal
Mhm.
the lawyers that I worked with, and one day Crane just said, "You know what? They said you're cool enough. Here you go." And I was like, "Okay, I
love
haven't
that,
done a
though.
law school. I think the first law school I did was
Mhm.
after I got my bar license, and then I still didn't learn how to object on that because they didn't go over objections. They only went over critical thinking, like ad hominems and stuff like that.
Sure, right.
So I just sat there. I was like, "Huh, okay, well I'll wing it." I winged my first one. Somehow still got a payout for my client, but it was like I had to go against Oliver Hall, and
Mhm, mhm.
I'm not a good active listener. And then the
Mhm.
amount of scope he opened up on Cross that I allowed, oh my god!
That
If you ever asked Angel about that, because she had to preside over that,
Yep.
she would be like, "Yeah, he got like, I was a can, he was a can opener. That's the best way I could put it."
That is the cross examination is my. I'm very good at objections, but cross examination is my bread and butter, my expertise. So not putting your client on the stand. I was drooling at putting him on the stand. I would have opened that like it was a fucking turkey on Thanksgiving. So you made a
I thought
really good
about it.
call. Yeah, no, it would have
Yeah, I
been
thought
good. It
about
would
it
have been
because I was
good.
like, it would have been spicy, but I was
Mhm.
like, shit, he's gonna get like 5 more contempts at this rate. Like, he might not be out till his term's over with anyway. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, we'll roll with what we got.
Yeah, I heard your comment about my investigation. This isn't my investigation. You know that, right?
I know, I know.
Mhm.
I was being tongue in cheek about it.
Uh-huh.
I gotta talk my shit somehow. I gotta keep myself hyped
I
up.
get it. I get it. Regardless, you did great. I don't want to keep you from your basically your victory because realistically you've got the biggest charges off. So just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure you knew that I thought you did a great job. So
Well, at least I'm happy with how it turns out.
I think you should.
So-
No matter what happens here, I think you should take it as a win. So if I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the criminal negligent ownership of a firearm is gonna stick. I'm pretty sure that violation of court order will, as long as he really thinks he's willful. Your client,
Yeah, he's a colorful. His language is colorful. Let's say that.
yeah, we'll see.
He's a lovable, colorful bastard, but he's,
Hey, by the way,
Hello.
Yeah, we'll
he's
see.
he's a type of spice that not all can get acquainted to off the bat.
I'm pretty sure I went to police academy with him. Like I'm like 60% sure I went to police academy with him years ago. I haven't actually talked to him about it though.
Yeah,
don't know.
I think the closest thing law enforcement Predator had was we had this 1-2 week stint as a marshal.
No,
And-
I mean, he's been a cop beforehand.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm talking about just in this, since we moved back,
Oh, yeah.
He's been more of a tow truck driver than anything else, from what I've seen.
I mean, that's a lot of money. That I can tell you right now, I'm a pretty follow the law kind of girl, and I fucking hate tow truck drivers.
Yeah,
They're.
I think I followed him as a paralegal when he did his tow trucking. And I was like, okay, well, for
I
some
mean, it
reason,
worked
I
out.
really I need a really big wrench to follow this guy around because the amount of attention he gets, holy.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I don't ever like, and I hope you see that through the like the more prosecution that you guys see me in after I come back from the UK, but because that was the big thing is my fiance and I are going to go visit her family for the first time since we got engaged. So I'm going to be in the UK for like a month and a half, and so once I get back. I really hope that you guys see that as like I don't push charges I don't necessarily believe in, and so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I despite all the shit talking that we do and everything,
Mhm.
deep down, like we understand that like you hopped in after the fact.
why
and
is
you've
Kyle
done
Frank
everything in your
guilty of these
capacity.
crimes?
Like,
I
yeah,
don't
this is
know.
annoying, that's annoying, yeah, whatever. But at the end of the day, like,
Mm-hmm.
this is your job to do,
Yes.
and we have to recognize that, like, we could be bad about it, but at the end of the
Oh,
day,
yeah.
we all have to pull those stops, or else we're not doing our jobs.
Correct. And that's why I think it's really important that, you know, both sides, when it comes to the attorneys, actually have a conversation and meet and stuff like that. So you understand that,
Yeah.
you know, no matter what I say on the other side and I tear down your defense, it's, you know, I'm still a human being, you're still a human being, and we have a good conversation. So, because at the end of
Yeah.
the day, we might learn from each other. You know, it doesn't matter how much law school I have, it doesn't matter how much prosecution I've done. If you're not learning, then you're failing. So
Yeah. Well, I pushed a lot in this case.
you did
This has
so
been,
good.
This has been beyond any of the capacities. Like, this is beyond what I did for the Riker case, when I did the prosecution for Angel. This
Mhm.
this has gone beyond the level of prep and, like, the
Mhm.
level of, like, I think this is the best session where I had an active as an active listener.
No, you did great.
Yeah.
And run home. But I want to leave you from your little victory circle. So if you need
Okay.
anything, Counselor Long, let me know. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
I think the real story needs to be a police
officer, so I feel like maybe she. Are you starting your lawyer arc? I don't know.
No, I'm still a police officer.
I mean, to be confirmed, she's got a clock on duty, you know?
I clocked in 10 minutes ago.
Oh,
20
is that why
minutes
you're
ago?
still clocked in?
Am I still clocked in?
Yeah.
Why clocked out?
Get that
I
Whoa,
went to the
she's
front and I
farming
clocked out, and I
paychecks.
can't see. I can't see like the people.
You
on
see
duty.
this guy? She's farming paychecks. She's gonna get out of here.
What do you mean? How do you farm a page? She's not clocked
Skylar,
in.
She's on duty, right? No,
I'm not
she's
clocked
Ma'am, what's your
clocked
name?
in.
Clocked in. My name is Well, you tell me who's clocked in, and I'll tell you if any
I
of the names
can't,
are mine.
we can't tell you that. But you said her name is
Yeah.
Libby.
Yeah, she's right below me in dispatch, right?
Queen Libby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Libby.
Is. Oh
Okay.
my
That's not my name,
god.
so that's crazy.
Okay, so your first.
you're not
I'm
Queen
I'm
Libby?
confused.
Now my name's not Queen Libby.
Okay,
Her
Matthew.
name is basically Queen Libby.
Matthew.
Sorry.
Who's Tony's streamer?
That's Elizabeth.
He. I can't remember who the fuck is Tony's
You
streamer.
guys are lying to me. You guys are trying to. You guys are trying to trick me.
She shouted at me
I
once,
didn't
guys.
fall about it.
I know. I say you get that money. You make that money.
Now that'd be wrong. That'd be wrong of me to do.
Then why are you
You're
doing
supporting your
it,
fellow
Libby?
colleagues.
But I'm not doing it.
Is
That's-
it? I'll give him a
I
shout
can
out
see
really
you're
quick,
clocked
guys.
on
Hold
right
on.
now.
I know I'm clocked on. What's my last name? You know my last. Wait, maybe.
Yeah, Charlotte, what's the last name?
No, you would see if you just see below me, it's a
I
read.
can't read.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
pizza.
But you see that?
Yeah.
He knew.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Pretty sure that's him. Yep, that's him. That's Tony's
Do I
streamer.
look like I could be a lawyer? Is that why I'm getting asked if I'm entering my lawyer arc?
Well, you're over here, you know.
came in here. And you
Smart
That's
cat. Yeah, I
good.
just kind of walked behind it. Yeah, because
You had that kind of confidence, like a lawyer, you know.
It's the confidence, for sure.
she's a confident queen. That's what. Yep.
A
I'm
queen.
not. But I'm
I like
furthest
her.
from it. No, I'm Queen Elizabeth. Yeah,
Queen
Libby.
oh,
Pred. Actually,
makes
Pred gave
sense.
me that nickname. It was not long after the Queen of England died. Actually,
Oh no.
Wait, really?
I think it was not long after the
There
Queen.
must
Hang on.
always be
Someone had
a
to do it.
Queen Liz.
Hey, Pride.
Please don't.
I'll go ask.
Yeah, you gotta be loud.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, she can be really scary, even though she doesn't seem it.
She seems really nice.
She's so scary. One time, I'm not. This is a long time ago.
Mhm.
I went to Buchala, and I don't need to say anymore, but I definitely got pulled into the chief's office and screamed at.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You fucked around.
She's-
You found out. That's
And then
crazy.
she had to stop telling me off.
Apparently, it
Okay.
was before the Queen died.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty sure you were Queen Libby before because you know she may have
I just,
died.
I
but we
just wish
still
I was.
had
I
her,
just
you
wish I
know?
wasn't sick.
Yeah. I had a little name tag in the office in MRPD that said Queen Elizabeth. And I miss those days, but I don't miss being chief. I don't.
Tragic but beautiful.
I don't blame you.
It was an awful time in my life.
Honestly, you probably missed a massive bullet. Like you dodged it hard, especially now.
Hey, you want to be chief now?
Marsh asked me the same question, and I laughed in her face.
I get that. I would never take a position of power, like a position of responsibility, anything like that. I'd train people, but God, I wouldn't be over that
There's
many.
no warning about how difficult it is.
It's
No
also
warning.
lonely.
And every single thing you do is judged by every single person.
All the time. You don't throw a wrapper. You throw a wrapper, but it doesn't get into the trash can. It goes off to the side.
Sometimes
People you
some
think
people
will have
do it
your
to
back
themselves.
100%, and then they'll just make it even harder to
Or-
be in the position.
Or
Ugh,
or
it's
they
crazy.
do that because they're expecting something out of you because you're in the position that you're in.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
I was trying to teach my chief how to lockpick a car, and yeah, I wasn't trying to get anything out of her.
Why don't you just like break the window open?
Who?
What? No, I was actually lockpicking.
Lockpicking is both simple and very difficult at the same time.
Oh, trust me, the chief can't do it at all. But I'm trying to make her teach a
As in
class.
this
Yeah, that
chief?
one. Yeah, ask her to lockpick a car.
I made it for the first time today.
Honestly, one time
really?
she struggled so bad at lockpicking a car that we got tear gassed.
What? What?
Yeah,
what?
she couldn't freaking lockpick the car, and somebody tear gassed
Charlie,
us on
what?
the scene.
What? That's a wild sentence.
And we walked away. We walked away unscathed, and then Malcolm Dakota just walked straight into it.
You didn't warn him?
Well, he knew it was there. You could see it.
Oh, maybe he's
Is the
colorblind.
warning not the screaming and running away?
I know, screaming 78 on radio.
They weren't thinking, Dakota, no!
You know, some people, right? They're just like, they don't know where to go.
Dakota
So
went
they just
straight
run-
into it.
run
He saw
towards
the
it.
he saw the smoke and he walked
Running
straight
towards
into
the
that.
sounds of danger. Oh,
That's such an EMS thing to do.
Okay, alright. True, but I'm upset about it.
Just carry a
Is that
rifle, obviously.
Is that gunshots outside of a hospital? Let me go investigate.
Who in
Hey,
EMS
people
would
might
do
be
that?
injured.
And not me, for sure. For sure not me.
I don't know,
Everybody
people-
else, yeah, probably.
I've seen a lot of people do that.
It's ridiculous. I don't know.
I'm
why
just like,
people would do that.
gunshots in this city? I'm not surprised.
I'm unarmed and I'm EMS. I'm wearing bright yellow. Let me run out there. Hello? What's going on out here? There's gunshots.
OG just called.
Where's the common sense?
My OG?
I don't think common sense
You
is covered in
remember?
the SOPs.
You know what? I
It's
should have
not.
put that there.
I'll talk to the chief about it.
Yeah, he's coming here. I told
Yeah,
him Rico and
it's not
Suave
covered
are
in
here.
the
No, I'm
SOPs
pretty
also.
sure in my training I used to say have common sense. I'm pretty sure I used to say
Training,
that.
I cover that. And you know what, Tyler? I didn't take you out, so I'm taking you out
Yeah.
as a solo trainee, and we need to go over that.
Oh, what? Oh.
Yeah.
I'll teach
Actually, you
common
know what?
sense.
No, that is actually true. Because I remember one of the first things you said to me
He
was
said
like,
he
you
might
know,
not be
hey,
gangster
you know, people
anymore,
have to
so
make
he
sure
has
they
to
have
get
common sense
rechecked.
because you'd think they'd have it, but they don't.
A dead medic is gonna help who?
On
No, the
freaking
judge is
God.
deliberating. I had to talk to Frodo.
Speaking of medics, did you see Minerva? I swear to God, that was Minerva.
Was that Minerva?
I don't know.
Because I
don't
was
know
like
if that was
upset.
What?
I was upset for a good
I
few
thought I saw
minutes when I
Minerva
look
mask.
back. I'm
Wait, what?
I'm sure somebody was trolling. I think.
Maybe because I looked over and somebody walked in with Minerva hair, backwards cap,
Okay.
dressed like Minerva.
Wait, was that the blonde
So
woman that walked in?
no, it was red hair. So
No,
I
okay.
think it was Alex because Alex has been cosplaying as people today, right? But
Rude.
how would it be Alex? I don't know who that was, but if that was Minerva, Minerva would have come up here and said something. She would have shouted
CA
over to me. She would have
Cross.
been here.
Yeah, I would have liked to think that she would have seen me over here, but I
Even without Barlison, still more of an intern.
Well, you know Minerva too, and
Ajax
so do
is
you.
full of himself.
You know, I think somebody was lying and pretending to be her.
probably impersonation.
Warren Thomas and Bilsman Thomas, great day for justice. Fuck the marshals on God, they fucked my case up so bad I'm walking out this motherfucker.
Wait, so did the justice say you was coming back?
Yeah, he said
No,
he
he's never coming back, Tyler.
That's why we're all standing here, because he's actually gone on holiday for a week.
That's gonna be her.
He just.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
God.
actually, no. A holiday for like
How long, guys?
60
Do you-
days. Yeah.
He forgot to dismiss the court. That's so embarrassing.
Quick, go bang the gavel.
I'm
No.
good. I'm all right.
Anyone else think that guy looks like the Hamburglar over there? The one that's running around?
Fields, go ahead and show
He
Daddy the
does.
ropes. Take him on a session.
He does. So what you doing after this, Charlotte?
I don't know. Probably going to bed. It's late.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
gonna
too
do.
cold.
It is actually. Holy
Well,
shit.
you know, I saw people were mad at me on Twitter for something completely unrelated, and they know where I am, so I'm gonna sneak out of here. I think.
Did you guys see my tweet?
Changed in here.
I don't think so.
I tweeted out saying,
Someone called the deep state.
hang on, I got to read it word for word.
No, that's good.
It says, I took over a year off and cut you bitches some slack. Tell a friend to tell a friend, huh? She's back.
Hey.
Oh, I got a text message. Who's it from? I don't have his number saved. Welcome back. Bad time to PD. Oh, has someone up? Who is it?
Oh my god!
Whose number this is?
What is this fucking
Can I
picture?
look up numbers in the MDT.
It depends on if
That's
it's
Michael's.
What?
No, that can't be right.
The
Why
prison
people
is
looking
not
for
grade
Josh
0
Graham?
10 will never go back.
It's the Hamburglar. He's asking about me.
Okay, I'm going to just have to say, new phone, who's this?
I can hear him talking.
Sometimes people text me random things, and it looks like it's somebody that knows me really well, so I'm way too embarrassed to just say, "Hey, who's this?" So I just say something along. So I say something along the lines of, "Oh, can you just add your name and your state ID to this so that I can document it?" Or, "Hey, can you just drop this
Someone at
message
the
with your
prison is
name
spawning
on it?"
trains on people's heads. Oh,
And then
is
they
someone
do,
hack
and
in?
I'm like, "Now I know who it is."
I'll keep
Yep.
that in mind if you contact me.
I mean, that's a way to role play around it.
I'm just gonna call him.
And standing.
Is that what you guys mean?
They're not answering. But they just texted.
Why are they still talking about the marshals?
Okay, read out the number. I can probably find it.
Okay, 420. 420 635
How you
8214.
guys doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
All right. All right. Just woke up.
Hey, Keith.
Hello. How guilty is Fred?
Asking you about me.
What was that, Keith?
How guilty is Fred?
Like
Meh.
low, like 3 out of 10.
Very
I mean, he
good
did
in
the.
terms of the court, not very.
Yeah, no, he hella did that shit, but tiny pedantic errors
It's
gotta.
Jordan Walker, by the way.
I paid for it.
Okay.
I got a tummy tuck.
Wait, what?
Yeah, type shit. Fuck going on in here
What
though?
happened?
We're just kind of bantering.
Shit.
Oh, okay.
Murder charge and shit.
Who the fuck is screaming?
I don't know. Squeeze by.
I think it's Princess Elena.
It's a G6
Well,
score.
two marshals here, and not one of them could identify the number for her.
Yeah, just.
Wow.
Nah, I'm out. Like I'm.
It's alright. I just used their freaking database to find it.
Oh my god. Never mind, maybe
What?
they do.
What?
She's basically a marshal.
What?
Charlotte,
who gave
do you want to know
you?
what I think it is?
Yeah, I just used your shit to find it. You know, Daisy Dukakis.
Okay.
She
yeah.
gave me everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't fight me on that.
No.
You like an
She also
armored
said I was cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I think you're cool too. Cool enough to take you to coffee anytime you want to go.
Oh my god, none of this!
Savannah, do you want to go get coffee too?
I am thirsty.
That's true, actually.
I coached you on how to reply to that.
Fuck. Wait, I don't remember. What did you say?
Can't remember what I said now.
I think it was probably like no or something. Oh wait, no, it was sure. Can I bring my girlfriend?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of you can go.
Okay, well now.
But then after the last conversation, no.
What do you mean?
Wait, I don't remember.
No, her
I
me
think
and
people.
her
I
last
think
conversation.
people can get coffee platonically, right?
Oh no, it was absolutely. I was asking you both on a date. That was absolutely what I was
Yeah,
doing.
she was.
Yeah. It's something more like. I had a little switch on that one.
I don't know how I feel about that.
That's okay. Figure it out. Tell me when you're ready.
Oh, okay. No, Charlotte, hey. Really awkward to have this conversation in front of
Your
my
coaching,
coworkers.
your coaching went really badly.
Well, that was a while ago, to be fair. I wasn't prepped on this date for this question.
You didn't prepare your defense. That's
No, I didn't
really,
prepare
really
my
bad
defense.
etiquette
I
for a
didn't expect to
courtroom.
go to trial today, so.
I'm back to my.
I don't think I need to take the stand. I don't have anything. I plead the fifth.
Where your flag at?
I'll let the judge know.
I don't think you can. I think it's a bit too late for that now.
Wait, too late
No,
for
you
what?
can plead the fifth
I feel
whenever
like
you want.
silence speaks louder than words in this one.
That's a new phrase.
Everywhere, feel me?
Well, no, that's been a phrase for a long time. I'm not gonna lie.
Silence can be very deafening.
I'm glad you can do that here.
I wish there was silence in some parts of this courtroom.
You're not fucking
I'm not
kidding.
gonna lie. You with the freaking silent jokes, get out of here.
No, they took it away.
The mayor.
Then I can't become the officer.
He just makes me feel like he tells me to shut up or something. I don't fucking know.
Me?
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
He thinks that people need to say less words in this courtroom.
Yeah, I think this fucker. Yeah,
Who's-
but it
who's
feels
this
like you're
fucker?
thinking it. Josh Grimm.
Hello,
never
Mr.
would've said
Grimm.
that.
I'll jump in.
Hello.
I ain't no police ass. I ain't no police ass
That's
dude.
how she feels.
Okay.
You may have
but
never
if
said
that's
that,
how she
but that's just how
feels-
she feels.
Validate my feelings, Josh. Jesus fucking Christ.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe I should just say it.
Especially if they're giving out.
No, you know what you should do?
Give those to the homies.
No.
Say less words.
Sir, you are incredible.
We have the judge.
I said less words than anyone else.
Matthew Judge.
I want to go hear this shit too.
Order in the court.
I'm not ready for this.
All right, is everybody back?
You'll
Are we
do
good?
perfectly fine. You'll do perfectly fine. The people are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
I'm good, Your Honor.
Okay, can somebody go ahead and put Mr.
Everyone
Pratt in
count.
cuffs, please?
Wait, for,
Mayor Pred, can you stand up, please?
is this
All
for the
right.
contempt, sir?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cuff you while you're on the table. Can you step down? Thank you.
Sparks, let the
Not on
bailiff
the
do it.
table.
Oh, you got a
cuff him
bailiff?
to- you can cuff him to the table. That's okay. He doesn't have to be
Okay.
put in shackles or anything.
I didn't realize we had a bailiff.
That's fine. Bailiff, can you please cuff him to the table if he's not already?
I forget that we have bailiff
Your Honor,
sometimes because I don't
is
see
it-
DOC
is
all the
this
time.
for the
No, I
contempt
just
or
like I literally just
just
didn't look.
interview?
We'll figure out.
I'm
No,
looking
you're
in
fine.
this
You're
corner. I didn't see her.
Nah,
Not gonna lie, nobody moved either, so.
No.
She isn't clocked on. She's not even clocked on.
All right.
I guess that's good news
After
if he's cuffed.
careful consideration. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know where to start with how convoluted and complex this case was. from the very beginning all the way up until now. It feels like things were kind of jumbled all over the place, and it was difficult to follow from the very beginning, like even before we came to court today. That said, I have come into a verdict. As of right now, the charges standing are 2 times criminally negligent ownership of a firearm, 1 times accessory to robbery, 1 times accessory to criminal use of a firearm, and 1 times violation of a court order. Correct? That's everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Cool. We're gonna start off with a super easy one. You said what is this, Fred? What is this community center for?
Well, Your Honor, the community center is
No
it's
bullshit.
about a lot of things.
No bullshit.
Well, hey, it certainly ain't for a grow up. I can tell you that much.
Pay transfer says different.
Just because
But,
the warrant didn't stick in court doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. I can tell you what it is for. All right. Essentially, the plan was to buy 2 warehouses. I missed out on being able to buy one because of the injunction. The first warehouse was going to be for farming vegetables and allowing people to kind of like there were going to be people who were going to be paid by the county to chop up vegetables for others. And then the second one was going to be a mini mall. So it was going to be a place for people. The second one was going to be a place for people to trade and sell goods, like a flea market more so than a mini mall. And then the first one was going to be for vegetables, so that people could kind of get vegetables quicker and cheaper and not have to do all the chopping themselves. As well as a meeting hall, because you could even the one that was going to be the flea market was about 3 times the size of that one, but I wasn't able to get it because, you know, I wasn't able to. I just wasn't able to get it. And then this one was for jobs, the one that I
Okay.
have now.
So sorry.
Technically, what?
Nothing.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Everything is safe, guys.
So
State of emergency. Let's go.
Okay.
Is this because I got Espinosa's decryption key?
Guys.
Oh, remember
what
the audio
fuck?
recording?
Whoa.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Have you and your Tony? Have you and your client talked about this community center?
Briefly.
Okay, so when you said that he needed to pull the money out to pay people so he could feed them in your closing, that has nothing to do with what he put in the comment on the bank statement.
No. It's not to feed them, Your Honor. I'm talking about the fact that there's outstanding work that hasn't been paid off yet. The people need to eat is what I was saying, because they're not getting their paychecks.
Okay, and you said it wasn't willful disobedience because he had to do it.
Yeah, because people were not getting paid and were suffering because of it. This has been going on for a month.
Your Honor, I
Okay.
see the 2 threads connecting.
I
mean,
had
the
half of
mini
it
mall
decorated.
And the co-op grow op of a legal grow op was generative of income and community based. So I think those things tie together.
Okay. I can see how they tie together. But I don't see any emails from Pred asking me to wake up and give keys.
Are we allowed to give you context on that? Because
Yeah, did he contact anybody? Because I don't have anything.
I can fill you in directly on what happened.
Okay, if you say, okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
So, Leah Strong called Brittany Angel about just that, Your Honor. And the only justice that was making themselves available at the time, this isn't a shot at you, this isn't a shot at Hart or nothing like that. The only justice that was making themselves available was Angel. And when Leah called her because Leah's been my treasurer for a long time, and it was getting the keys was like a difficult part for some reason. Leah called Angel. I was there right next to her when she was having the phone call, and All Angel was doing was trying to bust open the doors of some type of embezzlement case instead of just giving her the keys, and she still never gave her the keys, even past that point. Like it was an hour after that conversation took place, and we went over to the courthouse, and Leah still didn't have keys. So the way I was doing is I was just operating with my treasurer. They were official in the capacity. I named them my treasurer, which I think is my right as mayor. And then they just never had the appropriate keys given to them, and I would just verify everything with them directly.
He does know there's more than one justice, right?
So I'd like confer with them, what was taking place, how much money we have, what we're looking to do, stuff like that, because there was no other means to do it, and I didn't think that we could get any other justices to do it, so I just did it that way. And
It says judge or, but it also says judge or justice.
Yeah, I mean, the legislation says justices, so it's not just Angel. You can't just fall everything back and blame Angel
to the
for
judge.
it.
I'm talking to the judge.
Stop. So with that being said, Pred, did you make any other attempts to go find another judge or justice? Because it does say judge or justices.
I didn't feel the need I had to because I had my treasurer. I appointed her my treasurer. I operated with her as my treasurer. She just didn't have the
Why
keys.
didn't you
She
put
was
that in the
the
comment instead of saying go fuck yourselves?
Because I was a spiteful, vindictive man who wasn't able to do anything. I haven't been able to pay a lot of people.
It says in the comment, you justices, in multiple plural.
You have to
plural.
you have to also consider the fact that like this is like a third week in November of like Pred not being able to pay anybody.
I
But
had
people have suffered
somebody,
for a long
let
time
me,
and asking.
Your Honor, can I tell you what happened? I had somebody put about 50 plus hours into decorating half of that building.
So
and
why
they
is
had
like
to
a
be
back and
paid.
forth on a
And
verdict?
they even
Like,
I even
what
had
is
receipts
this?
and stuff for the stuff
Well,
that
I-
they purchased
yeah,
from the lumber
I'm
co, and then
confused
the added
too.
money on top for their work.
Wait, what? What are we confused
I
about?
have that information.
Yeah, like why is there a
It's
back
the
and forth
verdict.
right now?
Did you
Because it's his, because it's his decision. It's a violation of court order. He can say that he didn't violate my court order.
Because from what I understand, I said don't fucking touch your shit until like within the first week of the court case being up.
Well, technically, I didn't touch it. Leia said it was okay.
That's fucking cap. He literally just said it was him.
She said it was okay to go against the court order.
He's pointing at banks.
I think he's just gonna say fucking shut up.
No, she was my treasurer. She just didn't have the proper key.
Was
Like
past tense.
businesses, they only get one bank.
No
account.
longer.
Can't share them. Oh, is that out loud? Fuck.
She's been my treasurer since pretty much a few days after I came into office.
I'm sorry. What did he say? How many days after he became in office?
A couple.
Oh, because I didn't give a specific one. Let's see if he actually had her as his treasurer when he bought the warehouse.
Yeah, from Your Honor, can I add something?
Okay.
He's waiting for you.
Oh, for me? Okay. I had spoken with Justice Hart about the position of Leah Strong and in Pred's mayoral cabinet, and she told me that it was outlined that she was just a cabinet member and no further description was provided to at least the justices or judges.
I can say that too.
I literally made her my treasurer super early on. And just much like this case, just like how much Justice Angel isn't here, I have been stonewalled from the moment I stepped into office when I had fraudulent charges put on me, trying to get things done.
I don't think those were fraudulent charges. I do think there was supposed to be more investigation done by Collins.
And I just was working with the people that were in the city, Your Honor. It's that simple. The person who was here was Angel, and Angel refused to do it. I named Leah Strong my treasurer publicly many times. There's a lot of people that can attest to this. There's a lot of witnesses. All right.
The problem is he could have worked with any judge or talked to a
Did I
justice
go
to do
against
it.
the legislation, or did I embezzle? Because I'm confused. Because if I went against the legislation, isn't that an authority conduct review? Because I clearly, Your Honor, did not benefit from any type of spending.
We're not charging him for embezzlement. That got dropped.
Anymore, no.
Yeah.
There were no other
I think it's
options,
the,
and I
This is the court
operate a
order.
different way. If people ain't
Yeah,
around,
this is
I
living.
normally don't ask him to come around, Your Honor. I mean,
He also hasn't been
that's
sworn
just
into
how I
court, by the way, so he could
I-
technically lie.
He could
That's
lie,
my
but
right,
but
that's my job.
I imagine that he would say the same thing.
I agree. It is your right. It is your job to name her as treasurer. You didn't do anything wrong there. You named a treasurer, and that's what you're supposed to do. If they have an issue with that, they can take you to an ACR, which is, authority conduct review. That being said, I'm not sure I believe you in terms of maybe Miss Strong said it was okay, but you said if you're not going to give my people keys, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. And in my mind, that says you are going to do it regardless. So,
well,
want me to be
Your
honest
Honor,
with you?
he wants
Hang
to
on.
help the.
I'm if you want me to be perfectly blunt, and I feel like I have been super cordial this whole time, I don't give a shit what you want or what he wants. I understand he wants to take care of his people, but at the end of the day, a court order is a court order. Now, if you or Miss Strong were like, what the fuck? Where are the justices and judges? I would have been like, yeah, what the fuck? Why is nobody coming around to give you your shit? I would have been just as pissed off as you are. But I said no touchy. And had you put in the comment, Leah Strong approved this, I'm the only one who's able to get it out, I'm taking it out, I'll be like, okay, cool, no problems. But I can't help you there.
Your Honor, he still has an obligation to the people, though.
I get that.
If there's outstanding where they're not getting paid, they still need help.
I get that. But if it sounds like to me the necessary steps weren't taken to try to get somebody in to get him his keys. I understand the Angel was taken. That was necessary. I do agree with you there, Pred, and it is disappointing that nothing happened with that. But like I said, if you would have just put a comment saying Leah Strong approved this, justices can go fuck themselves, I would have been okay with that too, honestly. But nowhere in it
She
did it
was
say
there.
that. Yeah, but what do you want me to do? That's hearsay. Just saying she told me go ahead is like, maybe she did, maybe she didn't. All I have to go off is what you put in the comment. Which is go fuck yourself.
Mods, be
So
prepared.
you're going to be guilty of that. I do understand that there was a reason behind it in terms of getting...
Who wants to process that? Because that's a felony.
I do believe that you care about the people from our conversations in the past, before this
Charlotte
case was
can
up
do
and
it.
everything.
I don't mind. I don't mind being the
so
bad guy.
It will be a reduced sentence. You don't have to worry about that. But
Wait, what? I wasn't paying attention.
He is
you're gonna be
guilty of
that.
violating
in terms
court order.
of the
has
a felony.
criminal negligent
Right, that's what the
ownership
yellow
charges.
thing is, right?
I understand that there is one report, which is 6655, that doesn't have a specific gun coming back to it. We could just sit here and say,
I will create an incident.
Well, one of the two guns that were brought up could just be related to that, so we're just going to charge them with one. But if that were the case, then I'd have to figure
It's
out
already
the
getting
accessory
heated.
charges, because each charge of criminal negligent ownership goes separately with an accessory charge, and I have to figure out which one was which, and I can't do that. And to be honest,
wait,
don't.
I'm finished.
Please don't interrupt me.
With
that
is
being
it really
said,
that high?
I don't think that it was proven beyond a
Oh.
reasonable doubt that although these firearms were reported or weren't reported stolen,
That's
or possibly, there's no way to tell which firearm goes to the report that
It's just
was
the other one.
reported stolen. And then that would mean I would have to speculate and guess on which accessory charge to push on Mr. Ped, and I don't agree with that either. Because of the like I said, because of the accessory charges that
What
require me to
shouldn't
have a
count?
specific gun to place with that accessory charge, and I just don't feel comfortable doing that. So it's going to be not guilty on the criminal negligent ownership charges and the accessory charges. It is going to be
Both of
guilty
them?
on the
Excuse me.
violation of a court order.
I'm confused.
So-
It's literally like charge.
And I think that's everything.
I'm gonna be honest. There's no point ever
Missing
charging
one?
that again. Then.
Yeah, I would say so.
What's the
There's
time? What's
absolutely-
so he's guilty of 1 times contempt of court, 1 times
Oh yeah, I forgot about
violation.
the contempt of court. Thank you.
What's the
yes.
total
No
time and
point
fine?
in charging
So he's
criminally
gonna get
negligent ownership of a firearm ever again.
How
Like,
much
one
is
of them should have at least
violating?
stopped.
It's 45 months or something,
Yeah, I
right?
don't know how
21
both
months
do
and a 2188 fine.
Okay, so he's gonna get that, and then what?
Said it was 10,000, 20 months per contempt charges earlier.
He just didn't want to do the check.
No, I did that. I didn't. I just said that was for Ember.
Oh.
Because he didn't report
how much
any
was
serial
he
numbers?
alleged to have embezzled?
But then surely
3 million
legislation change.
was
That's a contempt
right?
charge.
What was that, sorry?
okay.
It should be a legislation change.
I mean, it has to be a legislation change. But the
Ah,
thing is,
I'm
I
just
don't
fucking
get
with you.
why-
It's
It
like
has
5K.
It has
It's
to
fine.
get changed.
Okay,
Like,
so
they
how
have to
long
get
in
serious
prison
about
tell you, I'm
then?
making that
doing
withdrawal.
this.
Sorry, say again.
How long does he have any prison time, Your Honor?
21 months.
Okay. Violating a court order is a felony. Just advising the
because,
court.
there's no serial numbers.
Non-violent
report
felony.
it.
Don't get too ahead of yourself.
No, I'm
I'm
just
aware.
I'm just
It's-
advising I'm just
People could
advising the
always
court. I
go
don't
the
It is
care either way.
yeah,
of,
it's a state
XYZ
felony. Yep.
weapon.
Hey,
Could've
the
been
only
that
charge
one.
you guys could get pressed on me is me being so fed up with your bullshit from your dumb fuckery that I did it to myself.
Okay,
I hope
Amanda.
you guys go to bed
Fred,
tonight
Fred,
and
Fred,
realize
Fred,
you're
Fred,
dog
Fred,
shit.
let's
You're
super
fucking
quick.
useless. All right,
Stop,
I'm gonna
stop,
be walking
Fred.
out a free man,
Fred.
making all my
Well, my
fucking
client-
withdrawals.
Fred.
All right, staying
Fred.
in office.
Fred.
What
Hey,
my client
Fred,
means to say
hang
is that
on,
the
no,
people of
no.
Blaine County are owed a duty by their mayor,
Don't.
and he intends
Hey,
to
Fred.
perform that duty.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have not
forgot
hit
I
this
was coming.
gavel. So that's another contempt charge.
What is that? 4 or 5?
That's 2 because you had the other one taken
Oh.
off for the penguin quote.
Oh, okay.
So you can add on another 5K and put on another 10 months for that one.
What if he does another quote?
No.
What if he says sorry in the way you want?
No.
That's a good one, Tony.
I'm sorry.
If you
What's
if you delete your wild character right now and remove all contempt.
I still don't. Yeah, I still don't
Okay,
really
okay,
understand
how
it.
about
It's
a-
like
on a
this gives him
question
a
under your
get out of
favorite
jail
Star
free
Wars
card for it. Now it
character.
kind of sucks.
What I
Wait,
said.
Your
What I
Your
said
Honor,
is
wh-
that is what's on the table right now. What I said.
Your Honor, what about when his wild character dies? It's a
Nope.
matter of when, not if.
Nope.
You get
Nope.
to laugh at him
He
for
has to
5
delete it
minutes
right now.
straight.
Hold on. Don't you put me in the same fucking all right, same realm that this motherfucker's in. All right, because your boy's got experience, okay? I know
Look,
what
look,
I'm
look.
doing to a degree. I don't know as
Look.
much as I'm doing as Espino's, nowhere fucking close. But I know enough to get by in that world.
Look,
Alright.
Your Honor, when you see Tug Tug 2, you could laugh at him all night long. That would be the agreement.
It would be
Okay.
rub and tug. I already
12.
decided that one.
All right. So it's gonna be 31 total with the 10K on top of whatever the fine was for filing a court order, and then we'll go from there.
Are they in a motion for a felony diversion program?
Okay. Charlotte, do you want to process that, or Martin, do you want to process them?
I'm not touching that shit. If they're gonna fucking.
I
go away
can't.
with the
I can't
charges,
bill.
which
I can't
makes
bill
sense.
him. I can process him.
Oh, okay.
I can bill him or whatever. I don't really care.
Okay.
Hey, hello. I wanted to talk to you.
All right, Mr.
judges,
Pred.
justice,
over for a
if you
minute.
could-
All right, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Do you mind turning
I
around?
want to be. I
King
wanted to be
Fred.
transported if that foot
Long
fetish
live
freak's
the
still
king.
here.
Yeah, I can. I can contact him. I just need you. I'll need have you to,
Mr.
for the bailiff.
I forgot I have
Yeah, I'll
contempt
just get you
too.
cuffed just now, and then we can arrange your transport.
Tony, are you
to
gonna
Bolingbroke, okay?
motion for that?
All right.
Kyle,
Awesome.
Fred.
Just
just-
Oh,
remain
we
for a
need to
minute.
escort
Beating
him
all
down.
the charges. I really am OJ.
Your Honor?
Fred, do you want the
Oh.
diversion program?
I'm gonna save the felony. I
hello,
don't know
think
if I
I'll
want to
go
use the
for you.
felony
You can't
diversion
use it on
program
violent-
yet.
You can't use it on violent felonies.
They're my person. The bubble is kind of uncomfortable.
I mean, what do you think we should do?
Yes.
What do you think?
Hey, Fred.
Should
Fred,
we
come
do
over
the
here real
felony
quick.
diversion program, or should we
yeah.
just?
Yeah, form like a
Couldn't hurt
Still
to
has
ask
that on the
about it.
table.
Yeah, denied.
2 on one side, 2 on the other.
Yeah,
What?
it's fine by me.
Why?
I look like a martyr now. I look like a badass.
Right, okay, Mr. Fred, I'm just gonna pop you in cuffs just now, okay?
Yeah, I don't care. Just tell me
Cuff
the normal
this.
process. I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Frodo, where you at?
Awesome.
Also, Your Honor, I'm not getting sent up, right?
Okay, I'll just
Yeah,
put in
you are.
soft cuffs, okay?
You're going up with me, bitch.
You
Your
guys are about to
Honor.
spend our time together.
So
Ah.
being cuffed at the moment. He is
Beating the
cuffed,
charges. You know, I'm having. You know, I
No
always
way,
walk
hell
out of
no.
here.
Whoa,
a free
please don't
man.
leave.
The only one.
Yes.
The only one that can put me in jail is me.
Did you
You
search it? Did you search him to see what the other
That's
one
all
was?
good.
Remember that
King.
I only
Okay.
went to jail because I said, fuck it, I'm doing it anyway.
Mr. Brad,
Hey, everybody.
if you
Yeah.
can give me a second, just come back this way
Guys.
for me, please.
All right.
Back in the
hey,
You're not
courtroom.
gonna
Chaos,
beat
stay
me,
back
are
a
you?
little bit, stay back. So we... All right, yeah, you guys are cool. Just, you know, give us a
Okay,
little room to
Yeah,
work.
if you just come back in
I
the
want
courtroom
that
just now,
transport
please,
from
just so we can
DOC
get
up
everything
to
organized,
prison.
okay?
That's
Oh,
what we're
absolutely.
When do you want me
we'll
to
do
bill
that for
him?
you. Just if you can
Just
come back in the
whenever,
courtroom
or-
for me.
What?
Because obviously if you don't
I said,
comply, we'll need
when
to
do we
keep
want to
your
bill
charges,
him?
okay?
We're gonna bill him
Okay, wait, I
once
gotta go
once we
into
get
the
him down
courtroom?
to
Yeah,
the
just
jail
go-
cell.
Okay.
Damn, you
get
guys, you
everything
gotta let me
organized.
make my grand entrance while cuffed. My exit.
Oh, that's
Here, I'll
fine.
let them know to get ready.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure the lifers will be
Hey, we're gonna go get
absolutely
the time
ecstatic
and
to see
stuff,
you.
so get ready for this.
Damn, not
I know
one
they're
of them
very fond of
charges
you.
stuck. Not one of them. Not a damn charge.
On motorcycles.
Damn.
Are you wearing the trooper pants?
Yeah.
Oh god, 10K.
I wear.
Oh
DOC
god.
up to the
You know, I
courtroom
was a
just to
trooper
help
for a
get,
little bit, actually.
I thought they were
the
sweatpants.
transport organized.
You're right.
We don't have any Molotovs.
All right. Well,
I think he's hilarious, but I see why people would hate him. 100%.
I've been incapacitated from my mayoral duties for 5 months to beat the case.
Are they sending?
But I'm gonna be the richest man in Los Santos after these fucking lawsuits.
Right, you follow.
Ooh, baby, I'm gonna buy 2 jetpacks.
Fred, can you stop?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We get up there.
It's like 6 a.m. for him.
Damn, that was embarrassing there, Chief.
For you.
I told Matt that I think Matt and Charlotte did a great job. I'm proud of them regardless.
I'm confused whether or not he goes automatic impeachment. We can check really quick.
It's not a joke.
Did the judge hit the gavel?
It's the Tilly book. It's not even the mandate.
I missed it.
They could have gotten the convictions probably if they fucking questioned me like every investigator should do. They fucked up.
Marshal correction.
I think you've got a big
It's not loading.
If I was their boss, I'd fire
That's
them
why. Okay. Well, you're not their boss.
both. Yeah, I would have fucking been like, get out.
Well, that's why I pulled you into interrogation this morning.
This was kind of painful.
Hey, I didn't do nothing.
Surely.
I think.
Surely.
I'm an innocent man.
Mm-hmm.
We had a pajama party in interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not gonna.
You know, me and Moss are getting married.
I'm not gonna make too many comments.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, congratulations.
No.
She's gonna be Daisy Moss Pred.
Great.
Daisy Pred, DP.
It's not
Mm-hmm.
loading. Is it another constitution?
Record Fred, it'd be an upgrade.
Too late, too late.
Thank you.
We're going back to
What does that mean?
Oh, me and Angel used to be married.
Jurisdiction, any...
Like him marrying you would be like going from a Toyota to a Maserati.
I don't care if he's removed or not. That was not my goal.
Damn, you hear that? I'm gonna start
That's not
calling you
Spark's goal
Ferrari
anyway.
now.
Run for judge again. See how it goes. And
I'm not a vehicle.
Lickage be equal
But
in
if you
some
were, you'd
territory.
be an Italian sports car.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. You going to jail or?
Yeah, but I'm not going to jail because of their police work. I'm going to jail because their police work made it so I couldn't do my job for 5 fucking weeks. And I said, fuck it, I'm paying my decorator. And Leah said it was okay.
Pred only got guilty of the.
That's fine.
Why did you go with the?
That's fine. Normal protocol. We'll take Sonora Road because of the gridlock on the freeway, and we will have 40 all the billing and sentencing up there. Awesome. Once I know how many vehicles, who's driving what, in a second, then we'll get that organized. Okay, Suki will.
Because the thing is, you've seen, like, you know, when, especially with it's how do I put
Suki will radio
That's
you
fine. I don't mind
to
going
the
over
pharmacy
there.
in the
there
I haven't,
on the way,
I
okay?
haven't been to jail since I've been back even once, unless they let me.
you
Suki?
needed to be
We don't need the alarm.
Boys with Carmine and Bobby. I used to go up there and shoot
And
the
so
inmates
it
for
would
fun.
make
In fact, I'd rather
yourself
Suki be on the tower with
people very
lethal.
you know what they're doing.
Right, okay. Aoife's recommending that we might not actually need the alarm, and that if she would have you, what did you say, Aoife, on Visit Tower?
On top of Tower A.
On top of Tower A, are you fine to do that?
They can drag out the waste more.
Right, so no alarm, just be on top of Tower A.
We're gonna run a 2-minute ad break really quick, chat.
Okay, great, thank you.
Exactly.
Okay, bye.
We all looking forward to that.
Yeah, so the prison is still a mess of buses and trams and everything, and the freeway is gridlocked with all those vehicles, so we have to take the Sonora Road route.
I haven't been able to do my job.
Bringing buses?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, and you said that Officer Forte was handling the billing. Can I have one of the? Can I have the officer that was handling this?
Oh,
go through the
absolutely.
process?
Yeah, whoever. Yeah, absolutely. Whoever wants to do that.
Okay,
He was just
perfect.
offering his assistance. So whoever wants to come up with us and do what they need to, that's absolutely
Yeah,
fine.
we'll go up. We'll join your transport going up there. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
absolutely.
Can we get him into searched and in a cell then? Just
Sorry,
until.
say that again. It's so loud.
Yeah, can we get him searched to make sure he's good and then in the cell?
Yeah, that's
He'll have to
fine.
collect his possessions
Oh,
from
okay.
downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, we'll be bringing him out the back entrance, so to the west side, not the east side.
So he will need to collect his evidence from the front too, just to let you know. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should let them. I think you should let them find that out by themselves.
Your officers came at me at the
I ain't gonna much
Trust
lie.
me, if he's got any possessions, we want to know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
The garage is they were willing to come after me for mine, tit for tat.
I need to put my shiesty back on,
Their
cuz.
jobs and have to wait 30 days to fucking waiting 30 days would be more generous than what they did to me because I ain't been able to do my job for fucking 5 weeks. I ain't been able to do my job for
Maybe
4
I should have listened to Haley in the first place.
Which is what?
Don't do it.
Yeah, I've been fucking having
Nah, we did the best attempt we could. I'm sick. People are tired. It's fine.
I can't authorize nothing. I can't do this. I can't fucking
Which
They came at my
entrance?
jugular trying to take everything from me. I want the same thing from them.
Which
And
entrance
then
are you
he'll
coming through?
be, on the way.
I'm still waiting to communicate
Gotcha.
with
Okay.
Seamus.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Seamus, he's gonna have to collect his possessions from the front entrance.
What channel are we on? 15.
What we do.
Well, the timing things. Well, I think the marshal and the officer handle the
entrance to the guardhouse.
Sort that out.
Yep, he'll have to collect it with the guard at the front.
Obviously, it's a hearsay to disprove any of it, but I feel like they were just rushing to try to get it done while he wasn't around. That's all.
You know, I will just say right now, I think it
Can
is
move off for you real quick.
65 is cruising near the front of the courthouse.
Yeah, Officer Forte, we'll have Spade handle it since she was the one doing the case.
We're gonna move to the
Alright, cool. Move the location.
Thank you for your assistance, though. You're welcome to join in, but I just want to see her. I just want to see her get everything through. So
Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
just
So-
providing security.
no,
That's
it's
fine.
very
So
helpful. Thank you.
Once we get Pred's possessions collected, my brain is so struggling to cope with all this noise. Spade, you can then seize his possessions. Then we'll get in the vehicles up to Bolingbroke and take it from there.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool.
We're going at the front entrance. The vehicles will be positioned on McDonald's Street, and we'll go from there.
You want me in my own vehicle?
Yeah, if the freeway's blocked up, we can take Sonora Road.
You might as well if your vehicle's down here. If you just want to
I
tag
can
along.
go grab it. Yep.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I'll follow.
That's fine. Also, sorry, Princess, 2 seconds. I might just hard cuff him and just escort him to the vehicles.
That sounds good.
Because
Whatever you think is
that's fine.
safest.
Yep.
Just because of everyone else.
I understand.
I'm just gonna get that done. So
Sounds good.
hopefully he doesn't mind. If he does, then he'll just shout about it. So it's okay.
Cool.
Right, cool. We can get crack-a-lacking then, I believe.
Lovely jubbly.
So I'll hard cuff him just now, and we'll start.
Nah,
walking down
it's
to
mostly a
Alcala.
failure on my part. I could have
I just want to
I could have
to
like
see if you know,
scrounged through this and got it correct and dropped charges and focused really
prison
hard.
is being
So
attacked by aliens on trains, I think.
Oh, I know. We've got someone
Alright.
up there who's let us
Alright,
know
cool.
about someone, Princess. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
I just wanted to make sure I have a couple of the lifers let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Alright. Thank you.
Isn't he kind of like sentenced?
Before you see Dr. Scout,
in
there were a lot of like
the
G6 workers. at
multi-story
the
No,
car.
that's fine.
Yeah, we got those skips.
With bullet casings, I mean an indicator of what the gun. Yeah, we could have driven on that home, but
I'm just gonna get ready to take Mr. Pred away. I'll give you a couple of seconds to see whatever you need to, and then we'll get him moving.
I think we are still
Straight to the top, can't be stopped. I'm ready to roll.
Awesome. Now, just for security reasons, I will cuff you fully, and we'll get you down to the front of the courthouse.
I gotta be careful. If I sneeze, there's probably going to be a charge on the docket over.
Hopefully not.
You need a ride out of jail.
I'm gonna sleep
Sorry.
there tonight.
I.
All hail King Kyle!
So
You have a good night, Fred.
we are now
Good night,
walking
sweet Fred.
down to the front of the courthouse.
Hey, have a good one.
Oh,
Our
good
king.
game.
The
That's
president,
right.
baby.
That's right.
Be advised there is an unoccupied SUV out front.
Spade, I'm gonna go grab a I'm gonna grab the scout and go and join the Ow. Can you guys not push, please? Ow.
When are you doing my house?
Someday.
Yeah.
Who's your other roommate?
Oh, you don't even know Savannah? Oh
I know
my
Savannah.
god.
It's like there was another person there earlier.
Who? In my house? Oh, a dude.
No, it was the girl.
Who?
Short hair, like shaved sides.
In my house?
Yes.
Mm.
Like she answered the door. I was gonna yell at you because I thought it was you there, and I was like, "Why are you at the courthouse?" And then somebody else answered, and I was like,
0-3.
Frodo, oh, before it.
030. I'm gonna grab a scout and join from the back really quick. Why is there a naked? You know what? I don't have time for this.
Chaos Legion are outside. They're just a in their own thing.
Chaos Legion asked actually me politely, and I relayed to DOC at the time if they could be a part of.
Sir, get off the property.
Parade. And I said, if you hit any of us,
Get out of the car now.
They said, we understand.
Get out of the car now. 10, 9, 8. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out. Sir, hold your hands up now. I need to make sure you didn't steal anything. Sir? Sir? Stop. Sir? Sir? Stop right now. Sir? Sir?
There's a naked man running through the Marshal.
Sir, I'm gonna be tackling you. Ugh. He's under arrest.
Fred just head-popped while getting
Sir?
Okay.
Sir? I think he stole stuff out of a fucking car. Sir? Oh. Oh. Sir?
We might have a situation. A lot of people are head popping in this area.
If we can maybe
Sir?
try to get the courthouse cleared
"What
up,
is happening?"
He's
not under arrest. He's not under arrest.
He's definitely under arrest.
Dangerous.
Why? What did he do? What did
If you guys do not stop, you will be arrested for obstruction.
How was he innocent?
He was lobotomized!
Yeah, that's.
Don't forget. He's breaking.
Hey, oh wait, are you on frequency?
Sir?
I have no idea. I just see him running around naked.
Sir?
Real quick.
Yeah.
If you do not stop, I will be forced to hit you.
Come back down here, Randall!
Nope, do not take him. He's under arrest. Sir, get off the bike.
Can you call me instead? I'm like.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh my god. I already locked it. Don't even try.
Sir? I got your lethal.
625. Do you want me to try to get anyone who's not involved in the convoy of the Chaos Legion out of the area?
Sir?
Yes,
what
please.
the
I have already.
What is
radioed
happening?
That.
What is going on?
I don't have the energy. He jumped into my fucking car, and I told him to get out.
What did
and
you
I'm
have
pretty
in the
su-
car?
I-
Amber, just get away from me.
Can we go? I need to go. Okay. Ma'am? Stop! Ma'am?
Possibly Amber Quinn running out towards the DOC vehicles.
Ma'am? Get out of the car now.
Hi.
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
Oh, keep it zipped, okay?
Radio check. Ma'am, get out of the car. Get out of the car. 030 on frequency. I'm south of the courthouse. There's a woman, Ember Quinn, beat the shit out of Forte. She's in a golden colored vehicle. Ma'am? She's refusing to leave. Ma'am, get out of the car now. I'm on foot. She's in the vehicle, headed towards the courthouse, backing up towards the south entrance. Left, northbound, right, northbound Strawberry, VCB.
Are you in a vehicle, darling, by chance?
Negative, no ma'am, I am not. I was on foot.
You said a gold what?
It would look like a gold SUV with a flange on the back. It had all black windows.
Buddy, are you running to Forte? Bunny? Mateo?
Where did they take the officer?
I don't know what you say, but a bunny, darling, but I'm running to my cruiser and I'm gonna run to Forte, okay?
Okay.
Haha, Forte.
Remember wearing, darling? Just like what you normally wear?
You lost your shoes.
She was blonde haired, seemed like a basic outfit, yeah.
Sorry, she had blonde hair with
Yeah, affirm, yes ma'am.
Yes, okay, I saw her when we were coming in.
Yeah, she's not wearing her normal weird outfit that she's normally in.
Jesus Lord.
You okay?
There's gunshots. Oh, someone is driving off.
Okay.
A fucking stupid guy took my shoes.
Went to another police cruiser.
Well, I'm watching over you.
Brad, you alright?
They so cool. They look like
She was commenting, that's Forte.
We are the Pratt codes, yeah? We're gonna do kind of cavalry, I guess.
Bunny, are you on, darling?
True.
49 is with 218.
All I have is a wrench.
Okay.
Everybody's on channel 15 because everybody was on 15 for the court case.
Sure, are you going back to Sandy?
I guess I have to.
You hop on channel 15 for me, darling.
I just crashed. That sounds about right, to be honest. That sounds about right. What is happening? Oh my god. Why? Can I play the game? No. Jesus Christ. How you guys doing? It's been a long night. Like a really long night. Who's streaming? I think I'm gonna send you guys there. I've been having fun watching. Don't understand the rulings, but it's okay. Yeah, it's whatever. 3 L's in a row? What do you mean? What else have I taken? You're talking about court? I don't care about wins and losses in court. I couldn't tell you exactly like how many court cases I've role played through or that I've been with in IRL and lost the girl at the end. Oh, for Ember? Oh, we'll get a warrant out for her though. She was PID'd. Okay, just poking fun at you. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm glad you guys are just chilling. Makes me happy. I got a new piece of carry-on luggage I'm gonna mess with after this. See what I can fit in. I got snacks to take Jello. She's never seen mega stuffed Oreos before, so I got Oreos, Jolly Ranchers. We got basic Hershey's chocolate so she can compare it because she's never had it. And then what else did I give it? I got one other thing. I don't remember what it was though. Oh, Airheads. I got Airheads because she hasn't had Airheads before. And she wanted to try them. Oh, hey, it's raining now. Oh, no, it's not. Did they clean up already? Alright. They already go up. Where are they? Is Charlotte streaming? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy stole stuff. Yeah. Let's go say hi to Charlotte. I'm fucking tired. I don't think I inherently have PD keys. I do not. Okay. Yeah, let's go say hi to Charlotte. I don't think she's gonna be streaming for long, but let's go say hi. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow. Or I guess later today. We're gonna be streaming later today, or 9 AM PST. We're gonna be doing trading card shop simulator again, and that's gonna be our last stream until yeah, I'm gonna wait here. Okay.
Get a grip.
You okay?
Yeah, I had my shoes taken.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Just
are you
right
physically?
away.
Yeah, I figured that's what you're gonna do.
I got karate top.
All right. Well, thank you for attempting to assist me with chasing down that dumb guy. So.
Yeah. So
All right.
Amber Quinn karate chopped me.
She sure did. Let me know.
That's a good warrant right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna be disconnecting my phone basically in the next like hour or so. But if you need me to put a statement in, let me know. Email me. My email's in the MDT. So. No worries.
That we didn't catch the guy who was stupid.
I'm pretty sure he robbed something out of the car, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't anything useful. So. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna make a marshal report and leave it. So. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for all your security and stuff. Appreciate the hell out of you guys. Have a good night. Have a safe shift. That's literally her.
I didn't say anything yet.
What?
Can I step out of the vehicle?
Hey, why?
Because you hit me.
What, did I?
Yep.
Wait, are you sure with me?
100%.
Hey.
Remember, I thought we were cool, but today has proven me otherwise.
Oh, we were cool until you said you hated me.
Okay,
We were
so
cool
you did.
until you started causing a problem for absolutely nothing.
What problem was I causing?
Step out of the vehicle.
Okay.
Don't chase her. It's not worth it. All she was pulling out. Don't come close to me. Step back. Step back. Alright?
Why are you so mean?
Put your hands up.
No.
This is a lawful order.
No.
You don't get... That's not how this works. Hands. Do it now. Do it now. Amber, I don't know if you're hearing me clearly. I'm not fucking around.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, then put your hands up. Hands and turn away.
I was nice.
Hands, turn away. This isn't a conversation.
Yeah, you're so mean.
This isn't a
What's that mean?
conversation.
This isn't it.
Oh, that shouldn't have happened.
Oh,
She's
well.
just in cuffs again, ma'am.
Okay, you later.
Don't pursue. Do not. Don't. She's been doing this all night. All she wants is attention. I'm gonna write her the fattest warrant. That's like the 4th resisting arrest. Got it.
Then
Handle it. Thank you, On Fire. Thank you, Marshall.
Skyler.
And Santino.
Good to meet you, Santino.
Don't say that otherwise. I'll tell people my first day. Please. It's kind of weird. I don't have any ankles.
How would you fuck off?
I'm just so sick of giving people that just want attention that.
Nah, that's all she wants is attention.
I'm gonna write her the
so.
fattest stupid warrant and just deal with that.
Yep, that's basically how it should be done. Okay.
To attain the Amber Quinn situation is gonna be go forward. We're gonna stop pursuing her tonight anymore. I'm just gonna write a big warrant.
All right, I'm gonna get out of the rain. I'm gonna go
Yep.
home. So.
Yep. Yeah.
It's good to meet you, Santino.
Have a good night, Miss Sparks.
Skyler's fine, but Miss Sparks is okay.
Marshal Sparks.
Have a good one, Officer Forte.
Yeah. Professional. Love it.
I fucking love Bam Bam, dude. All right, now we are 100% actually fucking. Let's raid somebody. 100%. Yeah, we're having we're having Dave's Dive Bar in Hentai World is tomorrow. It should be fun. All right, so who are we? Ember Quinn. Let's see if there's any other cops on fire. I'm just trying to find somebody. Oh, let's go say hi to Alice. She's great. She's doing some cop stuff. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Exclamation point rate if you don't mind. We'll get some people over to her. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll do some live streams over December and January, but I'll see you guys in January.